Dear guests, the 17th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum is starting. Please proceed to the plenary hall.
ضيوفنا الكرام، يبدأ الآن منتدى فيرونا الاقتصادي الأوراسي 17 في قاعة الجلسات العامة. يرجى التوجه إلى القاعة.
Уважаемые гости, в зале пленарных сессий начинается 17-й Веронский Евразийский экономический форум. Просим вас пройти в зал. Gentili ospiti, inizia nella sala plenaria il 17° Forum economico euroasiatico di Verona. Vi chiediamo di andare nella sala.
Please be seated. We are about to begin. Please be seated. We are about to begin.
In Arabic. No, she's going to do it in Arabic.
الرجاء الجلوس، سنبدأ بعد قليل. الرجاء الجلوس، سنبدأ بعد قليل. Please stand for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning and welcome to the 17th edition of the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, held for the first time in the Middle East in the beautiful emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. It is my honor to stand in front of you today as your MC for this prestigious event dedicated to fostering dialogue, innovation, and cooperation in the realm of economic development. Before I continue, I would like to move your attention to the screen so we can watch a short video. gather here in this remarkable emirate, known for its stunning natural landscapes and rich cultural heritage, as we explore new horizons for economic growth and sustainability. Ras Al Khaimah has emerged as a vibrant hub for business and investment thanks to its strategic location, robust infrastructure, and forward-thinking leadership. It is with great pride that I now take a moment to acknowledge a visionary leader whose dedication and commitment have significantly contributed to the development of this emirate. Please join me in welcoming His Highness Sheikh Saud bin Saqr Al Qasimi, UAE Supreme Council member and ruler of Ras Al Khaimah.
Welcome everybody to the Emirates here in Ras Al Khaimah. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you here to the United Arab Emirates for the 17th edition of the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum. And for those who are this first time, I want you to explore our beautiful emirate, enjoy our beautiful country, and it will be a beginning of a friendship for all of you to learn about our emirate, about our country. Let me begin you with a story about my country. I want to start with something. Our motto in our country is two things: leadership by example, and management by outcome and results. And I give you a bit of two examples. Once I was sitting with Sheikh Zayed, God bless his soul, in the middle of the summer, in the AC. And he wanted to give a message to love, that we have a duty to love our country, to do about our environment, and that no matter what happens, climate is not an obstacle for us. So he led us all in the middle, like noontime, to sit outside, to tell, hey, we love our country. We have a duty to develop our country. We have a duty to do something better for our country. It is our choice, and it's our duty. And if you actually go back in the 60s, if you go to Abu Dhabi to start with, it was a barren land. But you see, today it's full of green. It didn't happen by coincidence, by his own personal determination. Many people said, why would you do that? And his answer, this is my house. This is my place. I want to make it the best place. I look at my own father. I do remember, if you say, in the 50s, our literacy rate was almost negligible. So he took on his own a duty to make education the most valuable commodity. That to be a teacher is the best job. So he actually took on himself to invite teachers at that in the 50s, to invite teachers. So people all of a sudden said, wow. So education has become the most important differentiator. So men and women here in our emirate flocked in because how we value education, even though neither Sheikh Zayed nor my father, Sheikh Sagar, had any university degree, no secondary degree, high school, no primary school, only some basic traditional learning. But these people out of all have understood the duty of being a leader. For hundreds of years, if I give you a background of our country, we were a nation of traders. From the Gulf to India to East Africa. And that's how we thrived and prospered. But one important industry was us, was the pearl industry. Yet in the 1920s, early 30s, we had a transformation. The Japanese had invented culture pearl, which had a devastating impact on our country. And at that time, of course, the Emirates didn't have oil. We were not a country that we have today. But that toughness have actually made our people tougher. Unlike our neighborhoods, who had actually earlier chance and luck of finding oil, we didn't. So when it comes to the Second World War and the global depression, we even went through even tougher and more severe challenges, poverty, hunger. That all made us more resilient, more committed. If we ever have a chance to do something, we will make our country never to go back where it was. And if we have ever chance how we become an oasis, not only for us, but everybody around the globe, to say there is a hope here. So 1971, December 2nd, was a pivot for our country. Sheikh Zayed took the initiative. And with his brothers, they founded the new project, United Arab Emirates. Nobody could ever think where we are today, that we have millions of tourists, a lot of business hub here, that we become a travel hub, and an oasis for millions of people to flock here and call it home. So our leadership always thought how to look forward, how to create a culture of tolerance, inclusivity, and look how to make our country a better place on this planet Earth. So as I said, today it's evident. You see millions of people have actually voted with their feet. Free to go, but all of them stayed to come here. And the numbers keep on growing. From poor countries, rich countries, different races, different religions, but somehow they find a place where they are respected, free, and able to thrive. Our motto here in the Emirates, as I said, leadership by example and management by outcome. That's what has managed, taught us to always look at what are the guiding principles that actually are universal. How to govern. Very simple. Good governance. Pragmatism. Meritocracy. Respect and tolerance. Strategic patience. Resilience. And creating a culture that respect and humility are not weakness, but actually a competence and strength. We take all this as granted. What happened here in the project United Arab Emirates is a journey of building a nation good for our own countrymen, but good for our people who have come here. They find it and call it home. And for those of you who have looked at the journey of UAE as great leap, I want to actually share with you my own beliefs that the journey of transformation is just about beginning. Because the Emirates have transformed, not in the buildings, not in the bridges, not in the hotels, but in how our government capacity, in the management capacity. Our ability to attract talent from everywhere. And somehow, all of them find this is their choice, this is their place to thrive and prosper. I see it actually when I meet our President, Sheikh Mohammed. This kind of commitment, this kind of aspiration. I see when I meet every ruler. I see that when I meet every Emirati, man and woman. I actually see that when I meet everybody who have called the Emirates a home. Commitment to say, we will make this place a lot better. We have a passion and a commitment to always look at what we have done is not given, but we can willingly look at it and scrap it if it doesn't work, and adopt new policies that do work. We will always continue to open our arms to all like-minded people who share the same belief system, who want to share the same desire for a better tomorrow, that they can come to us, collaborate with us. We have actually made a lot of social, economic changes to make everybody feel welcome and at home. Respect of religion, respect of gender, respect of race is taken for granted here. Our aim is very simple, to create in the Emirates two things. To have the best place to live in. That's our duty. And the second thing is how to create the best place to do business here too. Because great places are great, but you need to have people the ability to feel this is the best place they can work and thrive. And this is a place where we have a commitment to learn, to improve, to innovate. There is no summit for us. There's only a journey of ever improving, ever accepting that tomorrow is our choice to make it. We want to make our country a leader in energy, technology, a nation that's really designed for the human being. Progressive policies, and to have a fully diversified economy. But we're always adapting and adaptable to change. A nation that never settles for what it has achieved, but is always ambitious for what is next. True people deserve victory and success. Hard-working people deserve luck. This is what happened in the Emirates. It's a result of true leadership who finally deserve to have the success and the victory they achieved. And their hard work has made our luck. Wealth alone, material wealth alone, is no replacement for true leaders, committed leaders, and hardworking leaders who set themselves as an example. If I want to talk about our emirate here in Ras Al Khaimah, we want to do our part too. Our part in reorganizing ourselves to be able ourselves to become the best we could be. A journey of 10x or 5x or 3x is a journey. It's determined by how we organize ourselves. People always think a miracle. A miracle is only a result of organizing yourself and become focused, laser focused, day by day. There are sand dunes here. But in the sand dunes, you know, if you continue, you'll cross them and you'll reach your destination. We're basically trying to transform our emirate in every sector. So we want to, pretty soon you will see in 3-4 years, tripling our hotels numbers. We see tripling of our industry licenses. All this needs is a team. Good policies attract a team, and a team creates great results, and great results attract even better a team. That is our strategy. We're blessed with a beautiful landscape, unique in the world. In half an hour, 1 hour, you are from this lovely beach to the peaks of the mountains. Totally different geography, totally different climate. Our target policies is very simple. Empower our citizens to shape their own future, to own their future. Safeguard our environment and develop it, and respect our history and our culture. Have a government that always builds bridges for those who want to dream, who want to build and thrive. Take away all the man-made issues. A government that only one duty, to become man-made solutions. So I invite you all to come to our country, to our emirate. Join us. This is where I'm telling you, you can thrive and prosper. Everybody here should always take respect and acceptance here for granted. This is our culture. I'm not inventing it. It's a history of 50 years of a journey, of a proof of what we have been doing. Excellencies, distinguished guests, before I conclude, allow me to note the theme of this year's forum, the new architecture of cooperation for the contemporary economy. This could not be more fitting and more relevant. We here in the UAE are actually, that is our main strategy. We look how to collaborate, how to connect. Look at our policies to allow people to have a home, to own their home, how to have their own companies, how to actually address all our differences and turn it into a beautiful garden. Differences are normal, but it's how they managed and manifested. So everybody, different races, that's our dream, has become a reality. This is our philosophy. This is our journey that we aspire and we believe. The Emirates has mainly, its focus is on creating partnership with the rest of the world. We're talking about 100 free zones agreements, trade-free zone agreements. Some are done, some in the process. This shows you our commitment that we belong to prosperity club. We want to open our country, our people, our business to collaborate globally. We have actually taken few steps too. We created our channel to India, rupee dirham channel. We created other countries too in the process. And the idea is to foster, to allow we are a microcosm of the universe. If you walk anywhere, you will see everywhere, from Chile all the way to Japan, are represented here in peace. So we want to actually to create something else. So for them, so these digital connection that transfer banks from here to other is to facilitate for those community who live here to be connected to their families, businesses who want to be. It's our duty to make most efficient solutions. So today, it's a blockchain solution. I was in China, and it's actually, we have a digital dirham RMB. It's instantaneous, verifiable. At the same time, we have initiated here non-resident banking accounts. Yes, adhering to the best practice of compliance, but to send a message. Everyone is welcome in the Emirates. Everyone we're looking for him as a partner here. We believe that economies are stronger when they collaborate, because businesses cannot thrive unless governments bring down the barriers, bring down the obstacles, and replace them with gateways, bridges. That is our mission, and we share that kind of vision. So I hope the discussions in this forum will lead to closer cooperation and practical collaboration. So I pray to strengthen the cultural, trade, and business ties for the whole entire Eurasian region. Let us pave the way to a more sustainable and prosperous future for all of us. I want to thank you very much, everyone here who have made their journey to join here, to have a wonderful stay, a fruitful forum. And hopefully it's just a beginning for you to be here in the Emirates, in Ras Al Khaimah, with a long-lasting friendship. Thank you very much.
Inspiring words from an inspiring leader, especially, ladies and gentlemen, that the UAE has just celebrated the 53rd anniversary of its union, Eid al-Ittihad. So congratulations to you, sir, and congratulations to the leaders of this great country. Next, yes, we can clap for that. Next up, I would like to welcome Mr. Igor Sechin. Mr. Sechin is the president of
Господин Сечин является главным исполнительным директором ПАО НК «Роснефть», и я думаю, что вы знаете, что «Роснефть» является одной из самых крупных нефтегазовых компаний в мире. Господин Сечин, пожалуйста. I would like to welcome all the forum participants from the bottom of my heart, our host, the ruler of Ras Al Khaimah Emirate, and I would like to present the welcoming remarks from Mr. Putin. I would like to welcome the participants of the 17th Eurasian Forum. Dear friends, I would like to congratulate you on the start of the Verona Forum, the geography of this forum that brings together business community scholars keeps expanding. For the first time this year, it is held in the United Arab Emirates, in the beautiful Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. The subject of the forum is the new architecture of cooperation for the contemporary economy. It fully reflects the need for the transformation of international economic relations in the interests of the most of the world's community. The old model that is going away, the model that gives benefits only to a very small number of countries, we have to replace it with a system that will take into account the interests of a much wider circle with no discrimination and sanctions pressure. And these are the principles that are the cornerstone of BRICS, the summit of which recently took place in Kazan in Russia. And we're happy to say that on the global level, more and more members of the world community joined this, including our neighbors in the Eurasia. I do hope that you will have very fruitful discussions, and the initiatives and proposals that you will put together will help to improve cooperation between the peoples of Eurasia. All the best, Vladimir Putin. Thank you.
My pleasure to welcome for his opening remarks His Excellency Abdullah Sultan Al Awais, the Vice Chairman of the UAE Chambers. Your Excellency.
We have been able to face the challenges. We found also the services in all walks of life, airports and ports, or building the human being and building the community until we have reached what we have reached now. And our wise leadership has led to what has happened. Allow me to indicate some statistics which the UAE has achieved at the Arabic level and the hub of economy and the businesses. The UAE has occupied the first position at the international level. And the investment in energy and the green energy specifically, the UAE has got the 18th position internationally. The UAE has embraced more than 45 free zones. These free zones have been allocated for you in the private sector in order to build and construct a sustainable economy. These are the free zones help the bank sector and the services sector and the trade sector and industry sector. The airport in the UAE through the last 9 months, over the last 9 months, there is 103 million passengers have used the UAE airports, and this is not a simple number or normal number. And our relation with the other countries is a partner and sustainable relationship. And the Union Federation of Chamber of Commerce has focused on two things: sustainability and building economic and constructive partnership. And this forum, which is held for the first time in the UAE in its 17th edition, we thank those who have organized this forum to achieve this wonderful achievement. The number of the participants in this forum, and we have registered until midday yesterday 947 participants. They have come from more than 30 countries all over the world, and this is an achievement, and this what has the UAE has been doing all over the world. And there are more than 200 nationalities who live in the UAE, and they enjoy tolerance and the peace, and they have friendly relationships. And in addition to that, I would like to add a point. The economy has been based on 8 pillars. The energy, and the second point is the industrial sector, and the third one is the tourism sector, and the fourth one the communication and the technology and the AI. The logistic services are very important to any business or any communication, and also the bank sector and the health care and health sector are very important. With these things, I would like to extend my thanks to Your Highness, your nice care and your being here with us, and this indicates that your vision and your effort to support economy and the sustainable development. And I would like to thank all the organizers to this forum and to all partners concerned. I would like to thank them. I wish you a wonderful day and a good stay in the UAE. And thank you all. Thank
remarks. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Antonio Falico, who is the president of the Association of Conoceri Eurasia. Professor.
Cari amici, Dear friends, I'm very happy to see you in the splendid city of Ras Al Khaimah that is welcoming our 17th edition of the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum. Now, in 2022, we decided to make this event a traveling one, and it's been a fruitful decision. Global level, it's one of the more influential countries in the Middle East, a fundamental hub for sea and air transport that enjoys a very efficient infrastructure. Its economic development strategy is quite wise. It's not limited to hydrocarbon export, but it is diversifying increasingly. It's becoming a hub for financial activities, for transportation, tourism, and also green energy. As a result of this, the GDP of the country has gone from 373 billion euros in 2019 to 456 billion euros in 2024, and there's a forecast for a further 3.5 increase in 2024. It recently joined the BRICS, which has increased the importance of the country in the world because they are now part of this organization that is bound to have a significant role in the international economic development. At the same time, the Federation has wonderful relations with all protagonists of the world economy, building bridges with everyone. The United Arab Emirates are concluding negotiations with the Eurasian Economic Union, including five countries: Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia, to strengthen their collaboration in trade and investments. And the State Minister for Foreign Trade, Thani bin Ahmed al-Zayudi, discussed this in Moscow recently. A few weeks earlier, in October, in Brussels, the first summit between the European Union and the Gulf Cooperation Council was held. The EU are one of the pillars of this forum, and all these discussions focused on commerce, energy, climate change, and the conflicts in Gaza and Lebanon. Relationships with Italy are very positive. In 2023, my country was the 9th trade partner with the EU, with a total volume of 8.8 billion euros in trade, which had increased by 9.5% compared to the previous year. And this positive trend is being confirmed this year as well. There are more than 600 Italian companies in the country, representing the sectors of construction, energy, consumer goods, security, defense, banking and insurance, and aerospace. According to SACE, this country is the only one foreseeing an increase in Italian exports, both for the 2024 and 2025-26. Their efforts in economic diversification and infrastructural development are driving the export of investment goods. In particular, instrumental mechanics and electrical equipment show that the country is committed to energy transition for the development of projects aiming at reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing renewable energy plants, as enshrined in the National Climate Strategy. With this strategy, the country aims at cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 31% by 2030 and becoming a net zero economy by 2050. So the motto of the country is collaboration and coexistence in pursuit of stability and prosperity in the region and in the world. And its mission is promoting the UAE through effective diplomacy to support security, stability, and development. Dear friends, this forum is first and foremost dedicated to the economy, to companies that need to understand what is happening, the political and geopolitical economic context, and they need to find their way in the jungle of change. Companies don't like uncertainty. They prefer to have a very well-defined and predictable context, but this is not the case right now. We are living in a world that is changing ever faster and faster. And our recent presidential elections in the US are a new factor, together with many others. The US, whether we like it or not, still dictate the world agenda. And other players in the world generally formulate their positions considering their interests, but not everyone remembers how to do that, but also based on the US's position. So now we are navigating hypotheses and expectations. We don't know how the American politic will influence the course of the events. For the time being, we can only have certain indications, general ones. First of all, the US will probably not belligerent, will want to find diplomatic solutions to current conflicts and not open new conflicts. Indeed, the President-elect Trump has not began or didn't begin any war during his first mandate. Perhaps his businessman logic will prevail. War is a loss of resources, even though there's a part of society and business that actually gets great profits from it. From war, then it shouldn't develop multilateralism, because the America First logic should focus on the US's interests first and foremost. At an international level, they will probably focus on bilateral relations and not so much geopolitical and economic relations based on one large organizations. And then their main behavior should be inspired by the deal, so an agreement similar to a business agreement. These are just hypotheses, though. We do not know what shape will the American actions take. We should also consider that the first power in the world does not act in a void. There are tens and hundreds of other actors with their own interests and priorities and potential. And so in the interaction among all of these forces will shape the events that today are being described by media, more or less accurately so, and that tomorrow will be part of history books. So we might expect that the US's multilateral approach will be minimized. This is true. But the breakdown in the unipolar system, so the evolution towards a multipolar system, of course, it entails a lot of risks and unknowns, but this is now an objective trend that can be hindered, slowed down, but it will never be stopped or reversed now. A very clear example of this process that is underway is the rapid evolution of the BRICS. Some tend to consider this organization as an anti-West competitor to U.S.-protected organizations. But if it's true that it is an alternative, then it is so only in its structure, in its philosophy. It's not based on a strong internal hierarchy. There is no senior member that imposes what others should do and how they should do it. In the organization, all members create a shared platform, and they discuss on an equal basis all the hottest topics, and often the countries are competitors, not just friends, and this brings results that will surely last. And a recent example is the agreement reached by India and China on patrolling the border area that had been ruining bilateral relations since 2020. This lack of internal hierarchy is seen by many as a proof of weakness and inefficiency, but it is actually the BRICS' strength because it creates this model of international relations much more attractive. BRICS, for example, does not impose a new payment and international financing system, but creates alternative methods that might be added to the already present ones. For example, the new BRICS Bank is recently been established and is also become a partner of the G20 in Rio 3 weeks ago. There are many countries that aspire to join the BRICS, so many that is hard to manage now. 40 countries have publicly expressed their interest in joining the BRICS, 23 of which have already officially applied. So the partner status of BRICS has been established. 13 very important countries are in this status, from small and poor Bolivia or Cuba to Turkey, which is a NATO country, Belarus is an ally of the Russian Federation, Indonesia, the African giant Nigeria, etc. So all of the countries in the BRICS and all the aspiring members find their own way to protect their interests. Will this be the model for international relations in the future based on respect and consultation? Well, it's too early to give a positive answer to this question. To look at a closer perspective, I would go back to the global consequences of the results of the recent presidential elections in the US.
Much has been written about Trump's election, and it's been said that it's generating a flurry of panic in some European capitals and the EU. There are many reasons for this, including the president-elect's desire to end the conflict in Ukraine. Is an anti-American faction in Europe becoming possible? The question may sound ridiculous, but in London, Paris and Brussels, there are plans to force the new American administration, through various action for an escalation of the conflict, to take decision it would like to avoid. Among other things, the European Commission is reportedly preparing to take 392 billion euro from the Cohesion Fund, which is intended for overcoming development inequalities in the various areas of the Union, and spend it instead on the revival of the European war industry and on military aid to Ukraine. Now, one governing coalition, the German one, has already fallen because of the debate on whether financial resources should go to the Ukrainian military or to German pensioners. But the militarization, the US will leave NATO. Where will all this increased military spending go? Well, this financial means will be used to buy more American weapons. Is the economy stupid? In this context, I think of this famous sentence coined in 1992 by Bill Clinton's campaign strategist Jim Carville. As for the region where we are this morning, the Middle East, well, this region also faces an unknown time. Will peace return, even though with gritted teeth? Will normalization be possible, even a partial one? Will there be dialogue between the main players in the region who do not always like each other? Well, in any case, it must be remembered that the position of the United Arab Emirates is balanced and constructive. There's uncertainty also on the expectations for the development of the global economy in the context of ongoing and future changes overseas. It is taken for granted that the new Trump administration will increase duties and tariffs on imported products, especially from China and Asia. Well, this move is expected to cause a blow to the development of the Chinese economy and other Asian countries, and instead promote the reindustrialization of the United States. Some talk about tariffs of 20% up to 60% for some Chinese products. Will the countries sit back and wait, like lambs waiting for the wolf to eat them? What are they doing? How are they getting prepared? What could be the consequences of similar decisions taken by the Americans? These methods are comparable to sanctions without being called sanctions. They are arbitrary and unilateral. Legally mandatory are only the sanctions introduced by the UN Security Council. And by the way, all sanctions are generally dictated by economic and political reasons, by the desire to weaken the competitor and not to gain concessions from your competitor. The expected tariffs should be complemented by tax and financial measures to support US industrial development. This trend already started under the first Trump administration. It was then continued by the Biden administration, which really implemented Trumpism without Trump. And now the second Trump administration could resume the same trend in a more intense and radical way. Certainly, import tariffs, we can say, were just campaign arguments to gain the support of voters in the so-called Rust Belt, the former heartland of US industrial production, and we might say that we will have to wait and see what decisions will actually be made and to what extent. Indian newspapers, for example, admit that this American tariff policy could hurt India's production and exports to the United States. But at the same time, they also believe that they will be able to agree with the Americans. They can negotiate exception, given that the US are caught in the country. However, it is clear that this type of action reflects the inability to compete in a market-based, honest and fair competition. This concerns not only China. However, it is not certain that this will be profitable. Take the story of the American steel giant, US Steel. Well, it's not competing with producers from other countries, and this has been going on for years. Also, it wasn't helped by the various protective measures implemented in the US, which distorted competition without leading to greater competitiveness or efficiency of this national steel champion. In this context, one of the competitors, Japan's Nippon Steel, bought the US asset. However, the deal in December 2023, worth $14.9 US, was blocked. This was blocked for political reasons by the US authorities. The situation is still unresolved, and there is little chance that the future administration in Washington will change its approach to this problem. Other attempts at reindustrialization at the expense of producers in other countries are underway, but their success is very limited and it is not assured. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, the world's largest semiconductor manufacturer, has profited from many US government incentives to move part of the production to America. Now, of course, the Americans would like to regain control, at least partially, of the production of these strategic products and to transfer it from Taiwan, from an island that will sooner or later go back to China. Let's not forget that Chinese think in decades, in centuries. They don't have a short-term view. They don't think in terms of short election cycles as we do in the West. TSMC is going to build 3 production plants in Arizona. Within the framework of the so-called Chips and Science Act of 2022, one of the elements of Trumpism without Trump, it can rely on $6.6 billion given by the US government and $5 billion in loans, and it can also rely on more than 25% tax credits. However, delays, operational conflicts, and other problems are affecting the project. Work is going on, but not at the same pace that people were hoping for. So financial means are still no guarantee of a result. If the aggressive tariff policy of the United States will be implemented, this will change many things in the world. We can expect the strengthening of what years ago I had already called the regionalisation of globalization. In other words, we will see regional or mega-regional markets where we will see globalist economic liberalization. However, towards the outside world, these regional or mega-regional markets will be defended with tariffs and political instruments. It may sound strange, but it is Communist China that is still the greatest defender of classical liberal globalization, with progressive marketing openings, lowering of tariffs, standardization of rules, and conditions for business that follow the World Trade Organization. The reason is clear. Under these conditions, they are economically successful. Just read President Xi Jinping's speech at the Davos Economic Forum in 2017, and we can easily realize it. We can assume that the US will want to close its market to Asian and in particular to Chinese products. Now they are also pressing their European partners so that they too close their European markets to Chinese goods, or at least limit trade. We have already seen the first steps in this direction. The European Commission recently introduced tariffs, 35.3%, on Chinese electric cars, which are very competitive on the European markets. Beijing responded with additional tariffs, 30.6%, on some products imported from the European Union, even though they are less important in terms of volumes and costs, cognac and cheese. And these are huge trade volumes, however. The European Union, by the way, imported in 2023 514.4 billion euro worth of goods, and it exported 223.5 billion in 2023. The US imported goods worth 473.2 billion US dollars from China and exported 147.8 billion dollars. Now, what would the global market look like if these expectations are actually implemented? The American and the European markets will be partially closed to low-cost Asian products. And what are the consequences for other markets? For example, for Asian countries, ASEAN countries. Part of China's current market share in the West will be absorbed by other Asian countries. Cheap Chinese products, its markets to Chinese goods, will become the main foreign market of a reindustrialized America, thanks also to the relocation of production from the EU. But US-made goods will be more expensive than Chinese goods. So will they be able to take the place of the Chinese in Europe? Why not? They made it with Russian gas, even though these efforts had failed for 50 years. After making a couple of political decisions, the Russian subsea pipelines to Europe were blown up. Everybody said they didn't know how to investigate. But now the result is that Europe hardly buys any Russian natural gas, and instead it buys more expensive American LNG. And it is bearing its effective and competitive industrial model. This decreases the consumption and demand for natural gas, and this leads to a gradual fall in prices. Europe is also passively witnessing its own deindustrialization, and it's also witnessing the relocation of its production to the US and China. Look at Germany. Germany was Europe's economic driver, and now it is turning into the sick country of the European economy. As German car manufacturers, Volkswagen is planning to close 3 of its 10 plants in Germany. But this also applies to the chemical sector, to the iron sector, machinery production, etc. In the rapidly changing economic and political conditions of today, in a context of growing awareness in various parts of the world of the importance of sovereign decisions, the United Arab Emirates are at an international crossroads. They are acquiring a leading role along with other countries. And these countries are becoming more and more. They are becoming increasingly numerous. A demonstration of the validity of the Emirates approach is the fact that it is hosting now the 17th Eurasian Economic Forum. Our forum also shares within its possibility the strategy of the United Arab Emirates. We privilege economic development and we promote trade exchanges so that entrepreneurs and communities can get in contact with each other, even if they belong to different geopolitical and social blocs. This dialogue, which respects everyone without discrimination, is the true guarantee of peace and prosperity. And in our country, many of us are greatly interested in Arabic culture, which has made many steps forward. We also had an experience of Arabic culture in our regions. I'm thinking of Sicily, for instance, in the 13th century, under Frederick II of Svevia, when the disciples of Avicenna and Averroes industrialized and our island. The most important writer of the 16th century, I believe, Ibn Nekh, who said Al-Ras al-Khaimah, who came from here, and he talked about tolerance. He talked about tolerance in social and human terms. Now, this must be our example, and this is why we are here today in Ras Al Khaimah, in the Emirates. This is why we are being welcomed so greatly, and this is why we feel at home. And this is why I am sure in the next few days we will have a very fruitful conference and forum. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a very successful forum in the next couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Falico, for those remarks. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to now announce that we will be starting our panel sessions, our special session for the speakers. Our first special session is that of Rosneft, and I would like to announce the speakers of this session and ask them to come up on the stage. Our key speech is going to be by Mr. Igor Sechin, the President of Verona Eurasian Economic Forum and CEO of Rosneft Oil Company. Panelists are PMS Prasad, the Executive Director of Reliance Industries, Andrei Kostin, the President and Chairman of the Board of VTB Bank, Arun Kumar Singh, the Chairman of the Board and CEO of ONGC, Antonio Falico, President of the Association of Conocere Eurasia, Mr. Nobuo Tanaka, the Chairman of the Steering Committee of the Innovation for Cool Earth Forum. Our moderators for this session are going to be Mr. Alexander Dinkin, the President of the Institute of World Economy and International Relations, and Mr. Alessandro Cassieri, who is an esteemed journalist. Please welcome our speakers for our first special session.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the 17th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, I'm happy to welcome you at the specialized session dedicated to the subject topical today, that's ensuring energy security in the multipolar world. Today we're witnessing an unprecedented impact of external factors upon energy business and energy markets. This pressure does not fit into our customary scenarios. How, in such conditions, will countries could ensure their energy security and energy independence? How will the commodity markets look like in long-term perspectives? What's needed to implement fair energy transition? Accuracy of forecasts and the understanding of essence of the processes taking place in the energy business and world economy are distinctive features of the Chief Executive Officer of Rosneft Oil Company, Igor Ivanovich Sechin. I think many topical questions will be answered today. I'm welcoming to the microphone the Chief Executive Officer of Rosneft, Igor Ivanovich. You're welcome. So, we know very well that we can count on your help always. Thank you. So, here today we have questions. Dear participants and guests of the forum, I would like to express my gratitude to your participation in the 17th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, and I'm confident that our meeting today will be as productive as all the previous ones. I would like to thank His Highness President of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and His Highness Emir of Ras Al Khaimah, Sheikh Saud bin Sakr Al Qasimi, for creating excellent conditions for our work and for the hospitality. And it's very symbolic that today's meeting this time is held in this particular place, which is one of the most ancient centers not only of Eurasia but also of all mankind, and which for more than 7,000 years has remained a junction of civilizations and cultures. Under the leadership of the esteemed Sheikh Al-Qasimi, and thanks to political, social, and financial stability, today Ras Al Khaimah is developing dynamically and attracting investors both from the West and the East. Experts of S&P rating agency expect GDP advanced growth of more than 4% over the next 3 years. Despite large-scale infrastructure construction, the Emirates' budget is in surplus, which creates a significant margin of safety and makes it possible to implement ambitious projects. Today, Ras Al Khaimah is part of the United Arab Emirates, a leading player in the global energy market, and a country where the pulse of world trade is beating, and where major financial flows are getting together, and where decisions are made that bear key importance for the whole world. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the participants of the forum on the 53rd anniversary of the United Arab Emirates that we celebrate this week. I'm pleased to welcome the participants of our discussion today, in particular Ministry of Energy and Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates, Head of ADNOC, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, Minister of Economy of the United Arab Emirates, Abdullah bin Touk Al-Mari, Minister of Oil and Environment of Bahrain, Mohammed bin Daina, Minister of Economy of Azerbaijan, Mikhail Sudun, and Minister of Economy of Azerbaijan, Chairman of Supervisory Board of SOCAR, Mikhail Jabarov, Chairman of the Board of Directors and Chief Executive Officer of ONGC, Arun Kumar Singh, President and Chairman of the Management Board of VTB Bank, Andrei Kostin, a longtime head of the International Energy Agency, as an acknowledged global energy expert, Nobio Tanaka, Rasam Nadjapov, and Mr. Pumpiansky, the Management Board of Directors, Russian Industrial and Entrepreneurs, Tetsuya Yamamada, Chief Executive Officer of Itochu Corporation, and this senior partner of our company, Rachita Ganga Chilidze, and President of the Association Konosheru Eurasia, Antonio Felika. I would like to name all the participants, but I don't want to attract the attention of sanction officers and to just to wish them good health and well-being. I would like to give special thanks to the moderators of our panel today, an academician of the Russian Academy of Sciences and president of Institute of World Economy and International Relations, Alexander Dinkin, and our big friend, Alessandro Cassieri, leading expert and analyst of the most influential Italian TV channel RAI, and also to express the hope for a fruitful discussion and a hope for leniency. In the beginning of my speech, I would like to certainly to mention a disclaimer, because my speech contains evaluative and prognostic statements, as well as my personal opinions. The topic of our today's discussion is farewell to illusions. It should be clarified at once who should bid farewell to what illusions in the very near future. Today it's already obvious that the US has not fulfilled the role of a leader role and has not provided the necessary conditions for maintaining a just world order. It's obvious also that the US has allowed the loss of leadership in the scientific, technological, industrial and financial spheres, which was hardly to be imagined just 20, 30 years ago. As a result, the dominance of the states in economy and trade is decreasing. And it is also eroding the US influence at the political sphere now. As a result, in order to retain its status of hegemon, the U.S. nowadays bets heavily on creating special conditions for its economy at the expense of the market players, including its allies. We can see the consequences of the U.S. policy both in Europe and developing countries. Conflicts are being deliberately escalated in the Near and Middle East, Ukraine, Latin America, and the Asia-Pacific region. The situation was long ago described by the greatest ancient Greek historic Thucydides, who is regarded as one of the founders of historical science. In his work, History of Peloponnesian War, he described this as classical trap, which is that the hegemon's fear of the emergence of alternative global centers of power inevitably leads to war with them. The war has already begun. It's developing differently on different theaters. Somewhere it's hot, and somewhere it's hybrid in the sphere of technology, climate, finance, trade, and culture. Unfortunately, today's global energy is no exception and has become one of the targets and tools of this hybrid war. I would like to note that this modern energy system is based on fossil fuel, which accounts for more than 80% of all primary energy consumption. It was thanks to the fossil fuel that the global energy system laid the basis of modern life. Over the past 200 years, the use of hydrocarbons has made energy more affordable, which is in turn has increased the life expectancy together with nutrition of people. So the life expectancy increased from 30 to 70 years of late. Well, most likely it's an American helicopter flying over. They're disrupting our today's session. And the share of the world population living in extreme poverty has fallen. The modern energy system also has a number of features making it indispensable to human life, thanks to its greater transportability. Fossil fuel at almost any moment can be delivered to places where it is most needed. For example, the amount of energy that can be moved 1,000 miles for $1 cost for pipeline oil is up to 4.4 megawatt per hour. For pipeline gas, it's up to 1.2 megawatt hour, whereas for hydrogen, this indicator is only 0.2. Piotr Kapitsa, experts from McKinsey and scientists from Western universities, confirmed that fossil fuel also features high energy flux density. And this parameter, diesel, exceeds hydrogen by almost 30 times, and gas exceeds wind and solar energy properties, the use of 28 times are more than 10 times more efficient than the subsidized wind and solar electricity, where energy return on investment being about 4 and 2 times. As for energy demand and high efficiency, energy consumption, high efficiency has entitled a 1.5-fold increase in global energy consumption in the past 20 years. Further growth will be underpinned by 2 main factors. Today, energy demand is growing in developing countries where 750 million people still have no access to electricity at all. At the same time, in the U.S., energy consumption per capita is 3.5 times higher than average consumption on the planet and 10 times higher than in India. And the demand per capita in Europe exceeds the same indicator in Africa by almost 10 times. In order to raise the standard of living in developing countries to at least half of the level of the golden billion, oil production will have to increase almost 2-fold. We should not forget that the global energy consumption will be increasing as demand from data processing centers constitutes a significant amount and continues to grow. Investment bank Goldman Sachs estimates that the global power consumption by the data centers could grow 2.5 times by 2020 to more than 1,000 terawatt hour, which would equally nearly a half of the euro consumption. Bank of America predicts that the economic growth in developing countries and development of data centers will lead to an annual increase in energy consumption of up to 9 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, while the current global consumption is 300 billion. At the same time, renewable energy production may only grow by 2 million barrels of oil equivalent per day next year. That means that oil and gas will continue to play a key role in the global energy security. Oil accounts for more than 30% of the global energy consumption as it happens, and we're still far from the peak demand. By 2035, JP Morgan Investment Bank expects global oil demand to increase by almost 6 billion barrels per day, driven by consumption growth in India and developing countries.
Долгосрочные прогнозы сильно разнятся в зависимости от степени ангажирования.
Longer-term forecasts vary greatly depending on the degree of bias of those who make them. We see that the industry as a whole forecasts stable growth in oil consumption, which could reach up to 20 million barrels per day by 2050. The expected growth of oil demand makes investments in the oil production particularly important. OPEC estimates that meeting the market demand will require an increase of oil production investment by almost 50% to $550 billion per year by 2050. We should not forget that just to maintain oil production at the current level, annually about 11% of the global production must be replaced. And the importance of hard-to-recover oil, the share of which in the world's reserve is going every year, the replacement rate can be as high as 16%. Today we're being urged to abandon fossil fuels with the reference to the human influence on climate. Proponents of this theory omit the fact that the last ice age, the so-called Little Ice Age, ended less than 200 years ago, and the current warming period is a part of the natural environmental cycle. This is an issue we have considered earlier as well. Let me remind you that this argument became the basis for the declaration "There is no climate emergency." This is the name of the declaration, which was signed by about 2,000 scientists from around the world. Among them were 2 Nobel Prize winners, John Clauser and Ivar Javier. John Clauser, in his recent report on the effect of clouds on the climate of the Earth, explains that the strength of the Earth's natural thermoregulatory mechanisms due to clouds, net negative feedback effect, ranges from -7 to -14 watts per square meter per degree Celsius, is many times greater than the estimate of proponents of the anthropogenic theory of climate change. Net negative feedback effect is -1 watts per square meter per degree Celsius. And therefore, it's only 1/10 of the overall influence. The analysis of the impact of such mechanisms shows that a 50% increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide compared to pre-industrial times can be responsible for an average temperature increase of only 0.15 degrees Celsius. Moreover, research done by Beijing University proves that the increased content of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has a positive effect on vegetation. For almost 30 years of observations, the 70% increase in the leaf surface of the planet's vegetation is due to the effect of carbon dioxide fertilization. The energy transition will require restructuring or building from scratch components of the real, not virtual economy, infrastructure, technologies, supply chains, and more. For example, to achieve the targets by 2050, low-carbon power generation capacity will need to increase tenfold to 35 terawatts, more than 4 times the entire installed capacity of the world's energy system at present. We can give it a thought whether it is possible at all. Increasing the share of renewable energy generation requires addressing in advance the challenges of grid stability, storage capacity, and smoothing of consumption peaks. It is for that reason that China, and also because of the high cost of the renewable energies, China, the world's current leader in renewable generation, is at the same time breaking records in the commissioning of coal-fired capacity. A leader in wind and solar power, this country has increased coal-fired generation capacity by more than 350 gigawatts, or 45%. Experienced investors have returned to coal. In fact, we are witnessing the advent of a new coal era. For example, Glencore, one of the world's leading mining companies, generated half of its operating income from its coal business last year. Apart from that, experts estimate that the energy sector will need more than $70 trillion of investments to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement by 2050. One believes that electrification of vehicles can substantially slow down climate change because vehicles account for more than 20% of all carbon dioxide emissions. However, when calculating emissions reductions, we should take into account, among other things, those that come from the fabrication of automobiles and their components. Experts estimate that today the level of emissions from manufacturing of an electric car is 35 to 50% higher than emissions from the manufacturing of a car with an internal combustion engine. The main difference in emissions come from the making of the battery pack, as well as steel and aluminum. To meet the carbon targets of the Paris Agreement, the emissions of the electric vehicle production chain must be reduced by 81% by 2032. And this is totally not possible. We should also take into account that the use of electric vehicles in the countries whose energy systems heavily rely on fossil fuels will only reduce emissions if the mileage of the electric vehicle is very high. McKinsey experts estimate that for some models, the mileage should be as much as 200,000 kilometers in order to achieve emission levels comparable to an internal combustion engine. In countries with a high share of coal-fired generation, this figure may go beyond 250,000 kilometers, and the producers of new models should take this into account. Today, there are 1.5 billion internal combustion engine vehicles on the roads around the world. This is a huge number. At the same time, electric vehicle population averages only 3% of the level needed by 2050. By 2050, the world's electric vehicle fleet will need to grow more than 30-fold from 3 from 30 million to 1 billion in order to meet carbon targets. It is clear that the electric car boom in the West is coming to an end, or at the very least they're facing material challenges because of the lack of demand. Leading manufacturers are forced to sell at a loss, and in the US the price for a used electric vehicle has fallen by 25% in less than 2 years. And this is happening because the building of additional generation capacity, networks, and charging infrastructure is not synchronized with the vehicle fleet electrification, and it has already become a headache for electric vehicle owners. And in the future, new electric vehicles will compete for access to electricity with data processing centers that will need more than 1,000 terawatt hours of electricity as soon as 2030. An additional significant challenge should be the conversion of cargo air and waterborne transportation to electricity. To achieve the energy transition targets by 2050, the number of electric trucks will have to increase more than 100-fold to over 40 million, and this also is very unlikely to take place. In the real life, the business votes with money, and the green dollar runs from the green agenda like lightning. Over the last 3 years, Western stock markets' enthusiasm for the renewable energy sector has been nearly waned. Shares of clean fuel companies have fallen several times in 2 years. The reasons for this attitude on the part of investors are the inability of green economy companies to achieve their goals on time, also because of rising costs that had not been taken into account earlier, delays in the release of government loans, and the lack of new financing. Even such oil giants as Chevron, BP, and Shell are suspending alternative fuel projects. In particular, I'm very happy about the decision to move away from production of jet fuel from used cooking oil. Denmark's largest energy company, Ørsted, cancels construction of a methanol plant due to low demand, and the Swedish company Northvolt, which has failed to become the flagship of European battery production, declared bankruptcy, and even $15 billion of financing that were released from the governmental budget were of no help. And this frenzy, artificially created around the climate change issue, is already causing some blatant malpractice. Thus, according to the recent investigation held by the Oxfam International Association, the World Bank failed to account for nearly $41 billion spent on climate change projects. And also, entire states are eager to make some money on the energy transition. For example, recently, Foreign Affairs magazine, one of the main voices of the U.S. foreign policy, suggested combining the fight against the climate change with the promotion of U.S. economic interests. The magazine has put forward the idea of supporting green technologies in developing countries, similar to the Marshall Plan. After World War II, the implementation of the Marshall Plan allowed the U.S. to support the American industry, win foreign markets, and strengthen the American influence in the West European countries. The new Marshall Plan suggests that in order to regain global leadership and technological sovereignty, the U.S. should oblige developing countries to purchase only U.S. technology and equipment for the green transition in exchange for the U.S. financial aid. And the United States is going to stimulate its partners' desire to fight climate change with very strong arguments. The countries that would refuse to promote the U.S.-centered green agenda would have to pay import duties. And this confirms the point that the declared program of energy transition is in fact a powerful covert sanctions barrier for 88% of the world's population, for all those who are not part of the golden billion. It is no coincidence that the author of this plan is Brian Deese, former director of the U.S. National Economic Council and a former employee of the well-known BlackRock Financial Corporation, which makes good money on green projects. However, unlike the Truman-era America, the current United States is unlikely to be able to implement such program for a number of reasons. They are no longer the leader in technology or global trade, and the dollar has long since become a tool of the sanctions war. The technology sector is key in the race for leadership in the 21st century. At the same time, it is precisely where the United States is now rapidly losing its primacy. As Russian President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin recently pointed out, the United States is like 15 years late. It will not be able to stop China's development. It is impossible to do so, just as it's impossible to tell the sun, don't rise. It will rise anyway. Advances in science have had a direct impact on the real economy as well. Today, it is China, not the United States, that holds over 70% of the world's alternative energy equipment manufacturing capacity. The failure of the U.S. protectionist policy is obvious. For over 6 years after trade restrictions were imposed, U.S. industrial production has declined, the share of industry workforce has fallen, and the trade deficit has grown significantly. Despite impressive cash injections to support the manufacturing sector, it is only Tesla that has its own manufacturing facilities in the United States, among the top 10 largest U.S. companies by market capitalization. Very indicative is the situation with Boeing and Intel, two titans of American industry. Both companies are now in the deepest crisis and struggling to survive, and their market value halved in 5 times. The reason is simple. In the rush for the long dollar, the U.S. failed to notice that the country had lost the ability to produce sophisticated engineering products, and these companies, the situation might be saved by the chip law and the inflation reduction law. However, as they say in such cases, the ship has sailed, and 40% of declared projects were paused or cancelled. Over the past 25 years, the U.S. has also lost its primacy in the world trade. Let me remind you that back in year 2000, the U.S. was the largest trading partner for 80% of the world's countries. Today, the situation has changed. About 2/3 of countries have bigger trade turnover with China than the U.S. For decades, the U.S. has tried to strengthen its leadership in trade by any means necessary, including putting pressure on other countries through the World Trade Organization, liberalizing international trade under the auspices of the WTO, allowed the U.S. to maximize its productive potential.
However, today, having failed to fully subordinate the WTO to its interests, the U.S. has paralyzed the work of the Supreme Appellate Body by blocking appointments of judges. This cannot but cause discontent of many countries, including U.S. allies. It's noteworthy that in order to protect its own interests, the White House administration does not hesitate to take unilateral measures that contradict WTO norms. Such policies are vividly exemplified by the various import duties regularly imposed by the White House to protect U.S. producers. A decrease of the U.S. influence on world trade leads to the U.S. dollar gradually losing its position as an international means of payment. U.S. sanctions played no small role in it. It's noteworthy that the system of the world trade in commodities and dollars emerged in the mid-1970s after the United States abandoned its obligation to back its currency with gold. Under the system, exporting countries sell commodities for dollars and invest their savings in dollar assets. In the oil market, the concept of petrodollars emerged after the 1974 agreement between the 50 years ago, agreement between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States, in which Saudi Arabia committed to investing oil proceeds in U.S. treasuries in exchange for security guarantees. As was documented in the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, the direct involvement in an effort to attract capital from the Gulf states to the U.S. financial market. And in 1978, Saudi Arabia literally saved the U.S. dollar from imminent devaluation by reaffirming its commitment to backing oil prices to their currency. And so in practice, this principle is still ongoing and being widely applied. We might assume that in the agenda of the new administration of the U.S. and the new administration of the Saudi Arabia, this question will be developed from new positions. And now the mass media think that the new President-elect Donald Trump and the sovereign fund of Saudi Arabia are now discussing the development of Gulf. But we'll reiterate the subject in our next block and we'll follow up on the situation. So the Bretton Woods financial system was created after the end of the World War II and was based on the golden currency standard and ensured a fair and stable economic world today. For almost 30 years of functioning of the system, there has been not a single major financial and banking crisis which posed a unique phenomenon in history. However, by the end of the 1960s, countries in Europe and Asia had recovered from effects of World War II and began to increase their export. This caused an outflow of gold from the U.S., weakening of the U.S. dollar, and ultimately the country's refusal to provide the dollar and back it with its gold reserve. As a result, the U.S. actions led to the abolition of the Bretton Woods monetary system. We are pleased to note the intention of U.S. President-elect Donald Trump to protect the dollar's position. However, this contradicts the current policy of the United States, which prohibits the dollar's use with its sanctions. Over the past 20 years, we see that the United States has been increasingly active in applying sanctions. Their number has already exceeded 15,000 cases. To impose sanctions, it's not even necessary to bring charges and prove guilt, which contradicts the basic principles of international law. Moreover, contacts with sanctions countries are automatically equal to a crime. Using the dollar as a sanction tool is a big mistake because trade will never stop. Both energy security and life in general depends on it. Alternatives will always be found. Continued restrictions on dollar settlements in world trade will increase the possibility of applying national currency and developing new universal instrument. The main competitor of the dollar will be gold, which mankind has been using for settlement of accounts for thousands of years. As reported by the World Gold Council, in the last 3 years alone, the share of gold in the world's foreign exchange reserves has grown by almost 8% and has reached 20% by now. This solution offers itself. To relieve these risks from the dollar, it is necessary to stop using it as an instrument of sanctions. I would like to remind you the quote from Winston Churchill, who said, "Americans always find the only right solution after trying all other ways." Maintaining the dollar as the world's reserve currency would pay huge dividends for the entire U.S. economy. For example, the cost of debt financing in U.S. dollars is artificially belittled. McKinsey's estimates that the U.S. receives direct monetary benefits from the use of the dollar as a reserve currency to the tune of about $100 billion a year. The intangible benefits are even more substantial. It's thanks to the status of the dollar that the U.S. has become the world's financial center and has unprecedented freedom of action in continuing and conducting its foreign policy. Collapse of Bretton Woods system has disturbed the balance of the power in the world. Back in 1965, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, the future president of France, called the dominance of the dollar an exorbitant privilege. The transition from the gold standard to fiat currencies that are not backed by gold and other precious metals led to the dominance of the financial sector in the U.S. economy, to the detriment of production. As a result, since 1970, the number of jobs in the U.S. manufacturing sector has fallen by 30%, while the number of employees in the financial sector has almost tripled. One could say that the governance of the state in the U.S. was deliberately placed in the hands of Wall Street players such as BlackRock Corporation. The pursuit of super profits, the lack of proper regulation, and the factor transfer of the powers of Wall Street led to the financial crisis. And now that led to the uncontrolled growth of the state debt of the United States. So the only in all this, the United States federal budget debt has grown more than in the previous 200 years in 2020 alone. As a result of this policy, last year the ratio of U.S. government debt to GDP came close to 100%. So today the U.S. national debt increased by $1 trillion every year, 100 days, and the amount of interest payment on it doubles every 5 years and has already exceeded the cost of healthcare and defense. The rising costs of servicing the national debt forces the Federal Reserve to sharply cut the discount rate by 0.5% in September of this year, despite the threat of inflation. So for the U.S. Social Security system, the figure exceeds $20 trillion, and for Medicare health program, it is almost $50 trillion. Experts predicted these two organizations could face bankruptcy within the next 10 years. So one of the goals of the new U.S. administration is to reduce the budget deficit to 3% of GDP from today's 6.3. This requires a reduction in government debt, which apparently can no longer be achieved through market mechanisms. Obviously, the U.S. will once again have to use forceful methods such as blackmail and direct threats to achieve their economic goals. We see that the preparations for this act are already well underway. Recently, Scott Bessent, the nominee for Treasury Secretary in the new U.S. administration, stated that the import duties are a negotiation tool and do not necessarily need to be imposed on those countries that are willing to play ball and meet the U.S. interests. Thus, the Trump team directly states that the slogan, "Make America Great Again," will be materialized at the expense of the rest of the world. In particular, at the end of November, Donald Trump promised to impose 25% duties on all goods from Mexico and Canada, and additional 10% duties on goods from China. Along with the Inflation Reduction and the CHIPS Act, these moves are part of the U.S. policy of forcing manufacturers to move their production to the states. One of the most influential American analysts, Zoltan Pojar, stated that a hypothesis that under the threat of imposing total duties on all imports, the U.S. may try to impose a new financial system on the world that involves or envisages converting all U.S. government debt into treasury bonds with maturity in 100 years and interest rates far below today's market parameter. The Mar-a-Lago agreement that was dubbed in the press may in many ways repeat the infamous Plaza Agreement between the U.S. and its allies, which contributed to the decline of the Japanese economies in the 1990s. Needless to say that the U.S. policy of saving itself may once again drown not only the developing world, but also the closest allies of the country. The dominance of the U.S. in the world monetary system based on the use of fiat money led to a series of debt and financial crises and lost decades of several dozens of developing countries. The cause of this crisis was the large borrowings of developing countries in U.S. dollars and the subsequent devaluation of their national currencies. The decisions that led to this crisis were made with the active participation and often under pressure of Western economists and international financial organizations under U.S. control, such as World Bank and International Monetary Fund. It's noteworthy that these organizations initially aimed to stabilize the currency market and fight poverty. However, then the so-called Washington Consensus emerged within their walls, which imposed Western neoliberal fantasies on developing countries. The experts estimate that over the past 45 years, the redistribution of wealth from developing countries to developed countries has amounted to $16 trillion. The so-called structural reform that are underway in Ukraine under the auspices of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are one of the vivid examples of this. The implementation of these reforms is a prerequisite for providing financial aid to Ukraine, which in turn is provided against the pledge of strategically important assets, including farmlands. Several years ago, under severe pressure from the Western-controlled international organizations and despite widespread public protests, Ukraine agreed to lift a moratorium on the sale of farmlands. Today, more than 9 million hectares, and that's a third of all arable lands, are privately owned. Furthermore, it's only one Ukrainian company in the top 10 of the largest landowners, and other 9 are registered abroad. Ukrainian agricultural businesses owe billions of dollars to U.S. and European financial organizations. Their debt level is so high that in case of default, the assets are likely to fall into the hands of their creditors. Among the largest Western holders of Ukrainian farmlands and national debt are such well-known American financial giants as BlackRock, Vanguard, NCH Capital, Copernic Global Investors, BNP Paribas Asset Management, and Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund. Clearly, despite repeated promises, globalization, driven by the U.S. and its satellites, has exacerbated inequality and failed to provide stability. Karl Marx wrote back in those days, where we have equality, there is no benefit. However, the dollar's standing is unlikely to remain unchanged. Back in 1960, Belgian-American economist Robert Tiffin predicted the risk of the U.S. dollar dominance in the long-term outlook.
In the Tiffin's dilemma that he formulated, he drew attention to the fact that the dollar's role as an international reserve currency is impossible without a constant deficit in the U.S. balance of payments, which maintains the liquidity of the financial system that promotes economic growth in the world. An increase in the U.S. balance of payments deficit, in turn, leads to a global excess of dollars. Recently, Russia has been regularly accused of undermining the foundations of the energy market. However, over the past 10 years, it is our country and its partners who have made the greatest contribution to stabilizing the global energy market, often sacrificing their own strategic interests. Let me remind you that in 2016, OPEC's share of the oil market fell to 36%. It was at that point that Russia, together with its partners, created OPEC Plus, which had a 55% share. This is what made it possible to stabilize the market and protect the interests of producers. OPEC Plus decisions to stabilize the oil market in 2016 and 2020 substantially supported the U.S. shale industry. By that time, the U.S. shale producers had already blown away more than $300 billion of their shareholders' capital and accrued debts of almost $200 billion more. It was the stabilization of the oil price at a sufficiently high level that allowed U.S. companies to pay off their debts, increase production, invest in R&D, and turn the U.S. into an energy powerhouse and a leading energy exporter. Taking advantage of the situation, the 5 largest Western oil and gas companies increased shareholder payouts by more than $100 billion from 2017 to 2023 compared to the previous 7-year period. The favorable political factors should render further support to American energy sector. Let me remind you that President-elect Trump promised to strengthen the position of the U.S. oil and gas. In order to achieve this, he plans to lift restrictions on hydrocarbon production and the construction of LNG plants. And additional production capacity should be made available on the market, amounting to 3 million barrels per day. But these additional barrels may come to the market not only from the U.S. I would like to remind you that the OPEC Plus production cuts have created significant spare capacity in the market. As we have previously stated, these phantom barrels can be used for political purposes. And the same mistake as using the dollar as the sanctions tool is the policy of ousting Russia from the market, which will result in collapse of the world economy. Russia takes a unique place. The overall value of natural resources, $100 trillion, which is almost twice as much as that of the United States. This imposes a huge responsibility on our country. It is namely this unique resource base that ensures the reliability of our supplies to foreign partners in the long-term outlook. In recent years, a special role in the development of Russia's resource potential belongs to the Arctic. This region can rightfully be called a treasure trove of energy resources, not for Russia, but also for the world. Let me remind you that today the Arctic contains more than 20% of the planet's undiscovered oil and natural gas reserves. At the same time, the Russian Arctic holds 80% of the world's Arctic oil and gas reserves. I think it is necessary to emphasize that the Arctic should be completely free of conflicts and foreign interference, given the strategic importance of this region for the energy security of all Eurasia. Our discussion today is dedicated to the Eurasian space, where the specifics of integrational processes and national interests are built on trust, respect, and continuity. I'm convinced that the potential of our cooperation is enormous, and we are only at the beginning of its implementation. As His Highness Sheikh Zayed Al Nahyan, the first President of the United Arab Emirates, unity is the path to strength, honor, invulnerability, and commonwealth. I would like to once again thank His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the US, and His Highness Sheikh Saud bin Sakr Al Qasimi for their hospitality and substantive content of the forum program. I hope that our forum will support the development of the plans of this emirate in the nearest future, because our forum traditionally attracts investors. Dear colleagues, I would like to conclude my speech with a quote from His Highness Al Qasimi. Success is not an overnight process. It's a result of consistent effort and dedication and commitment to delivering of goals. I congratulate you on the start of the work of our forum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Secin, presidente e CEO di Rosneft, perché il suo quadro ci consente di comprendere le dinamiche reali che sono in corso dal punto di componenti di questa complessa comunità mondiale che siamo noi, e che in qualche modo ci fa riecheggiare anche le analisi del passato più o meno recente, che venivano proprio magari da quegli Stati Uniti che oggi rappresentano una variabile non facilmente ponderabile, comprensibile degli scenari internazionali. Allora, qualche decennio fa, un consigliere molto dichiaratamente antirusso del presidente americano Carter, che era Brzezinski, aveva immaginato che da lì a 20-25 anni, ed eravamo negli anni 90, dei tre primati di cui gli Stati Uniti potevano vantarsi, quello morale, quello economico e quello militare, nel giro di 20-25 anni sarebbe rimasto agli Stati Uniti soltanto il primato militare. Mi sembra che il quadro statistico, con i dati aggiornati che provengono anche dalle fonti di Secin, ci stiano dicendo questo, così come un'altra intelligenza americana, Angela Stent, ci ha fatto capire con grande precisione quello che rischia di essere stato l'abbaglio delle ultime numerose amministrazioni americane, laddove pensavano di mettere nell'angolo, di isolare la parte del mondo considerata ostile o comunque controproducente per gli interessi nazionali americani, e si è ritrovata invece questa parte del mondo, l'Occidente, a essere sostanzialmente minoranza. Per cui Angela Stent parlava giustamente già 2 anni e mezzo fa del West, dell'Occidente, e del rest, il resto del mondo, dove il resto del mondo era evidentemente più rilevante, più in crescita, più energetico di quanto non fosse l'Occidente euroatlantico. A questo punto io, considerando le dimensioni della partita in gioco di carattere energetico,
Okay. I would like to now invite Mr. Prasad Pandahud Usadan Shiva and to take the floor to answer this question. So the Indian power has been achieving great goals in terms of development in recent years, not just in demographic terms. India is now the most densely populated country in the world, but also at an individual level, each Indian citizen has access to what in terms of energy security? So what are the most energy consuming sectors in India? And what are the energy sources that can satisfy the growing demand for energy of 1.5 billion Indian citizens? The floor to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. His Highness Sheikh Saud and Excellencies, dignitaries, and esteemed panelists. I'd like to give a few perspectives on the energy usage and the transition in the context of India. Indian economy is growing at an average of 7%, and we have a very large growing middle class of about 450 people, 450 million people, which is about 32% of Indian population. This middle class is very aspirational and require energy to fulfill their aspirations. And India at this time is importing almost 86% of its oil and about 55 to 60% of its gas. At the same time, the global energy sector is at an inflection point where it must balance sustainability with security, because energy security is important to a country like India. So energy security on one hand and sustainability on the other hand, but at the same time expand energy access to the people of India while ensuring affordability too. So we have to balance in India the accessibility, affordability, energy security, as well as sustainability. As it's been said in various fora and media, there is a outright vilification of the hydrocarbon energy sector. And in spite of being all that criticism, the energy sector continues to remain critical and central to the functioning of multiple domains, even in a country like India, whether it's fertilizers, plastics, pharmaceuticals, medical delivery systems, that underpin every developing economy. Hence, despite the imperatives of climate action, we cannot simply unplug from our existing hydrocarbon-based energy system. When the pace of clean energy development is still picking up. By 2050, the world will have to produce 30% more energy than today, and while the share of the world's energy from solar and wind was a humble 12% a couple of years ago in 2022. Also, let's not forget that developing countries like India and countries in Africa, the per capita consumption of oil is still around 1/7 to 1/10 of the developed nations in Europe and in the US. Nevertheless, as we build energy systems of tomorrow, we must deploy every available emission-reducing tools and the carbon technology to reduce emissions. We must engage in multiple sources of energy, including oil, gas, solar, wind, nuclear, and low-emission alternatives like biofuels, which was recognized at the G20 summit in India as an enabler for decarbonizing the transport sector. As at Reliance, and that's what exactly we are engaged in, harnessing solar energy with energy storage systems, bioenergy, and even partly hydrogen. But it's all at a very beginning at this time, and we hope these will grow to meet a significant part of Indian energy needs, and mostly to reduce or improve our energy security, let me put it that way, and at the same time increasing the affordability. A diversified energy mix of old and new energy resources is also the best way to hedge against vulnerabilities, both old and new. There can be interruption in the supply chains, and we need to securitize our supply chains. So this is also another factor why we are trying to balance our energy between the hydrocarbon-based energy systems and the so-called new energy, which is either solar-based or bioenergy, etc. And we believe that such an approach will help us cater to our rightful pursuit of development, and most of all, disprove the theories that energy transition and growth are incompatible, but at the same time, we are not in any way going away from the hydrocarbon-based energy, because that is still central to the development of a country like India and the aspirations of its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. I would like to remind you that Reliance Industry Company is a big inter-industry Indian holding with key interests in petrochemistry, communications, and other walks of economy. Green extremism that Igor Ivanovich made so ardent speech about the sanctions to traditional, conventional energy producers increase the risks, certainly, of using dollar as an international tender, which inevitably leads to the continuous reduction of its use in economy. Our next speaker, Andrei Kostin, Russian banker and financist. Andrei, in one of your public speeches, you noted that the use of key Western currencies for sanctions dictates the necessity to quickly create a reliable system of financial settlement in payments in rubles and friendly currencies, and development of bilateral and multilateral digital current platform. In your opinion, when will be the end of dollar era, for the commodity trade and what potential of alternative payment system and what is being done in this field. Hi, thank you very much. I would like, first of all, to thank Igor Ivanovich Sechin, Mr. Falik, and partners from United Arab Emirates, and certainly our host, His Highness Sheikh Saud bin Saaq Al Qasimi, for the perfect arrangements of our event and hospitality. It's very symbolic that we gather now in the United States Emirates, which is one of the 10th biggest oil and gas producers. But besides that, this is the country that's within the span of one generation made a spur in the future and created a dynamically developing economy and managed to create a solid financial hub. And this was very sufficiently covered in the speech of His Highness Sheikh Saud bin Saaq Al Qasim. I'm a financer, really, and I was going to speak about finance. It's good that the country owns oil, and it's good that it can sell it at a good price, and it's good that it can get money for it, and it's even better when they can profit from low transport costs and so on. But Igor Ivanovich is not only expert in oil, but also in finance, so he covered this subject very subsistently and searched convincingly, and I'm sure that everybody who has a $10 note, at least in his pocket, will rush to a bank and change it to dirhams, because a dollar is a rather risky and dangerous currency to operate with. We've been long discussing, and it's not for several years, we've been discussing this with Igor Ivanovich of how we can move away from dollar and euro to our currencies. But so far it's been so convenient and beneficial for our central bank and Ministry of Finance and exporters to trade in dollars. Nobody actually reflected on the subject that the trade for oil traditionally has been based on dollar and the price formation as well. But the thing is, it's not only about the sanctions imposed on Russia that are quite illegitimate. I would like to reiterate and underscore that it has nothing to do with international law. In 2014, one of the first sanctions imposed on some individuals, and the basis was given as a friend or buddy of Putin. Can anybody explain to me what legal category that is when somebody's punished for being somebody's friend? That's the first time I hear about that. All other sanctions that followed and that are applied today and that go beyond the framework of any legal norms existing in the States, where emissaries of the United States go to countries and here to Emirates as well and to other countries, and they say, you cannot use mere financial system card that has nothing to do with dollar or the United States or settlement in national currencies. Nevertheless, the U.S. today do like this. Why? Because those changes that happened in the world over the past decade when the global South countries started playing a much higher role in economics, and now that applies to BRICS, states that produced more GDP than the G7 countries. So it's very evident that the changes that have happened over 10 years have been in favor of the global South, but the financial system balance has not changed. It's dominated by the Western system still, meaning the dominance of dollar and the international competence center as well. So now any company to place stock and their shareholder capital they normally go where? Stock Exchange of London or New York, and that means that they are fully serviced by the structures that sit there. American lawyers, accountants, investment banks, American investment banks, and only in this way that individual can get access to international market and stock. The same principle applies to financial settlement. Nowadays, the dollar settlement is the fundamentals for the finance system. So now, in order to pay from Qatar to here, you have to act through New York anyway. So what's happening with the financial structure now? The global south countries now have very little influence, practically next to none influence in International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and other international organizations that now exist. And now we were compelled to protect our interests, to create our own organizations such as BRICS and OPEC, by the way, to advocate our own interests. Therefore, we believe that it's not only about the dominance, and we just have to find our own ways, and that's what we do in finding new sites to trade in national currency. First and foremost, it applies to China, that we conduct our trade in ruble and yuan. 90% of our trade scopes are in national currencies. So now we're looking for ways, and we find ways of how to conduct trade under sanctions, how to use other currencies, yuans, rupees, dirhams, some clearing settlements. And I also very much like Hawala system, to be honest. I would use it myself. That's an excellent system that was discovered and invented long ago here. As we say, if something is invented in the East, there's nothing else to improve. So actually, it's not only about how to pay for a certain delivery, but how to create a structure in parallel to what exists now. I mean, the accounting system and the fund transfer system parallel to SWIFT. I mean, exchange system and stock exchange, like fund exchange and grain, oil and gas, gold exchange system, how to create own clearance agencies that could be recognized by BRICS countries. I think it's the proper auditorium to an audience to discuss this, because it was good news that United Arab Emirates joined in this organization, and more than 30 leaders of different countries met in Kazan recently, and it's a big success and big achievements of BRICS as organization. And Mr. Faleko mentioned this, that dozens of countries are aspiring to join BRICS now. And in my opinion, such structure will take time to emerge. It will not happen overnight, but we'll need to move in that direction. And I honestly assume that the best financial center to place this structure upon is United Arab Emirates, because they do have the fundamental financial center. You here do have a lot of data transfer technologies and finance transfer system embracing also Russia. So we need to create a fundamental finance center that would not act against somebody, but for some countries of the global south that could welcome such countries as India, Kazakhstan, or Azerbaijan. We see our colleague, they are big companies that need finances and would be welcome to come here, because here there's a lot of money, and this money has to be invested somewhere. And so I know that the investors here are striving and aspiring to invest their money to create some effective tools. So I think that those plans can cause some smirks because, see, you have lots of sanctions imposed by Mr. Trump.
And last week, Mr. Trump, not assuming the office, he has said that if BRICS countries would disregard the dollar, the United States will apply global sanctions, increasing the tariffs for import of goods, making them 100%. I think they're just threats, but the United States understands that the strength of the United States is in the dollar. Igor Ivanovich already mentioned that, except the political risk that we experienced ourselves when the private and state assets and cash was arrested, and also the private property of the Russian businessman was arrested, and many of those saw Mr. Putin only on TV, so you cannot actually relate them closely to the government. But except that, there are purely financial risks. The national debt of the United States is $6 trillion, and nobody knows what will happen to this debt. And all the investments, all your U.S. investments, might lose their value, as it happened in 2007, 2008, when America struggled with the global financial crisis. Therefore, I believe that this subject that we'll have to address, because establishment of an independent financial system will provide a much more favorable environment for, among other things, for addressing the issue of trading energy resources, specifically crude oil, and this has to do with the pricing and with regard to the commodities. A question is, can we look at a different basis for pricing? Today, by the way, 20% of crude oil is done in currencies other than the dollar, and this is telling us that we do have such capacity, and we can move forward down that path. This is all I had to say, actually, because my entire speech had been written before Igor Ivanovich made his presentation, so I decided not to repeat things, even wise things. So thank you for your attention.
Costin, che ci ha consentito di fare il punto.
Thank you, Andrei Kostin, for giving us the chance to make the point on the challenges, difficulties of the de-dollarization processes which have been launched, and on the growing strength of BRICS, which on an alternative currency seem to be destined to find their way. Now I would like to involve in our discussion the CEO of Arun Kumar Singh, which is the largest owned state Indian company. It is an Indian company that deals with hydrocarbons. Now, here's my question. If your company organizes projects in the field of oil and gas in more than 20 countries in the world, in addition to being an historical partner of Rosneft, what future do you see for the energy sector, and in particular, what are your forecasts for the oil demand? What is the role that India will have in the context of strengthening energy connections in the Eurasian region? Thank you.
His Highness, Indian Namaskar.
Buongiorno a tutti.
For very good afternoon, and thank you for having us here to share our perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, friends, in fact, I'm going to limit myself to India, and because the question was also about India. In fact, today, as I stated, we are growing at 7%. Most likely, in a month or so, we'll cross $4 trillion economy. And if we grow at this pace in next 3 years, hopefully by 27, it will be $5 trillion plus economy. But still miles to go, because we should also be mindful that we have 1.5 billion people. Our per capita is still 1/3 of global average. So in this brouhaha and happiness of economy size, we are equally mindful that our standard of living is still far to catch up. Now, coming to basically 2-3 points, just I want to respond to the question I was posed, is that our power demand, what power demand we call is electricity, is growing at 8 to 9%. It is growing much more than economy. And electricity demand this summer, peak summer, we had peak demand of roughly 250 gigawatts. And first time, we had no power shortage in daytime. We had power shortage, some power shortage in evening, but not in daytime, thanks to solar. Solar made up all the power that we needed in daytime in our country, particularly for electricity standpoint. So our appetite for energy will continue to be very high in electricity, followed by our appetite for transportation fuel. I don't see today, sustainability has become a good economics also for India. The power cost of solar cost is cheaper than even coal. Forget about oil and gas. In fact, we now have, in our world we call it 3 cents world. 3 cents per unit we get solar power. Plus also we are mindful that probably we have the best transmission system in the world. We can reach power from Kashmir to Kanyakumari seamlessly because our power infrastructure distribution somehow for the regions may not be because of visionary approach, but somehow it happened. Probably we have the best transmission system, so power reaches from one corner to the other, there is no issue. Now coming to our world of, this solar is also for us, or for renewable for us, particularly solar. Rest of the renewables are very expensive for us. But particularly for solar, it gives us both affordability as well as sustainability. And also energy security. So we should something that we are always mindful. But at the same time, answering your question, our appetite for oil and gas will continue unabated. Because today, we are roughly at 5.4 million barrel a day of oil we consume, mostly for our own consumption. And also we have around, if you convert into, today we are consuming roughly 200 MMSCM day of gas. We believe that now this demand, next year itself, our refining capacity will have risen to it will require roughly 6.3 million barrel day. Because refineries are under expansion and will create 320 million ton of refining in next 1 year because these already projects are under completion. Further, if we add 1 more million barrels, so we virtually, most conservative figure also in Indian refining will be around minimum 7 million barrel a day very soon. Now this is mostly for our internal consumption because oil and gas will continue to grow. Oil particularly will continue to grow at the pace that we have been growing for last 7-8 years. Because our energy need will grow at, we believe it will be 4.5%, 3% will come from here, rest 8-10% will come from other sources of energy. So diversified world is the best world that we can think of from economic standpoint as well as from the sustainability and the fossil fuel point of view. Our dependence on crude oil, our own country production is hardly 0.6 million barrel a day. Imagine where is 7 and where is 0.6. Even if we go 7 when 3-4 years later, unless we have some big discovery very soon. So our energy appetite, our energy dependence on all sources of energy. One is the nature sources of energy, that is renewables within our own boundary, and also on sources from particularly entire world. In fact, you may be aware that today we are sourcing oil from almost all the continents of the world. Now, next question comes that for us, affordability is the key for next 20 years. Because as I stated earlier, for strategic point of view, country needs to have low cost of energy for it to grow. Otherwise, it will restrict itself in economic growth. Economic growth is nothing but a function of what is the cost of energy. If the cost of energy is very high, naturally it restricts economic growth of the world, and also it restricts economic growth of India. Particularly all the growth now coming from developing countries, because almost rich countries have hardly any growth. Naturally, incidentally, these are all poorer countries. So it needs to have lower cost of energy. So affordability will continue to be a mix. Therefore, I am the one who always say, if oil and gas becomes costlier, poorer countries have no choice but to go towards coal or solar. So it has to be a perfect balance between the three to coexist and make the world a better place. So, because for us, affordability is something that we can't afford to lose sight of, particularly in view of, so answering your question very directly, if the oil price is affordable, India can consume as high as 8 to 9 million barrel a day. If it is oil price is not affordable, if something goes that side, then naturally we'll, what Mr. Sachin said, that China is 45% coal growth. Similarly, that situation also can't be foreseen, at least for 10-15 years. After 20 years of our growth, we can come back to, the language of, sustainability in a far stronger sense than economic sense. So I hope I have answered your query. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arun Kumar Singh. Affordability was a key point of your speech, and it is fully in line with the ideas of Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, who said that it's our pivotal task to improve the affordability for every citizen of your country. So Verona Forum for the decade has been a key geopolitical center of gravity for a business community. In the current environment of the trade wars and sanction restrictions, this work is acquiring a new resonance. Mr. Falako, you as a veteran of this forum, what are the perspectives of further harmonized interaction of big states of Eurasian continent? What opportunities do you see for the development of trade and economic cooperation in these difficult environments? Go ahead. Thank you.
Io già nella mia esposizione ho parlato di.
Well, already in my previous speech, I spoke about several questions. We don't have certain answers, unfortunately, or very, very few. So let me say again that we need to study the situation carefully, and we will be successful if we do not use force but rather use realism, pragmatism, flexibility. So we'll be successful if we do not become antagonists, but if we are able to integrate with each other based on the principles of respect and solidarity. Well, thank you, Professor Fallico. Now we have a guest connected with us.
On us? Ok. A questo punto dovremmo avere in collegamento.
We have the president of the Vigilance Committee of the Innovation for Cool Earth Forum, Mr. Nobuo Tanaka, should be with us. In streaming, do we see him? Yes, we do.
Good evening to you.
Thank you very much. Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Denkin.
In this case is Mr. Cassieri speaking to you. In any case, the question is, negli ultimi anni molti leader.
So in recent years, many world leaders and business leaders have been asking for a realistic approach to energy security and an objective assessment of the possibility that green energy can satisfy the growing demand for energy at a global level. So again, this morning we heard Igor Sechin state the same. So my question to you now is the following. Within the possibility of your point of view in Japan, in terms of the development of low-carbon energy development, how do you see the balance between conventional energy sources and alternative energy sources in the future? We've also heard from the Indian representative highlighting that this balance is very, very important in this at this specific moment, perhaps looking at a different future.
My very good friend Igor Ivanovich Sechin, I'm very much honored to be invited again to this Verona forum to talk about this very important.
Господин Игорь Иванович Сечин много уже про это сказал, но сейчас хотелось бы сказать по поводу энергобезопасности и так далее. Ну, все мы должны подходить с практической точки зрения, быть очень подвижными и очень большую гибкость проявлять с точки зрения обеспечения собственной безопасности. Я сейчас поясню, что нам необходимо.
Fuels for the time being, and probably more cleaner fossil fuel like liquefied natural gas is definitely play an important role. While at the same time, we have to invest in the future alternatives like renewable energy, solar, wind, and nuclear power. Otherwise, we will have problem because the electricity demand for AI, artificial intelligence, data centers are increasing dramatically these days. And these companies want to have a decarbonized electricity. So certainly we need to have CCS, renewables, nuclear. So all options must be pragmatically deployed and achieve the cost performance. Affordability, just our Indian friend said, it is very important elements to deploy the electricity. So we have to cover all these things. By the way, let's show my slides. Please turn the click one. And you will see the IEA's, International Energy Agency's very recent World Energy Outlook shows that we have the huge problem of energy security and energy crisis for these couple of years. But now the capacity, for example, in the oil sector, the spare capacity has been increased in a very substantial way. And next, one more click, please. And this is a gas. Gas capacity also increases. Of course, in the future, we need more cleaner gas. So the capacity increase is very important, but it is happening. And one more click, please. Click. And here comes the solar. Solar capacity, production capacity increased dramatically, especially in China. One more click. And yes, the battery, same thing. So we have quite a good capacity or production capacity in all energy-related sources, modern sources, as well as conventional fossil fuel. But one more click. The problem exists because even with very abundant spare capacity in the oil as well as natural gas, most of them are going through the Strait of Hormuz. So if something happens in the Strait of Hormuz, we will have problem. So Middle East peace or stability is a very still important element for the energy security. One more click. Same thing for solar and battery, because lots of the production of these new energy sources are in China. So now we have the very serious conflict between China and United States, and this may cause the supply chain disruption. So this is a new kind of energy security issue in the future. Let's turn on one more slide, please. This is the oil and gas world. The vertical axis is the import reliance ratio, import dependency rate for natural gas. Horizontal axis is the import dependency rate for oil. So blue zone is the importer of oil and gas, both. The green is the exporter of oil and gas. The Russia, Middle East, these are the exporter of gas and oil. Japan, India, Korea, China, Europe, they're the importer. Look at the US, one more click. The United States, it used to be the importer of both, but now the exporter of gas and soon exporter of oil. So under the new President Trump, they are going to more to the fossil fuel side. Drill baby, drill policy will put US into the energy dominance, very close position to Russia as well as Middle East. What Japan and Korea do? One more click. Japan and Korea are 100% importer of oil and gas, and now and in the future. So we have, how can we secure the energy supply as well as sustainability? China, India, or Europe is trying to use as much renewable energy as possible. By doing so, reducing the dependency to oil and gas imported from either Middle East or from United States or from Russia. So these policies of climate change mitigation of using renewable is not only for decarbonization, but for their energy dependency or for their energy security. One more click, please. For Korea and Japan, we had the so-called natural gas Northeast Asian Gas Pipeline Infrastructure Forum, which I was a chair for years. It is created by 5 countries in the Far East: Russia, Mongolia, China, Korea, and Japan. In 1997, it was signed in Seoul. How to help each other of energy dependency in this region. And certainly, we have discussed interesting idea of connecting gas pipelines. Actually, what it happened is in China. China built a series of gas pipelines from Turkmenistan, as well as from Russia, Kazakhstan, and they succeeded a great energy revolution by using gas and reducing coal. Certainly, Japan needs to build the pipeline, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. But the future for Japan and Korea to use this kind of network, just it happened, is to build a pipeline for hydrogen. Maybe Russia is plenty of sources of renewables. Hydro is one, wind is there, and also nuclear power. So by making the hydrogen, blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, and exporting by the pipeline could be a very interesting idea after the war, after the Ukraine war. Maybe Europe needs more of the Russian clean hydrogen by the pipeline. I think, and also connecting power grid lines among these countries is another very interesting way of sharing renewables together. So I am promoting the idea of, I call it Northeast Asian Clean Energy Platform. It should be considered after the war is over and we start cooperating together again, much more positively. And I sincerely hope that Igor Sechin, certainly he is the key person in the energy sector in Russia, and I wish he will help us to make this kind of joint venture in the future of energy security as well as energy sustainability. The last slide, please, click. Yes, Yuval Noah Harari, he is the author of *Sapiens*, said that in the 21st century, there are 21st challenges for human being. And he picked up the three major challenges for us. The one is a nuclear war. Second is an ecological challenge like climate change. And the third is tech destruction by AI or algorithms. Yeah, we are quite well familiar with these issues as a global issue. And it is very, very challenging and difficult issues, we know. Without global collaboration, this cannot be solved. So Noah Harari is saying that nationalism or populism cannot solve these problems. We need global political leaders with global identity. That is what he says. I cannot agree more. And now the final click. Yes, this person, the President Trump is coming in. He is more centered about make America great again, and he denies multilateralism for the sake of the United States. So everybody is very much concerned about American role of this energy security as well as sustainability. But I want to see the happier part of his change. One is that he said he will stop the war in Ukraine in a day. Who knows? Can he do that? I really want to see that happens. And also he can use his power to stop the war in the Middle East, because the stability of the Middle East is the key element of energy security and sustainability. And the third, just as he tried some time ago, he tried to stop the North Korean nuclear program. So I wish if he can succeed to stop these potential, once actual war, in Middle East, Ukraine, Middle East, and North Korea, I think he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, which he wants to make his legacy. And I'm a little bit optimistic about this, but we'll see. We have to make him peace for everybody, and prosperity and stability and sustainability for everybody. Let's work together on him. That is my message. Thank you very much.
Аригато, Танака-сан. Дома аригато. Коллеги, у нас есть время.
Dear colleagues, we have some time to talk to the audience, and I would like to ask a member of the management board of the Russian Union of Business Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, a famous Russian businessman, Dmitry Pumpyansky. Dmitry, Igor Ivanovich Sechin today said that Russia and its resources can guarantee energy security. Hence my question, what capabilities do you see in Russia for meeting this most important global goal? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Alexander, thank you for your question. Today in Igor Ivanovich's presentation, we heard things about the continuous role of conventional hydrocarbons in the global energy mix. And Russia has huge reserves of hydrocarbons. And today in our country, we are implementing high-scale projects on development of these natural resources. For example, Rosneft is implementing a high-scale Vostok oil project, which in fact is one of the cutting edge and biggest in the world. And once this project is implemented, the crude oil that will be produced in this region of the Russian Federation will be more than enough to meet the hydrocarbon demands not only of Russia's, but also of the countries in the Asian and Pacific region, because this project is, the location of that project is quite close geographically to the Northern Sea route, and this will be a quite convenient logistically, and I think that with the help of project like this, that we have a few in Russia, Russia for many years to come will be able to provide energy security for most part of the world, which we heard in Professor Tanaka's speech as well. We should not forget that Vostok Oil project and its implementation gives a very strong impetus domestically, and it will facilitate development of other industries such as machine building, steelworks, logistics. So we see a lot of potential for development there. Thank you.
A questo punto darei la parola per terminare questa sessione a qualcuno che presenta.
So we have now the Itochu Hitoi Yamada, who is here with us again in the room. Yes. So we heard assessments, analyses, and forecasts. So now the question for you is how serious and how impactful are geopolitical risks we are having now, both on energy supply chains and on the market stability? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Moderator. Yes, geopolitical factor undeniably influence global energy security. As Tanaka-san mentioned, for a country like Japan, we are heavily relying on energy imports. So diversification of supply source is very, very crucial for mitigating such risks. Therefore, it is important, always important to explore alternative energy partners. But at the same time, I do believe it is more important to maintain a balanced relationship with, including with Russia, despite all the current geopolitical challenges. So by consistent broadening our energy mix and fostering international collaboration and existing good relationships, we can build regions and we can ensure a stable energy supply even in the difficult current uncertain times, which is very important to Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы...
Dear colleagues, we are finishing off our panel session, and normally any conference that's organized by Mr. Sechin, we have a very interesting part of this session. We talked a lot about the outlook of the crude oil market. We talked that a peak of the demand is yet to come. And I would like to ask a question to each of the presenters. What do you think about the price for crude oil in the medium-term outlook? I would like to start with Mr. Shiva.
First of all, if I can predict the oil price, I wouldn't be sitting here. Considering that there is going to be a lot of, as we have seen the slide of Professor Tanaka, that if there is going to be 8 million barrels of surplus capacity, and with the announcements of President Trump in the US of reducing the taxes and increasing the oil and gas production, I could see the prices trending down, but at the same time, we also see that the demand is not going down in spite of the renewable energy proliferation. And also, we see that most of the oil-producing countries have a certain budgetary support requirements to meet their national budgets. So maybe I don't hazard a guess, but it's going to be somewhere between, let's say, $60 to $70 in that range. But it could be anybody's guess, as I said. If it is that predictable, we would all be very different and sitting here, not sitting here, but probably enjoying life.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shiva. Please, Andrei Kostin, your forecast, your estimation. I believe we should really start enjoying the life as much as possible. Mr. Singh, this is your turn, your estimation.
Now it's okay. So, as I said that our desire would be to, I think we in our assessment we feel that 60 is a reasonable balance for producing country as well as the consuming countries. And with some strategic partnership and all that. And, but anything between 60 to 65 is okay. Otherwise, what I see that next year onward, one of the major economy of the world, oil will not grow. And that is visible, despite all that numbers kept coming month after month. But definitely oil will not grow in one of the major economies, at least consumption standpoint. And so what is left is some geography. And also with more supplies coming, more and more thing, we also don't want a world where no investment happens in fossil fuel. We want investment to happen so that production remains balanced. In fact, any time when the production has gone down, in fact, it has come back with, ferocity because of the underinvestment. So at 60, I feel that investment and return will balance. And also the world economic order also will not suffer at the hands of any one economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. You were absolutely right to talk about underinvestment of conventional production. Mr. Faliko.
Passiamo oltre.
Let's move on.
Prossimo interlocutore, professor Falico, in questo momento non è al tavolo.
Professor Falico is not at the table right now, so we can move on to the next speaker.
Пожалуйста, господин Танака, если вы нас слышите.
So then, Mr. Tanaka, please, if you hear us, Mr. Tanaka, are you online? Okay, then once again, we ask Dmitry Pumpansky again.
More or less close to my previous speakers because it depends on supply and demand. In the supply side, yes, spare capacity is there, and Trump's policy is definitely accelerating the production of oil and development. And also, but its supply side depends on the risk in the Hormuz. So if we need to know what the Middle East situation is to tell the real price. But suppose there is no big crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, and then what will happen to the demand side is interesting question because China's economic growth is not really returning so well. And with Trump and China's conflicts in the economy or strategy may make the global economy in trouble. If that's the case, demand in the near future may not really increase. And in the midterm, the IEA is prospecting the peak demand of oil may happen around 2030 in a likely scenario. It depends on the China's deployment of electric vehicle or other part of the world. If electric vehicle deployment is much faster, the peak demand of oil may come much earlier than 2030. While if deployment of EV delays, there could be a little later, 2030, 33, 4. So for the sake of price, forecast, I know I am always wrong. So I refrain from making any kind of projection about the price level when I was executive director of the IEA. But now I'm not. So if I can say, yes, between $60 per barrel to $70 is a very good guess. So, but I think because of the risk of economy and very strong China's incentive to go to the electrification, I think the price could be near to the 60. That is my guess. Thank you.
Спасибо, господин Танака. Пожалуйста, Дмитрий Александрович.
Dmitry Alexandrovich, please go ahead. Thank you for warning me and giving me a foreword that I'll be asked. I had a chance to talk to professional oilmen. So now tight oil, high to recover oil, and light oil is coming to an end, so this is a fact. So given the lifting costs, oil men prefer the price around $80 per barrel. Thank you. Tatsui-san, your forecast, please.
Tatsui-san, please, your outlook.
No commitment basis. I would say 70 to 80, 70, 75.
Thank you very much. Igor Ivanovich, какие ваши ожидания?
Igor Ivanovich, what are your expectations? You know, me, I adhere to the same position as my senior mentor, Mr. Tanaka-san, in order to answer this question more or less objectively. One needs to know what factors will kick in at the market. And in my speech, I mentioned new technologies in U.S. for oil and gas production. And this process will make a difference. And we now see while the decrease of the well count, the production level is not only stable, but it's even going up. Therefore, less sensitive will be to the reduction of price in the U.S., and this is complemented by the promises of new administration regarding reduction of corporate taxes down to 15%, or reduction of interest rates, and this trend will make an impact. Now, U.S. produce 13.4 million barrels per day around this neighborhood. In 25-26, the production may go up by 400 up to 600,000 barrels. And therefore, this factor will have to be borne in mind. The next factor is rather volatile, and this is production in Iran. Over the past 4 years, it has grown by 1.5 million barrels, and now it's 3.4 million barrels per day, roughly. If sanction impact on Iran goes up, then maybe 1 million barrels can be pulled out of that scope of world trade. Predominantly, those will go to the Chinese market. And like I also mentioned, the interaction between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia definitely pose a significant factor, with 3 million barrels worth of free capacity. How those free capacities are going to be utilized, that is also a serious factor to be considered. What Tanaka-san mentioned, Tanaka-san, definitely it's consumption of 15.4 million barrels per day, and that they are going to take measures to incentivize their economy, and I think within a week they're going to hold a strategic meeting at the top level in China to determine the scopes of this stimulation of economy. And the inside information suggests we're speaking about 50 trillion yuan of investments in the market. And if that happens, the consumption in China will be growing, and that will create extra opportunities for supplies to China. The economics in the U.S. by itself is a serious factor. In Q3 of this year, the increase was 2.8 percent points, and versus Q2, we witnessed slowdown of growth from 3%, but the activities of new administration, if aimed at the development of the economy and bolstering the consumption, along with their resolutions to incentivize the production growth, all that together, I think we as oil producers and processors should, so of late, what we've been doing is risk management, and this applies to external supplies and tax regimes. The drawdown on loan credit resources, risk management is our current activity that we do every day. So in order to minimize those risks for the budget, to form the budget for our operational program, I would assume 45 to $50 for euros grade. So that will basically match the estimates of Mr. Tanaka, I would think. So that's the way it is. 65 for Brent dollars is the basis for perspective in case of the risks that I mentioned materialize, but we should base ourselves on the stable operations and work, and we'll take those things into account. If the price is higher, that's good. We'll have reserves and leeway, but we should stay prepared for more sized and weighed solutions, and this is in 2026 will be better with better trends and dynamics, and that has to be borne in mind as well. Mr. Tanaka mentioned that as well. The resource base on average by and large will be deteriorating, and the need will go up for supplies and consumption. So for 2026, we plan the first stage of commissioning of Vostok oil. So no worries, we are prepared to ensure the stability and energy security. Thank you very much. Thank you, Igor Ivanovich, Your Highness. Today, since Alham is the capital of world forecasts for oil market and risk management. I think all news agencies are carrying away all those prognostics and forecasts outlined by our participants. So let me close this panel at this note. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panelists for these very in-depth insights. I'm sure our audience has learned so much from each and every one of you, so thank you very much. I'd like to introduce our next talk, our panel. It's a special appearance by Mr. Romano Prodi. He was the former president of the Foundation for International Cooperation. He was also the former president of the European Commission and the former prime minister of Italy. He will be joining us live online on this screen. This session will be moderated by Mr. Alessandro Caseri, who is an esteemed journalist. Please join us for this session. Hi. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Allora, a questo punto
So, at this point of this long morning, we now have the connection open with Professor Prodi. Yes, we see him. On behalf of the whole room that is still full, I would like to apologize for our delay. But, of course, we had so many speakers and so many interesting topics and relevant ones that it was difficult to cut the discussion short. So, can you hear us, Professor Prodi? Yes, I can hear you very well. I hope you hear me too. Yes, we do. We also see you very well. So at this point, we can start, I believe. So this is a particular session dedicated to talking to you just a few days ago, you were in China. I don't know if you're back in Europe now, but anyway, you have experience as a former president of the European Commission and also as an Italian prime minister for 2 mandates. You're probably the most indicated person to help us understand what are the perspectives, what is this current situation, and what is the possibility to overcome this situation, chaotic situation, unscathed. So there have been elections this year, many elections in many countries, with some surprises in the results. And now instability seems to be ruling. We are also always on the brink of disruption of the international community as we've known it until now. So what, in your opinion, what do we have to do to solve this situation somehow and avoid an escalation at a global level? Well, the situation has been deteriorating for a long time now. Of course, I would mention the Ukraine war, tensions in Israel and Gaza, and as you just said, we also have specific crises within the democratic systems of many countries. We've seen an incredible sequence of a crisis in Germany, in France, and the elections in the US with the vote for Trump. And ironically, we are also seeing tensions in a country such as South Korea, which is quite unexpected. So all of this does not stem directly from the international crisis, but it's a symptom of instability and turmoil that is actually widespread. Why? Well, because we are still finding our balance. In the past, we were able to overcome crises through an immediate dialogue. But this time, with all the tensions I just mentioned and the American elections, this dialogue hasn't happened yet, hasn't started yet. So I believe that until we have a dialogue between the new president of the US and the Chinese president, this instability at the world level will continue. And we might also have incidents because when we have such tensions, it's easy for incidents to happen. And so you asked me what might be our path for stability. I believe there's only one, a meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. Well, in your answer and your wish, you seem to highlight the fact that other players cannot get into the field. In the past, the EU was a relevant player, even though maybe not so completely defined. And China and the US had to consider the EU, whereas now we seem to be completely weakened. So do we still have some room for maneuver, or where should we start rebuilding the strength, at least at a cultural level, for Europe? Well, I believe that the EU's cultural strength is still there, but it's not enough, because now here we're talking about politics. Europe has always had a lot of cultural strength. We have been doing many things on the environment, in human rights, the death penalty. For bans on specific weapons, landmines, etc. But unless Europe finds a political force, strength, then it will count for nothing. Now the problem is the combined crisis in Germany and France, and the lack of an alternative leadership in Europe. People say, well, the Baltic countries, Poland, sure, of course, they are important. It's important for the EU to enlarge, but unless France and Germany go back to their leadership positions, helped by Spain, Italy, and Poland, a European policy will be very, very difficult to achieve. So now we need to wait for German elections and a solution to the French crisis, which is now going through a difficult moment. But it's difficult for this crisis to find a solution today, unfortunately, because even if a new government is formed, it'll be extremely unstable. And it is very likely that the country will go back to elections soon. well, Europe still represents 17% of the world GDP, so the same as China. But due to internal fragmentations and with the veto power, the EU cannot have a world voice. Of course, we could make huge leaps forward if only France were to share its prerogatives with all of the EU. That is, for example, the veto power at the Security Council and the fact that it possesses nuclear weapons. If Europe were to share in these opportunities, this potential, then Europe could actually go back to being a very important player, even a referee of the world politics. But this is an important step forward that requires political will, but I don't see it. Yes, you don't see it, and so you're saying that the problem is actually bigger. Well, yes, but I also said that we do have very important appointments coming up, for example, elections in Germany and up-and-coming solution to the French crisis. It's hard to say now in which directions these two things will go. Well, back at the time when you were the president of the European Commission, France was strong and Germany was also strong, thanks to Chirac and Schröder. And then we had some countries around this important axis that allowed the EU to grow in its strength in all these projects. Of course, its peak was the creation of the euro and then the enlargement. But at the same time, back then, there were people who wanted to bet on the new Europe, so-called, and not on the old Europe that was based on France and Germany and Italy to a certain point. Do you think that those who were planning for a new Europe, as you mentioned, the Baltic countries and Poland, maybe they actually were successful? So I'm asking, do you think that maybe the European Commission is fascinated by the projects proposed by these so-called newcomers in Europe? No, I wouldn't say so. Europe has lost its political power long time ago, actually, not just recently. After the creation of the Eurozone and the enlargement, Europe decided to weaken the European Commission, and this was a mistake made also by Italy, France, and Germany. When it was decided to withdraw power from the supranational entities in the EU. I remember many countries supported me, but we couldn't decide against France, against Germany, against Italy, but the Commission had the possibility to make proposals. The Commission was considered as the meeting point of political will. And then during the financial crisis, this role was taken up by the Council, the European Council. So we moved on to a Europe where all countries rule, each one with their own veto power, and therefore the unified strength of Germany and France was weakened because now we are paralyzed. And so we need those leader countries to recover the awareness of their importance and importance of the European Commission. President Prodi, I have one more question, at least, which stems from what we've heard this morning. from Russian, Indian, and Japanese speakers. So is there a risk that globalization, as we've known it for the last 30 years, is heading into a new direction, a new dimension? I mean to say, we have discussed about small groups or medium-sized groups that are trying to find their new role at an international level. So is there a risk for globalization to have been overcome somehow? It did bring important positive effects, also some negative effects. But perhaps are we going towards a world made of several sectorial or regional globalizations? Well, we've already gone into this direction, actually. And then we'll have to see whether Trump does what he is saying. And then let me be clear. We will see the negative impact of all this, and then we will find a compromise, because this fragmentation in the world really does not benefit anyone. So that's why I say we need a dialogue between the two superpowers so that everyone feels secure and everyone can accept the necessary compromises, because no one really has an interest in fragmentation, because fragmentation hinders the preparation of the future, it hinders internal growth, it fosters chaos. So fragmentation leads to a future made of tensions, local agreements, local tensions, confusion all over the world, etc. But that would be the end in political and economic terms. That's why we need a new order, not managed by the two world powers, but through an agreement that enables us to reach the necessary compromises. And these compromises will not lead us back to globalization, but to a tolerable globalization. That is to say, globalization based on agreements between governments. I think this is the compromise the world needs today, and it is the only way we can actually stop large conflicts that are ongoing, for example, the one with Israel. Unless we find this minimum level agreement, we will have tensions everywhere. Today in Syria, then maybe something will happen in Asia, and then other tensions will spring up. So the unity of the world is in jeopardy. So an excessive globalization is not possible because it's led to tensions also on the market. And a fragmentation such as the one we're seeing today will lead us to chaos and total war. So we must strike a balance, a guided compromise, as I call it, and it can be guided only by a mutual tolerance agreement between the US and China. They don't need to love each other, but they need to understand that they have a responsibility with their citizens, but also with the citizens of the rest of the world. Because if their citizens are safe, everyone is safe. Well, to conclude, you mentioned several times the need for the two large superpowers in the world to have a dialogue. So let me challenge you. Are you available to bet on the next Trump's mandate? Here at the forum, we have seen some positive comments and trust towards the new president-elect. Well, of course, President Trump is difficult to predict, and indeed he is. But of course, even an unpredictable person will have to consider concrete elements such as interests. Chaos leads to non-governability. So I don't think that the Chinese president and Trump will get married. For sure not. They will have to, though, find a compromise. They will have to. Otherwise, their own countries will find incredible difficulties, both at the political and economic level. So, yes, unpredictability, sure. But we need to have common sense. Well, on this remark, we would like to thank President Romano Prodi, who is talking to us from Italy, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you on behalf of the whole room. We hope to be able to speak to you soon. Thank you. Thank you. See you soon.
Poi si riprende. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prodi and Mr. Kassiri, for this very insightful panel. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to now announce our next special session with a topic that is very interesting, and I'm sure we're going to get several insights from it. Our session is titled The UAE, a Rising Global Hub of Economic Power and Trust Building. Please allow me to introduce our speakers. His Excellency Mohammed Sharif Al-Awadi, Director General of Fujairah Free Zone Authority. Mr. Islam Abdul Karim, who is the Regional Head of Yango Middle East. Mr. Rashid Al-Taneji, Director of Business International Development and Trade Promotion Department in the UAE Ministry of Economy. And Dr. Damiana Bakardzeva, who is a Senior Research Fellow at Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy. This session will be moderated by Eddie Taylor, who is a communications strategist and consultant. Please welcome our speakers. Before we begin, I would like you all to turn your attention to the screen, where we'll be watching a brief video about the session.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction and for the impressive video. And I think the session title, I think, speaks for itself today. The UAE, a rising global hub of economic power and trust building. And it certainly seems that in an uncertain world, that the United Arab Emirates has become a beacon of both stability and opportunity for the global business community. And I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists to this session, and we can dig into some of the reasons why, some of the policies that have got us here, and also casting a little bit forward to what is the UAE's role in this world and how it can maintain its cutting edge. So if I can come to you first, Rashid Al-Taneji from the Ministry of Economy, what would you say are the key building blocks of the UAE's status as this global hub for trade and business? And give us an overview of the vision and the policies that have enabled the UAE to really kind of make its mark on the global economic map.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to start with a clear, let's say, message that UAE is an open economy, and this is the baseline for our, let's say, ability to attract and to have more connectivity with the rest of the world. One important element that we built the whole system about is the wise leadership, plus also the openness to the others and the fair and stable approach. The society and the business community in UAE is built around fairness, is built around openness, is built around equal opportunities, and is built about willingness to explore all the possible opportunities for everyone to be a winner on the same table. This is one important element where we provided this for the business community. This helped attracting society members from all around the world, and this gave the potential for the companies to grow, to stabilize from UAE, and to attract business elements that are required. The country built connectivity network related to the direct flights to a huge number of cities, major cities around us. We are strategically located in the center of, let's say, 80%, 70% of the population of the world are 8 hours away from UAE. And this is all part of a small, long list of elements that we had in UAE, and we are creating, and we keep and continue on building more, let's say, elements to support the business community and based on engagement with them. That's one important element we're always having within, let's say, the system. We are always engaging with the business community.
If I may extend on that, Your Excellency, Sharif Mohammed Al-Awadi, what are the policies in Fujairah Free Zone and the Free Zone community as a whole in the UAE that's really supporting the vision that's just been outlined so well by Rashid?
Thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon, everybody, and I thank the organizers and as well as the Ministry of Economy for inviting me. It's an opportunity for me to be here also. Thank you for the question. I think it's a good start. To complement or to second His Excellency Mr. Rashid, if we look at the free zones, actually, you will be surprised that the first decree to establish a free zone was released before 1 decade of UAE's independence. It's 1980. That was, and prior to that, that was biggest man-made port was built, Jabal Ali. So that shows that even though at that time, when you look at the incentives and privilege that the free zone has been given to different investors in different parts of the world, they talk about many elements, but those elements at that time it was not existing only for 2 items. For example, there were no restrictions in the movement of capital, freedom of hiring and firing, importing, labor from any country, no tax, no duties. The only challenge was at that time the ownership, 100% ownership. So the vision of the leadership was there to overcome every possibilities. And then when we look at that, and the first operational free zone was in 1984, which was Jabal Ali, and followed by many other free zones. So we're talking about 40 years of maturity. I think today there are many laws has changed, many things has come, but yet all the free zones in UAE, with the support of the government by providing the right legislations, the right infrastructure. Number one, I think, comes above all the infrastructure that the country builds. And that means the country has confidence in its capabilities and its lucrativeness and all these things. So this made all the free zones. Today we have 46 free zones to come up with solutions, with assorted solutions, with a specific type of packages so they become, let's say, day-to-day enhancement of their own capabilities.
That's one free zone a year since the first one, pretty much, that have been added into the UAE, which shows you the kind of the development of the ecosystem here.
Exactly, and then now look at the results. Today, free zones in UAE contribute about 30% of UAE GDP, and that's maybe Mr. Rashid can agree with that. So the most important is that the government and the leadership continue, and the management. Now, the last thing, the free zones themselves, they have a one-stop shop facilities. Whatever you need, they give you, from whether it's land, buildings, offices, manpower, machineries, equipment, and supported again with the best logistics accessibility. So that's exactly, the government works in all aspects, whether it's free zones, ports, airports, logistics, road. I mean, everybody talks about major things, but roads is very important. And today always has UAE state as the best roads in the world, number one. And that's the connectivity. That's what I want to elaborate on. And when it comes to, like I said, it's not a fujera. Every free zone start learning how to convey and convince and woo the investors. And today investors are different than yesterday. They are very smart. They know the difference. They have more ability to make researches, to understand, to accessibility. And to top it all, the free zones are going door knocks. And I was fortunate to work in the free zone. I think I've been in most of the world countries. So that's what I want to say in the free zones.
Well, let's talk to one of those smart investors. Islam Abdel Karim from Yango. You took the decision to move here. You took the decision to open your headquarters in the United Arab Emirates. Can you talk a little bit about the decision process that made you look at the UAE as the home base for your operation? And why do you think, in a global context, the UAE represents this safe haven for investors right now?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for this wonderful event and this opportunity to speak from the private sector. As His Excellency already mentioned, that UAE had done an excellent job in creating a business-friendly environment. It's offer incentives like foreign ownership, which is important for some companies in some sectors, and easy to navigate business regulations. Its location, how Mr. Rashid already mentioned, connects Europe, Asia, Africa, which is great for trade and logistics. And obviously the government has invested heavily in infrastructure, making it easier for business to grow, plus UAE well known for their safety and political stability and high quality of life, which make attractive not for business but for entrepreneurs and also their families. And these points are very important for us as a private company, as a big international company that want to explore their new home, and choosing UAE as their home.
Has it met your expectations to date? You moved in 2022, so has it lived up to everything you hoped it would before you moved?
It's wonderful. We're growing. We have a lot of connections here, globally, locally, and the government helping us on every step that we're making right now.
Dr. Damian, if I can come to you, I want to talk a little bit about the rise of what we now know as middle powers. So these are these emerging nations such as the UAE, other countries such as South Korea would be a similar one. They're able to secure their place on the global economic landscape. Can you talk a little bit about what the features of these economies are and how they're making their presence felt?
Thank you, Eddie, and thank you everybody in the audience for staying with us. I think that it's enough to just look at the UAE to have a clear picture of what a middle power is and what its characteristics are. And we mentioned it already, open trade, openness to attracting foreign investors, and openness to attracting foreign talent, human capital. These are the three keys for a country to become a middle power, and the UAE has succeeded in all three fronts, and I'm pretty sure that this is something that we can all attest to as we're living here. Now, it's a bit complex being a middle power in a world in which the superpowers are fighting with each other. It's dangerous because you might be supposed at some point of time to pick sides, and if you don't pick the right one, that can be complex. Luckily, for the time being, the superpowers are not requesting this from the middle powers because they need them. As much as at the political level, the superpowers might argue with each other, they still need each other straight. They can be tariffing each other and taxing each other, but US companies need Chinese companies and Chinese companies need US companies. And trade between the two countries hasn't really declined dramatically despite all of the tariffs and despite all of the political rhetorics. And that's mostly thanks to middle powers like the UAE, like other countries that have been able to position themselves successfully as trading platforms, and that are now able to mediate that trade that can no longer happen directly between the US and China for political reasons, but that still happens in practice thanks to those facilitating countries. So this is how we've seen trade to and from Morocco or Vietnam or the UAE grow significantly over the past couple of years. So there is a way to seize this opportunity of becoming strategically positioned, and countries that have done this in the past, that have created those networks in the past, that have positioned themselves in the global value chains, and that have opened themselves to not only trade, but also to the people of the world. Let's not forget the UAE has been the host of a lot of events and positioned itself as a friendly host to all sorts of activities here. Take it from Expo to COP28 to the WTO MC13 conference. We've managed to create this trust with our partners, and that's what helps us thrive despite the very difficult geopolitical and geoeconomic situation.
Thank you, Doctor. Your Excellency Rashid, how does trade factor into into what Dr. Damian has just been speaking about? And the UAE leveraging trade relationships not only to boost exports and to develop the economy, but also to create new bridges of opportunity, particularly across the global south.
Let me start a little bit on a different perspective here. First thing I want to mention is related to why would a company be here, and this will reflect on the question that you asked about. Why would a company be in UAE? Why would a company want to base their business in UAE? This helps them grow. This helps them stabilize. This helps them attract talents, attract investments, attract business partners. All those elements are available within UAE. And this is reflected on the figures and the amount of trade that UAE is doing currently. Given the facilities that UAE provides in terms of infrastructure, in terms of connectivity of airlines, connectivity of the seaports, all those elements reflected on numbers that are crossing 1.4 trillion dirham in the first half of this year. We crossed 1.4 trillion trade of non-oil commodities only. We are not speaking about oil commodities. We're not speaking about trade and services. We are only speaking about non-oil trades and commodities, 1.4. That's a lot of opportunities for so many business leaders, business entrepreneurs in the country. The amount of growth that we are doing in the country is as much as 66% comparing to 2019, post-COVID. So we managed to almost cross 60% increase, and that's a massive growth.
I've got another stat for you that the UAE's exports in the first half of this year is double what it was in the whole of 2019. Yes. It's extraordinary growth.
Yes, the other thing is, which is important element here, is that UAE is a baseline, or is a base country for sending investment out of country and receiving investments as well. The accumulating investment FDI in the country until end of 2023 is $62 billion. And let's say that's the outward, plus $225 billion of the inward FDI. This means that people have a trust, have faith in this country, on the stability of the country, on the engagement of the government. One important element, and maybe I mentioned it and I'll mention it again and again, is the engagement between us as government and the private sector. We listen to them, we hear them, we are agile to take decisions and maneuver against, let's say, the new elements that come in the scene. And this helps the companies stabilize and react to the circumstances that are happening.
Before coming to you, Your Excellency, Mohammed Sharif, I just want to put that back to you, Islam. Do you feel as though, as a private sector entrepreneur, as a business leader, that there are pathways to talk to the leadership of this country to make sure that your voice is heard, to make sure that your pathways are smooth, to make sure that wrinkles are ironed out, that everything that you need to succeed is there, and that there is a door open for you to air your concerns?
Absolutely. We have a lot of help from the government. For tech companies, we all understand that UAE is a land of opportunities, and there is strong government support in digital transformation. There is such projects and initiatives like smart cities and the UAE innovation strategy. Tech companies can find opportunities in sectors, very complicated sectors, like AI, for example. It's fast growing, and the government is helping in each step. So we have AI products, and we are a strong in day-to-day conversation with the government, and they are navigating us through it. And mobility, fintech, e-commerce, also UAE government support us through incubators, accelerators, and the free zones, like what mentioned before, and funding everything accessible and then these guys from incubators and these small companies or startups from the accelerators go get some funds from the local funds, right, and from the venture companies here. So it's like it's a smooth experience, even if you are solid big international company as we are representing right now today, or you're a startup with some idea and the government support you and have a plan for you on next couple of years already prepared. If the technology is like super new, like AI right now, it's not actually new, but it's the newest, and
it's with us, yeah.
Yeah. So even in this case, the government like tried to figure out how to help the businesses. Yeah, that's true. That's how it's going day to day.
Your Excellency Mohammed Sharif, can you talk a little bit about the impact of the UAE's trade relationships through the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Program, which has now signed up? More than 20 have been concluded with nations around the world, including the likes of India, Turkey, Indonesia. How has that translated on the ground into on-the-ground activity, and how do you see that impacting industries and industry formation within free zones such as yours in Fujairah?
There is no doubt that any efforts taken always have positive results. I think everybody's expressing and they are hitting on the right position. One of the things also we should not overlook that UAE diplomacy, it's preceded all these procedures. I mean, today we have a great relationship with many countries. First of all, we're hosting more than 200 nationalities in UAE. These relationships definitely we have seen. These are treaties that have been signed that has a better impact. I mean, imagine, for example, you have a product that going from free zone in UAE back to India. It has more privileges than a product going from one part of India to another. Now, it has a lot of meaning. One, basically, the relationship between the two countries, that they reach such a high level of understanding. Two, confidence of the people who tried the free zones facilities. But I think the most important, the sustainability, the stability, the comfort, the safety. These things were more major factors on small level of changes. Again, excuse me, when you have a good legislation, I mean, today I was earlier talking to His Excellency Mr. Rashid. In UAE, you can try some laws, some system in one emirate and wait and watch, rather than make one mandate for all over the country. So the government itself, it's flexible. The business history, as Mr. Islam said, and it already supports these things. These tie-ups, of course, definitely we're talking about less than 2 years or more. And we also recovering from, I mean, the results that Mr. Rashid has kindly, His Excellency, shared. That means, I think we should be more optimistic for 25 and 26. Now, what is the time is important today? That we have to be more selective on type of industries that can be serving our economy, sustainable long time, and then it can bring further industries. I mean, we have good participation of different countries, different numbers of businesses, but still we need to meet the parameters that Ministry of Economy has set up, such as technology, renewable energy, space, logistics. I think now it's the role for us also to make sure that matchmaking.
And this is something you're proactively working on in Fujairah, to create this environments that are right for these industries of the future.
I'm sorry?
And this is what you're working on proactively now in Fujairah, making sure that your ecosystem is ready to accept and develop these new industries.
Exactly. Like I said, I mean, we are continuing the learning process and observing process and watching process. I mean, we one step ahead always. I mean, Mr. Islam was kind enough to share also some experience. I was very close with the authorities regarding COVID. They were very concerned, the business's continuity, the people safe. I mean, it's just not only trying to fight something, more to support the something and revive it. That's what we demonstrated in the last decades of business in UAE.
Excellent. Doctor, we've talked a lot about what the UAE has got right, but it's not the only country in the region that's getting it right or trying to get it right with pro-investment and pro-growth strategies. In what ways can regional competition, and I'll use that word competition, can it be constructive and not reduced to a zero-sum game? So if one nation gets investment, that means it's at the expense of another nation.
I'm an economist, so I have to answer that competition is the best option we have out there. That's what we teach our students. I can't say otherwise. And competition is indeed a good thing when it comes to trying to stimulate agility in both companies and governments. If we are facing competition, we are more likely to handle our resources more efficiently. We are more likely to invest in innovation. We're more likely to do research and development. We're more likely to try and push ourselves further to succeed and to be viable in a competitive environment. So I don't think that regional competition or any kind of competition is a problem for a country. Quite to the contrary. If you look at the actual statistical data, you would see that the majority of world trade today is intra-industry trade. We're not trading potatoes for cars anymore. We're trading within the same industry, within the same sector. It's high-tech components for other high-tech components. So unless our partners and neighbors invest in the same areas in which we invest, then trade is not going to be able to manifest. So having more regional competition is going to lead to probably more regional trade as well, which is a great thing, because that's also going to spur regional diversification. And we know that the UAE and Bahrain are the most diversified of the 6 GCC economies, UAE clearly being the leader in that ranking. But it's great that the other economies will be able to diversify as well and to develop as well, because we're going to have a more developed region. And investors, and correct me if I'm wrong, Islam, but they don't look at a market size of the country alone. They look at the market size of the region in which that country is currently being positioned, both geographically, but also in terms of its outreach. So what the UAE is doing with its CEPAs and with the GCC union is increasing its market size beyond its own population, beyond its own consumption, to the consumers of all of those other countries that we're partners with. So a thriving GCC, a thriving region, a growing and developing one, is great for attracting businesses to the UAE just as much. So I think that we don't have any issues with having more competition around here.
More competition is always welcome. A rising tide lifts all boats, as they say.
That's what they say.
Your Excellency, Rashid Al-Taneji, talking about economic diversification and the UAE's success in diversifying its economy away from hydrocarbons, what are the new frontiers that you're now seeking to pursue? What sectors do you believe the UAE can now develop to not only secure its economic future, but also make its name on the global economic map?
I want to add to what was mentioned by Dr. Damania on the CEPA. It's an important element that we are creating currently for the business community. We signed or concluded 21 agreements with so many countries around the world on different continents. 6 of them are already active, 9 of them are on the pipelines of being ratified, and other 6 are also concluded. This helps us diversify and give us more connectivity and agility to react to the situations around us. According to the, let's say, statistics that we are getting from the CEPA agreements, we're developing our bilateral trade with the countries that we have already signed. On the other side, we as a government, we are taking a responsibility toward, let's say, giving certain directive way on how do we go forward. We are having a national agenda on several aspects. We have a national agenda for export of UAE non-oil goods. We have a national agenda for export of services. We have a national agenda for export, re-export, even the re-export where it is seen by some countries as a no value for them. We are not seeing it this way. It is a valuable element of the economy. It adds a lot of value to the logistic system, and it gives a lot to the economy. We believe that the future lies in the AI. We are focusing heavily on the pharmaceutical and industrial health, innovation and technology, renewable energy, food industries and food security. The regular things that are related to health, gold, and trade and commodities. And by the way, UAE is a second global trading hub in gold. We are ranked the second globally, although we don't have any mines in UAE. We are the first global hub for trading rough diamond. We are among the top 5 in so many commodities, although we don't produce any of them. This is given the fact that we see the trade as a fair scenario, and we are trying to benefit all the people in this, let's say, dialogue here. And this spirit will help more, let's say, attraction to the business to UAE. And again, the sectors, the regular sectors that we are already advanced in, such as trade, financial services. We have 2 of the major, let's say, hubs of financial services in the region, the DGM and the IFC, and defense industries as well, where UAE currently is one of the top, Edge is one of the top 20 companies globally, which is a remarkable, let's say, figure within no time, let's say, for its age.
Islam, talk to me about the tech ecosystem here. His Excellency listed a number of sectors that the UAE is seeking to develop, but talk to me a little bit about your own area, which is tech and advanced technology. How is the ecosystem here? How does it support new entrants to the market? And would you have a message to other tech companies from around the region or around the world that might be thinking about setting up here, about what they could expect to find?
So UAE is a perfect country to start your ecosystem when you're a global company and when you are so big with your technology, and definitely seems like a safe global hub, as already mentioned. Why I'm telling our colleagues and global players to join us here is because, first of all, economy is stable, currency is strong, the country always looking ahead with the diversification of the plans, and even during global economic challenges, the UAE continues to attract investments, and it's forward-thinking policies. Because in regulated areas, you need policies that can fit into the business, into the global situations that happen around the world. And of course, regional tension can sometimes create challenges, but your neutral approach is international, and to this international relationship, and is focused on economic stability, to give investors confidence that it remains to secure the place of their investments or their companies or their people. So for global companies, again, the safety in all the ways that I mentioned is the top priority for any ecosystem, if you can name it.
Talk a little bit about Yenga. We've not given the opportunity to talk about your own company. What is it, very briefly, that you do, and what are the technologies that you're employing to offer to the UAE and the regional market?
Yenga is a global tech company, so we have around 5-6 services that already launched here in the UAE. So we have ride-hailing, we have delivery here, we have our rent-a-car marketplace. So we have Yasmina, our AI voice assistant. Yango Play is an entertainment super app, and it's all available here in UAE. You can try it today and check it out, and then send me some feedbacks on it.
Your Excellency, Mohammed Sharif, Your Excellency, talk to me a little bit about 2025, brand Fujairah, if you like. From everything that you've heard and everything that you're seeing from the UAE and the wider region, what are the industries that you think that you believe that Fujairah can offer a unique value proposition for? What are the areas you'd like to strengthen? Kind of widen the net a little bit about how you believe that you can expand your offering.
2025, it will be like 24, 23, and 26. First of all, our agenda is to maintain the regulations and the policies that United Arab Emirates, legislate, so environmental, renewable energies, whatever. I mean, that's number one target: digitalization, and coming up with entities that can match the international standards. So this is ongoing, but it's one of the targets that we are. The second, when it comes to the free zone, again, like I was talking earlier, we have industries, but still I think it's time for us to have more industries that suits our needs and others people's need. And exactly, I second His Excellency Mr. Rashid. I mean, we have a lot of industries, but still we need in certain sectors, medical, medicine, pharmaceutical, food, renewable energy, anything to do with technology. So this is with regard to us as a business plan. And then, of course, we have a mandate that minimum 5 to 10 businesses or manufacturing units to bring to the zone, so it has a sustainability. On the outside level, we're thinking, of course, we have launched support for higher studies for people who want to go for specific studies that will be sponsored by the free zone. And we're talking non-free zone employees. So that's to enhance our role with education. And we are in the initiatives to start the industry club fund. And that will be related, and that inshallah will be coming up somewhere before the end of our mid-year 25, where we try to target between 8th to 11th grade of college, high schools, where the students will get acquainted to understand industry and the technology involved behind it, and plus and minus. It's a shy, modest effort, but we think this could be a good start to try to enhance or complement the idea and the knowledge and the culture of industry and manufacturing. Likewise, we are witnessing in UAE about entrepreneurship and all these things.
I acknowledge that we're in danger of running a bit over time, but I want to squeeze a couple more questions in. Doctor, what do you think is the key example that the UAE is setting for the world right now? When you look at the global economic shifts, when you look at all this talk about deglobalization, what is it about the UAE do you think that other nations can really learn from?
Thanks, Eddie. I would like to maybe rethink this concept of deglobalization quickly. I don't have the feeling that we're deglobalizing whatsoever. World trade has not collapsed. It's not like we have stopped dealing with each other. We've had a small slump in trade in 2023. Trade has rebounded in 2024. So it's not a matter of deglobalization. Yes, trade is getting more fragmented, but trade is still there and probably still going to be there. I think regionalization is more an answer to two other things. The first one being that the World Trade Organization has collapsed. That's failed. And we need a different framework to keep those discussions going, because at the multilateral level, they're not working right now. So until we fix the WTO, we have to find other ways to talk to each other. And that's where regionalization comes into play. And the second reason for regionalization, and mind you, it's no longer on a geographic basis. We're not just gathering with our neighbors, we're regionalizing. Think of the BRICS. There are very few countries that are actual neighbors in there. But that's a way for most countries to go beyond geopolitics and give the primacy to geoeconomics.
So it's more about shared interests than necessarily shared borders.
Egypt and Ethiopia are not the best of friends, nor are China and India, nor is the UAE and Iran. And never mind, in Kazan, they were able to sit around the table and talk business in a meaningful way. So economics and economic diplomacy seems to be the priming force around here that leads regionalization. And I think that if we are to position the UAE in all of this, one of the key things that for me the UAE has that other countries should learn from is that capacity to create a spirit of tolerance in a very multicultural society. I don't think there are that many other places in the world where you can have the freedom of being who you are with all of your background, religion, aspirations, you name it, your culture, and be able to live freely in a very secure, welcoming, and environment that allows you to prosper economically, to prosper personally. All of that is a setup that is very unique, I would say.
Ahmed, last question to you. From the Ministry of Economy's perspective, if anybody is interested in learning more about the investment opportunities here and about the policies and programs that they can take advantage of in next year or into the future, what are the means that they can do that? What's the best way of reaching out to you to find out how they can pursue these opportunities?
First of all, we are always accessible. That's the important element, and so many examples are there. Yango is one of them. We're always having an open door policy. People can reach out to us, and we will set up meetings for them with the relevant authorities. We are not, as a ministry, an operational entity where we provide them services that maybe they're expecting from us, but we can set up meetings with them for their specific sector according to their interest. For example, if they are people who are working with financial services and so on, we will definitely recommend them to go for the IFC and ADGM, and then it's up to them to go forward with one of them or none of them. They have the other choices to go to the mainland. Now they are all having the possibility to have 100% ownership in the country. That's another thing. More than that, our website is available with full of information. The CEPA agreements are all available live on the website. It has all the details. If there are any kind of, let's say, special requirements, special concerns, special challenges within the country for the businesses or out of the country, we are available always to support on those aspects.
Unbelievably, we've come to the end of the conversation. I feel we've only just scratched the surface of this. We could have talked for another hour or so, but we're up against lunch, and I hope everybody's going to go and enjoy that. So let me thank again Your Excellency Mohammed Al-Awadi, Your Excellency Ahmed Al-Taneji, Dr. Damania Barkatzieva, and Islam Abdul Karim. Thank you very much for your participation, and thank you all for attending this session. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Dear guests, we invite you to lunch on the hospitality veranda.
ضيوفنا الأعزاء، ندعوكم للتوجه إلى منطقة تناول الغداء.
Уважаемые гости, приглашаем вас посетить обеденную зону. Gentili ospiti, vi invitiamo a visitare la zona pranzo.
Dear guests, the session, Energy and Environment, A Marriage of Convenience, has started. Please proceed to the plenary hall.
ضيوفنا الكرام، بدأت الآن جلسة الطاقة والبيئة، شراكة مبنية على المصالح. يرجى التوجه إلى القاعة.
Уважаемые гости, сессия «Энергетика и окружающая среда. Брак по расчету» началась. Просим вас пройти в зал.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary is about to begin. Please join us and take your seat.
Or I English.
Unless somebody else. So this.
Yeah. Activate the mic when I was translating.
Dear guests, the session Energy and Environment, Marriage of Convenience will start at 3:10 p.m. Thank you. Why 10? Уважаемые гости, сессия «Энергетика и окружающая среда. Брак по расчету» начнется в 15:10. Спасибо.
Gentili ospiti, la sessione Energia e Ambiente, un matrimonio di convenienza, prenderà inizio alle ore 15:10.
Ma perché nessuno sta lavorando? Però tu mi senti sull'inglese? Sì. Aspetta. Ok, perché adesso sono io sull'inglese, ce l'ho acceso.
Sì, va. E va, ok.
Dear guests, the session, Energy and Environment, A Marriage of Convenience, has started. Please proceed to the plenary hall.
ضيوفنا الكرام، بدأت الآن جلسة الطاقة والبيئة، شراكة مبنية على المصالح. يرجى التوجه إلى القاعة.
Уважаемые гости, сессия «Энергетика и окружающая среда. Брак по расчету» началась. Просим вас пройти в zal. Gentili ospiti, è iniziata la sessione Energia e ambiente, un matrimonio di convenienza. Vi chiediamo di recarvi in sala.
Without the energy sector, there'd be no economy. However, the energy sector itself has recently been undergoing significant changes, guided by the global environmental agenda. Even so, the majority of the world's electricity is still generated from fossil fuels. According to 2023 data from the IEA, coal accounts for 10.6 thousand terawatt-hours, and gas for 6.5 thousand terawatt-hours. Among low-carbon sources, hydropower and nuclear energy hold the largest shares, with 4.2 thousand terawatt-hours and 2.8 thousand terawatt-hours respectively. Solar energy accounts for 1.6 thousand terawatt-hours and wind energy for 2.3 thousand terawatt-hours. Besides the growing trend in eco-friendly energy sources, increasing the share of gas and reducing the share of coal in electricity generation seems the easiest way to reduce carbon emissions in the near future. LNG serves the same purposes as natural gas, being used in heating, electricity generation, fertilizer production, and other industries. As part of the energy transition, LNG can lower carbon emissions in applications where it replaces coal, which is known for its high carbon footprint. Even though the share of nuclear energy in the global energy balance has generally decreased, this sector is actively developing. The nuclear power industry is closer than ever to solving its primary task, implementing a closed fuel cycle. With the lead-cooled fast reactor, Brest OD-300, under the Russian breakthrough Prodi project. This technology would allow for the repeated reuse of spent nuclear fuel. The development of various types of thermal reactors is progressing worldwide, with each at different stages of design. The world's first small modular nuclear power plant with a high-temperature gas-cooled reactor was brought into commercial operation in December 23 in Shidaowan, China. Small-scale nuclear power plants, particularly floating nuclear power plants, hold significant importance. In 2020, Rosatom commissioned the floating nuclear power plant FNPP Akademik Lomonosov and has plans to export such stations worldwide. Europe is currently striving to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. The European Commission has already launched several initiatives to stimulate this market, from creating a hydrogen accelerator for developing the necessary infrastructure to establishing the European Hydrogen Bank. Subsidy regulations have been updated, enabling EU nations to assist companies with their decarbonisation efforts. Funds have also been allocated for the construction of hydrogen pipelines, such as the 3,300-kilometre pipeline from Algeria and Tunisia to Austria and Germany. Finally, the H2 Global platform was created for hydrogen trading. Through the IMEC initiative, India is actively encouraging the production of eco-friendly hydrogen and electrolyzers. India has initiated discussions about potentially supplying green hydrogen to France, Italy, and Germany. In January and February of 2023, the Middle Eastern Mazdar and Aqua Power entered into an agreement with Azerbaijan's SOCAR for the joint development of renewable energy projects, totaling 4 gigawatt and 2.5 gigawatt, which include green hydrogen production projects. Earlier in November of 2022, the Swedish Swedewind Energy Group announced the signing of an investment agreement with the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan to construct a green hydrogen production plant with an annual capacity of 2 million tons, set to be operational by 2032. Furthermore, Uzbekistan also signed an agreement with Aqua Power that focuses on green hydrogen and ammonia projects. How can traditional energy sources be made more environmentally friendly? What are the future prospects for the LNG market? How can the green agenda be made more achievable? What roles might natural gas, hydropower, and nuclear energy play in these processes?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon. After the to start the second half of the day with a very interesting discussion on energy and climate. I think I would like to thank you first for your flexibility. I just discussed with a colleague the fact that we had to wait a little bit. It's like a forum is an organism, a living organism. And the fact that it moves and lives is actually a sign that things are happening, that we are not just talking, but actually business is happening as we speak. And I think that is a good sign. So we should be happy about the fact that this forum is a living organism. My name is Tadzio Schilling. I have the honor to be your moderator today. I'm heading the Association of European Business, which is the leading foreign representation of foreign investors in Russia. And Well, this brings me to the topic of today's session. You know, traditionally, energy has been the backbone of economic relations between Europe and Russia. Unfortunately, this backbone does not exist anymore as it was. We could even say these relations are now in shatters. But while they are in shatters, we should not forget that these economic relations and the foundations upon which they were built at the time of conflict. They were built in the 1970s when we were still in the midst of the Cold War. The conflict was not over. There was still rivalry and tension. And that's when the people started thinking about creating the foundations of the world of tomorrow. And I think in today's world, which is a very difficult world, a very challenging, a lot of conflicts and tensions around the globe, this is something worthwhile to remind that even in times of crisis, we have to think about building the world of tomorrow. This morning in the special session, Igor Eurasian, in his keynote on the energy transition, touched upon a couple of very important points, and one could even say inconvenient facts. And if we summarize this, and I'm not sure if this is legitimate to summarize like that, but I try it. One could say that the energy transition, as it is currently happening and unfolding in front of our eyes, is neither efficient, fair, nor achievable. Now, one can either ask who is at fault, why is that so, or one can look forward and think what needs to be done to change this. And I think today we'll definitely focus on this second part of the question with our distinguished panelists, and I am very happy that I can introduce the speakers of today's session: Leonid Viktorovich Michelson, CEO, chairman, and major shareholder of the Russian gas company Novatek; Mohammed Abdelkar El-Rahimi, Chief Green Hydrogen Officer of Mazdar; Konstantin Vasilyevich Simonov, CEO of the National Energy Security Fund; and Mikhail Yefimovich Shvitkoy, Special Representative of the President of the Russian Federation for International Cultural Representation. And you will understand at the end why culture has an important word to say on energy relations. Now I will, without further ado, like to go into the discussion. And Leonid Viktorovich, as I said, chairman and shareholder of Novatek. I don't think you need a proper introduction. Everybody knows you and the company, but I think you're uniquely placed with entire life in the energy sector, and from really this lifespan, you have seen all the transformations with your own eyes, and you've even shaped these transformations. At the same time, you do not only have these 3+ decades of experience in the sector, you also have engaged in philanthropic activities like launching educational projects such as Skolkovo School or Cultural Foundation, VAC. So with that broad perspective, I think you're uniquely placed. And in the world we see today, after the Paris Agreement, it seemed the right approach is to create conditions to make traditional energy more expensive and more difficult. But we see also that the results are somehow mixed. Yes, renewables are growing, LNG is growing, but we also see that from the fossil fuel, we only have about 4% reduction in the overall consumption globally. At least that's one figure that I found. And renewables increased only by the same 4%. So what do you think? Is it time that we reflect on the approach that we chose some 10 years ago, and we kind of relaunch it? What is your view on this?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak and for the introduction you made. Thank you. Well, as you rightfully said, one has to note that the forecasts of when the demand for hydrocarbons will peak have been consistently pushed off further to the right. Analysts are currently speaking about the 40s or 50s, that is approximately until the time until which the demand for oil and gas will continue growing. This means there is at least 30 years during which hydrocarbons will be setting the price benchmarks for the global energy markets. Last month, the UN conference in Baku discussed the achievement of climate goals. And the discussion is gradually becoming more rational, in my view. It is moving away from the question, what should we limit, towards discussing what should we use as energy resource. To a large extent, this ensues from the energy crisis that we have been seeing over the past several years. I recall in 2016 the Green Agenda took center stage, and Europe even decided to stop financing hydrocarbons projects. In 2021, this resulted in gas prices going through the roof, and the following year another crisis struck because of reduction in pipeline exports to Europe. But in the backdrop of those crises, the priority of energy security and affordability has become even more evident. Countries, most and foremost the emerging ones, do not want to risk their own economic growth. We see the example of the European Union. The EU has invested heavily in energy transition and continues to build up its investment. I wouldn't be wrong, I think, if I say that last year alone they've invested around $360 billion into this. According to the plan, the investment in renewables is set to grow even further. The renewables currently have around 17% share in the European Union. Share of natural gas went down from 24 to 20% in Europe's energy mix over the past 3 years. For coal, the decrease has been from 11 to 10%. I think should have they reduced the coal further lower and increased gas, they would have been able to cut more emissions while maintaining economic stability. Yes, this would have required additional expenditures, but this would require much less than what is being spent currently on the green energy transition. We have been saying many times that the emissions reduction goal can be only achieved by decades of joint efforts by all participants in the market and not drastic decisions like the one to stop financing oil and gas projects. And those drastic moves have been now exacerbated by barriers in international cooperation that are pushing us further away from achieving the goals. And you mentioned this in your introduction as well. Currently, the world consumes more than 4 trillion cubic meters of natural gas, and gas accounts for around 23% of the global energy mix. LNG accounts for around 550 billion cubic meters of gas. Recently, gas was officially recognized as a transition fuel by BRICS this time around. And LNG global demand is expected to reach 920 billion cubes by 2040. Let me use China as an example. And LNG currently accounts for approximately 100 billion cubic meters of gas consumption. By 2040, it's set to grow to 170. We're talking about the country at the same time that is currently the leader in terms of investing in energy transition. Over the 3 years, the renewables share in China grew from 6 to 9%. However, gas was not going down. It grew from 8 to 9%, displacing coal. As a result, they have been enjoying a GDP growth of 20%, looking at the past 3 years. And this demand can be covered by 3 resource bases: Qatar, Russia, and the US. And Qatar is already taking full advantage of its potential of high return reserves. They've made decisions to expand their LNG projects as much as possible. Shale gas in the United States is much more expensive, and producing it requires much more effort. At the same time, domestic production in the US is set to grow. And in this context, the most competitive resource base for forward-looking projects, in my view, is currently in Russia. Without Russia, the world will not be able to fuel its energy transition without facing energy crisis. the barriers that are set up in the path of the Russian gas are actually hampering the economic growth and well-being of people around the globe. The forecasts when the hydrocarbons demand will start to grow is to peak. Sorry, I jumped a little bit. And it's not only in traditional consumption regions where gas is required. Currently, there's approximately 800 million people globally that don't have access to electricity, even where the infrastructure is in place. Power generation may be short. And as I mentioned, there are only 3 regions with resource base that can meet the demand. And the most competitive, in my view, would be the resource base in Russia. Speaking about our projects, the rate of returns when it comes to LNG production is one of the lowest globally. What also helps us is that our projects are located 500 kilometers inside the North Polar Circle, and the cold ambient temperature helps us gain 7 to 10% in terms of efficiency. There are no good or bad LNG projects. Each one would contribute to meeting the global demand, and no single producer is linked to a single consumer. We're speaking about a global market. So we in Novatec will continue developing LNG projects to meet the demands of the global LNG and gas and natural and energy market globally. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your perspective on the for highlighting also the fundamental facts that we have to keep in mind, and also for if I understand it correctly, still persevering in this. Okay, the economy tells us that cooperation will remain most efficient if all of these 3 resource bases will be used, and for helping, for holding out your hand despite everything, despite all the current difficulties. I would now like to turn to the second speaker of this panel, to Mohammed Abdelkader El-Ramahi. You are currently Chief Green Hydrogen Officer at Mazdar. Mazdar is also known as the Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company. And Mazdar is engaged around the globe in major renewable projects. You have also successfully realized such projects which are now completely independent of your company, such as Mazdar City, an urban community in Abu Dhabi designed to become a model for sustainable urban living. So clearly your engagement in trying to make this marriage between climate and energy work is very, very broad. And you also persevere to this mission. And do you think that this post hydrocarbon era that is often proclaimed as to be the future is now kind of past a point of no return? There's no pullback due to economic or political considerations. That's the first part of the question. And the second part is, it was also mentioned this morning in the session that in the UAE session that middle powers play a unique role in today's global affairs, and for the time being they still can play it on various sides. So what are the experiences and unique approaches of the Emirates that could also be leveraged globally and brought to use in other parts of the world?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Tadzio, for the introduction. And to start with, I can maybe take the 2 parts of the question and try to amalgamate them together by making a statement that I feel very proud to be a member of this great nation, the United Arab Emirates, where our leadership spared no efforts and provide us with all the tools that equip us to become global players for the best of mankind. So we are one of the world-renowned leaders in sustainable development worldwide. I left my chin proud and tall, up high, knowing that we practice what we preach, and we've always known to be pioneers in the energy transition, whereby United Arab Emirates, supported by the leadership, and to be more specific, where I can give real tangible examples on my own entity, which belongs to Abu Dhabi. We've always been one of the first movers in the energy transition since early 60s. And I will give an example as we progress in the speech. Now, since early millennium, the government has announced clearly that we want to diversify our economy and transform it from resource base, i.e. oil and gas, to knowledge base. So we are adopting the knowledge-based economy, whereby multiple sectors has been created, such as Mazdar, which was created to promote the clean and renewable energy, not only in Abu Dhabi and the region, but globally. And this renewable energy tool champion, call it if you will, is only part of a legacy where we have been pioneers on the first wave, early 60s of oil and gas, pioneers and first movers on the second wave of LNG in early 70s, then the renewable energy third wave by the establishment of Mazdar since 2006, where Mazdar has grown from being only a local player into a global player, whereby now we have invested in more than 44 countries, $20+ billion, and our portfolio exceeds 35 gigawatt as we speak, and we aim to reach 100 gigawatt by the end of this decade, by 2030. The fourth wave was the nuclear, and the fifth wave is the green hydrogen, where we believe that green hydrogen will play a prominent role in the future fuels. Now, back to your first part of the question, we embrace the concept that oil and gas will continue to play a role for the next coming decades to come. But that role will come in conjunction with two parallel tracks. One track is we need also to look at the diversification of our energy portfolio that looks at the three most important pillars that we need always to consider when we look at energy. Number one is affordability. Number two is reliability. And number three is security. You know, we know that energy security is an integral and very important part of national security. So diversifying energy portfolio is of great paramount importance. We've always been promoters of sustainable developments and promoters of environmental conservation. We were the very first country in the entire region to announce the net zero targets by the year 2050. And I know that organization like Abu Dhabi National Oil Company is planning to achieve that even ahead of time. And they have already covered a long path towards achieving that objective. So that is track number one. And track number two, even in the production of oil and gas, we want to do it with the least carbon footprint. We take Abu Dhabi National Oil Company as a proud example, whereby they have committed that all the electricity utilized in all their refineries and facilities come from low carbon electrons. So if you measure the carbon footprint of a barrel of oil introduced in ADNOC, it's much, much less than 1/4 of any equivalent globally. Bearing in mind that when we hear the people pitching about anti-oil and gas, I need to remind the distinguished audience and the global community that we will continue depending on oil and gas, because oil and gas is not only energy. We need the portfolio. And as we saw in the presentation here, coal alone stands from a energy production as an engineer in terawatt hours, more than collective of all renewable and CCGT, more than natural gas, double natural gas. So if you add all natural gas, renewable, and nuclear, if you look at coal alone can supersede that. So let's start with coal at least, because we know that with natural gas we can produce electricity cost competitively and also environmentally friendly. And let's not forget also that oil and gas is not only energy. From the clothing we wear, till the food we eat, or even healthcare, all the equipments we see in hospitals comes from oil and gas. So oil and gas will continue to play an integral part for the next decades to come, but at the same time, we need to integrate more clean energy, more renewable energy, and when it comes to hard-to-abate sectors and other sectors such as aviation, maritime, we believe and embrace that low-carbon hydrogen will be a very important critical part to play as the fuel of the future. I believe UAE set an example. That example is practical, is tangible, and is on the ground by, number one, playing an important role in the creation of the clean energy sector and the promotion of net zero, decarbonization, and the conservation of the environment, mitigation of climate change actions. There is not a clear evidence than COP28 in Dubai, which was by the witness and confirmation of the entire international community, the best COP in terms of tangible achievements on the ground, where actions has been taken at multiple roles to push that agenda internationally and globally moving forward, and at the same time support less privileged nations through funds that help us meet the decarbonization and net zero objectives, and by the investments in renewable, whereby a company like Mazdar has invested north of $20 billion, and we continue to invest more and more. We will be doubling we will be doubling this amount before the end of this decade. Through the empowerment and commitment of our leadership, we are blessed with the leadership. Our President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, said in one speech that we will at one stage see the last shipment of oil leaving this blessed country with the same, if not better, standard of welfare and economic development. So we look at the future proudly. We look at the future with a promise that we will continue our noble cause to decarbonize and conserve the planet and safeguard it for the generation to come. But at the same time, we are already taking major steps in the diversification of economy, in the diversification of our energy portfolio, and playing a role internationally, helping the global community reach its objectives and help mitigate climate change. And at the same time, enforce regulations where many enforced regulations has superseded and became like a standard for other countries to follow. We are the very first to launch a federal strategy for low-carbon hydrogen, a local strategy for low-carbon hydrogen, for example, even for sustainable aviation fuel. We have a clear strategy and a clear mandate regarding the remix required for sustainable aviation fuel, or to be more specific, renewable fuel of non-biogenic origin, RFNBO. So through the commitment, through the investment, through the empowerment, through regulation and governance, and through leadership, we practice, we action what we call for, and I believe we will continue doing that role with strategic partnerships that we encourage. We're very inclusive, we're very agile, and we welcome long-term strategic partnerships. We've always been known to cultivate such partnership and take it to new frontiers, and we will continue doing that role in the future to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. A number of very important points you touched upon in your input here. First, about the right energy mix, about looking at the facts of the share today, and then that can the remaining sources really replace the one dominant, very, very pollutant coal. Nuclear was a tema that you also mentioned. Our friend Valery Weisberg, whose company Region is also supporting the forum, wanted to speak on the renaissance of nuclear energy. I think that would have been a very good bridge to continue the discussion. But you also mentioned the international discussions and the work streams that are going on in the framework of the Conference of Parties of COP28, and then that has recently passed the torch to COP29 in Baku. And here I would like to turn to Konstantin Simonov. He's head CEO of the National Energy Security Fund, a fund you created in 2006, if I'm correct, after already a very respectable and successful career in various academic positions, professor at the Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation. You created this fund to study the influence of political factors on the development of energy and the impact of oil and gas on complex political processes. I think I was almost prophetic and anticipatory, because when we last met and we last sat on this panel was 2021 in Verona, and a lot of things we discussed today had not yet happened back in then. But obviously, from an analytical perspective and scenario drafting, you have been following this very closely. So recently the COP29 closed the doors. What are your takeaways on this process? What did the summit show? What are the results? Is the approach of the global community to climate change and climate policy changing? Is there more realism now in the discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tadzio, for your question and for a very good introduction. Well, I will start with the year 2021, if you remembered it. But at the beginning, I would like to say thank you to the hosts for unique hospitality, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you very much to the fund Conoscere Eurasia for the work they did to organize the forum. The delegates might not see hard work that's behind the forum organization, but nevertheless, we do appreciate. Now about the transformation of the climatic policy. 2021 was exactly the year when we can be in the mindset of, because 2021 is not only the Verona Forum held in Verona, but also the climatic COP26 in Glasgow Forum. And from Glasgow down to Baku, great transformation has taken place. Leonid started talking about that the modern climatic policy becoming more rational, and it seems to me that we can even say, more seriously, that what we can see now is two alternative outlooks on the climatic agenda, and the second outlook is heard more and more loudly, and we could see that at the three recent summits that were conducted in oil and gas producing countries. And Western countries were sort of disapproving, because the bullet point was, what's the basis? Why those countries do have the right to hold this international climate forum? The next one is going to be held in Brazil, which also produces hydrocarbons. The countries that we call collective West, well, clear enough that it's quite publicistic term, but we all understand what it means. First of all, it's the European Union, the United States sort of standing apart, and they quite clearly declared their version of the climatic agenda. The core of it is to liquidate carbon and coal. The main doctrine of the European Union was to fully get rid of hydrocarbons and coal. And exactly in Glasgow, there was an attempt to put down this bullet point, to reject in very tough words. The idea of the European Union was to postulate in all international documents on climate that the number one goal is to reject coal, oil, and even natural gas was mentioned there as one. Sorry for my French, well, as we call it in Russia. Well, actually, it was a very separate thing, climatic features of the natural gas, but somehow they also put it in among those non-friendly types of fuels. And when we are talking about the second bullet point of the agenda, quite actively and was very loud at the COP29 in Baku, and before that at COP28 in United Emirates, well, it was saying that the countries, also publicistically of the global south, everybody understands the term, they were saying that they are not negating the value of the climatic policy and climatic agenda in general, but they would like to put it down that the climatic policy should not reject the right for economic development. And that was quite a significant and very important bullet point to be postulated. And they meant to say that consuming hydrocarbons and coal can be quite modern, and we heard the examples that the industries are transforming, changing, and saying that producing hydrocarbons or coal or generation of electricity from gas or coal are archaic types of economic activities and lead to only negative climatic effects. Well, it's something we cannot say because those industries have been transformed and they had taken into account the climatic agenda. And before the COP28, the Western media had a lot of articles that the Emirates, together with Saudi Arabia, were actively offering to African countries to invest in the construction of new refineries. And the West had been criticizing the Emirates for that, saying that this is how they would like to prolong the epoch of awful oil. But African countries do have the right to consume and develop. They also want to use their cars and drive. And actually, if this is going to be high quality fuel, and if the African countries reject cooking in open fire, which is quite tough climatically, that will be a very positive influence. So it's not only the right for development, but also combating poverty, energy poverty, and poverty in general. That's quite a principle, because if the quality of life increases and enhances in the African continent, that would mean reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from households, which is quite a significant thing. But obviously you cannot reject hydrocarbons now, because there were so many numbers quoted during the forum, would not to repeat. Just to mention that since 2010, in the world, oil consumption has grown by 15%, coal by 8%, and gas almost 30% increase. Again, would say that that's an important part of the modern economic development. And just to reject it right away, overnight, well, it's not pertinent, or it's quite dangerous, actually. And so this is the mindset the global South are in. So the next point is about the transfer of technology and financing of the green bullet points. The Western countries are not ready very often to transfer technology free of charge, and not ready to fill the climatic funds with their money free of charge. So they prefer to issue green loans, but the other countries would like to get grants for climatic projects not to be returned or repaid. So philosophical, I think it's quite a question to raise. If the European Union decides and thinks that the climate is the goal of the mankind, the number one goal, then the question is why in some cases the approach is very cynical and the attitude is very cynical to the thing. Just take the transfer of technologies, or for instance the sanctions that were imposed on Russia. Well, before 2022 events, I had proposed, suggested in Russia to link this sanction issue to the Paris Agreement conditions. So because it is directly impacting the greenhouse gases emissions. So this ban on supplies of equipment, of course, torpedoes our climatic doctrine fulfillment, which we had updated. And we put the goal there of net zero by 2060. So if the climate is a sacred thing, then what is the basis to impose sanctions on? So we have to measure their climatic effect very carefully. And another strange or bizarre attitude to sanctions policy, December 5th, today it's 2 years when the embargo on Russian oil supplies became valid, and the price ceilings. So the global logistics has been changed dramatically, and the main volumes went to India, where we control more than 40% of Indian import. So, and India produces products, oil products, to return them to Europe. So this effect exceeds the greenhouse gases of France and Germany totally. So why did they do that? And who's responsible? Who's in charge of the consequences? So it's quite a serious, all quite serious questions and topics. And I realize, of course, that we are pressed for time to continue. Just a couple of more words about the United States, about their approach to climate. Just briefly to tell you that today, don't let us forget that there are two main emitters, USA and China, greenhouse gases. But the European Union doesn't say much about that, about the USA, because they are the major producer of oil and gas. So I think at that I would finish, just to say that today, those approaches start to compete with each other. And in the second approach, there's quite rational and common sense, while it doesn't negate the necessity of combating climate changes and the importance of sustainable development. But saying all this, this approach, in my perspective, is much more common sense and rational, not negating the opportunities for countries which we call the global south countries to further develop and to becoming rich. Thank you.
Thank you, Konstantin. I think maybe that is actually the beacon of hope, right? That there is still a shared basis, a shared acknowledgement that there is something changing and that we need to take it seriously and we need to work on it, even if then the approaches how to tackle the problem differ, and that there are these two schools or two approaches, as you say. But there is also some commonality. I'm just trying to accentuate what unites us rather than where we differ. I would like to turn to you, dear Mikhail Yefimovich. Mikhail Yefimovich Shvedkoy is a Soviet and Russian theater critic, drama, social, political activist, laureate of the State Prize of Russia, artistic director of the Moscow Musical Theater, supervisor of the Faculty of Graduate School for Cultural Policy, many other important functions in that area that you held. Most importantly, obviously, Russian Minister of Culture from 2000 to 2004, and then chairman of the Federal Agency for Culture and Cinematography from 2004 to 2008. So you have spent your life, or a big share of your life in this cultural sphere, but most recently you organized a very you were hosting a very interesting TV show, Agora, and this show was devoted to the results of the COP29 summit as well. So with your experience and your background, would be very interesting to share your opinion on the outcome of this process of the summit, and also maybe more generally, because we are talking not only about the prospects of the climate policy agenda, but also about the sustainability goals in total. Among these, which do you think are really the top priorities that we should have in mind? Mikhail Yefimovich, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Schilling. Thank you. all organizers, and thank you very much to all participants and listeners of our today's conversation, because actually you've covered it all, and I, as we call in Russia, I can calmly stand in the corner to smoke. Well, of course I cannot smoke because it is forbidden. It is about climate. So indeed, I would start with COP29. It's not by incident that it was called financial conference. And as you might know, first of all, it was about what sum of money the golden billion countries, the Western countries and European Union would be able to allocate to the funds that are engaged in working in the global south countries. The numbers are all well known today. They spend $100 billion today. They need 1.1 trillion, and that was mentioned by the General Secretary of UNO, Mr. Guterres, because COP is the conference of UNO. Well, they decided to give 300 billion, and then loans, green loans started, which is very difficult for all, because if we speak about sustainable development, needless to say, climate, of course, has a line of priorities in sustainable development, but number one priority is combating poverty, which is very serious, which is grave. It's not by incident. Igor Ivanovich mentioned it's 750 billion, and Leonid mentioned 800 billion. I would say 50% of African population have no access to electricity. But it's important to understand, speaking about climate, and that's very serious too. But they're not fond of talking about that at the conferences on climate as a rule. Today, as you might know, there's quite heated discussion as to whether to produce lithium or not. Lithium, of course, actually is a strategic raw material, strategic commodity to produce batteries and all. So everybody knows that lithium production is very hazardous to ecology and environment, and we know that in all the countries where they produce lithium. Energy transition, well, I am foursquare for energy transition or clean ecology. I would be insane. Well, you know what I thought? It would be great to put this conference in Baku or COP26 for the people who went there to protect climate to listen to what we are saying today. It would be a great dramatic content for a blockbuster. I would sign off. Any Hollywood studio would sign off right away. But today, seriously, no one calculated how much green transition would cost. The Arab Emirates, of course, is a very rich country. The Gulf countries are all rich because they're producing hydrocarbons and they can afford this green transition. But when our Indian colleague mentioned at Morning Story that it's cheap story and that solar energy provides cheap access to energy, I think that's a big question to ask for a very simple reason, because to get over to for green transition besides lithium, you will need a lot of copper, because you will have to replace the whole system of electricity supply to cities, especially big cities, if they start using electrical vehicles. And copper reserves are very limited in the world, and we well know that to produce everybody's using iPhones, but 1/3 of energy, of global energy, is spent to charge electric devices. And if it is doubled, I mean, the number of people using GPT, well, we will run out of energy. That's quite serious. And that's actually, when we speak about climate, no one has ever calculated realistically as to what the price of green transition would be for poor countries. And there are so many of them, poor countries. And I remember Well, Vietnam is developing nicely now, but 10 to 15 years ago, the president of Vietnam said that we had made a historical step. We now are from poverty to just another poverty. And how many of them that can afford to spend on green transitions? Though the rich countries are not very willing to just giving them money. They are ready for loans, maybe for not very high interest rates, but still loans. And I know that I'm saying things that our ecologist friends would hit me on the head. But today, one of the huge problem is education of wider population. No one's doing that because indeed the ecological agenda is sort of an alarming thing. Just yesterday, a huge number of publications all over the world was out in 3 years saying that in 3 years the ice of Arctic would melt and everybody will be drowned, and maybe if not in 3 years, but in 10 to 15 years, absolutely. So very difficult and complicated processes are underway. I'm saying that we are sort of self-imposed. But we think that human beings really think that the universe depends on its activities. Not to offend you very much for all those speakers who did and will speak. While the universe and the human being, you know, this correlation is not very important because our human history just takes 30 seconds before the new year if you calculate the time as of the big explosion. The humankind exists for 300,000 years in the way we are, but the big explosion had happened 13 billion or 800 billion years ago. So human beings live is not for long here, and I don't think that we managed to spoil the nature so much in 200 years. Even if we calculate and count populations, different populations and species have disappeared because the climate has changed. Because we know that, for instance, mammoths and mammals and unicorns, they all have disappeared because the universe is regulating. We just don't know what's going on inside the nucleus of and plasma of the Earth. We don't know exactly. Well, people saying that the magnetic pole is moving fast from Canada to Siberia. Now it slows down, not very dangerous. Well, again, when we speak about climate at large, about hydrocarbons, actually we don't have a holistic picture in front of us, and clear enough that there's business and their interests. Green energy provides a very small profit, just insignificant. All companies know that. BP, Shell, or anyone, just ask them. And they do know that hydrocarbons provide them big part of profits, and green energy, just a small thing. But if they ever mention that, they will be sort of, done away with. If they say that we want more hydrocarbons because it provides more profit, well, it will be a conflict. So there are two alarmist pictures. One is that hydrocarbons are over. So no hydrocarbons anymore. Energy is dead. Another one is the climate has changed so much that the massive migrations of all. So all those pictures are bad. All those scenarios are bad. My respected colleagues all mentioned that we need a balance of interests, and we have to understand that we are capable of finding compromises which would help the poorest part of the population and the mankind to come up and the richer part to get a clean air and sustainable environment they're dreaming of. Well, psychologically, it's quite a serious and grave problem. Very grave psychological problem to tackle. If we were sitting at a forum, so conducted by the companies engaged in nuclear fuel, or nuclear energy, they would say this clean energy, absolutely closed cycle, renewables, no problems. Nuclear energy is exactly the cleanest thing. It will save everybody. Well, but we know all very well that, as doctors say, there's no golden bullet or golden pill that will save everybody of all the diseases. It just doesn't exist. So we will have to find some reasonable balance of interest, having well calculated as to how much it will cost us. And as a, well, you introduced me as a cultural activist. I am for $120 per oil barrel, because then the oil and gas companies, which are the biggest sponsors, would help culture much more than they're doing now. Leonid Michelson is one of the biggest sponsor of culture, but they say that it reminds us of Marlboro when they realized that they are threatened. They were the biggest sponsors of all international cultural events. Trust me, oil and gas are better than Marlboro, though I am a heavy smoker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mikhail Yefimovich. We have now reached the end of the session, I think, with a very, very important reminder not to forget key stakeholders in the energy transition. The title of the session, Energy and Environment, a Marriage of Convenience, ? Was obviously lightly provocative. I don't think we have reached a clear answer on whether it is a marriage of convenience or not. Maybe it is, but that doesn't mean that it is bad. We still can make it work. I think that's what we really have to take away from all the 4 speakers we had on the panel today. If this is a marriage of convenience or a marriage of love, it's not important. We have to make it work, and we can make it work. And to this, we need to be open and listen to each other with realism. We need to take into account the facts. We need to take into account all the stakeholders, and we need to try to keep channels of communication open rather than closing them. With that, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their honest and open, very insightful contributions, very frank insights they shared with us today. You for your patience in the audience, and I wish you and all the rest a good forum, productive discussions, and all the best. Thank you.
No, Thomas, thank you very much for your moderation, Mr. Schilling. Vielen Dank for your moderation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next plenary session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the next plenary session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session is about to begin.
Geopolitical factors exert significant influence on the global economy and trade. One key component of global GDP, world trade, is undergoing massive transformations, driven largely by geopolitical factors. Recent events, such as the pandemic, conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East and Yemen, have accelerated deglobalization processes, shifting priorities and altering the mechanisms of production, logistics and trade. Now, trade and economic relationships are predominantly developing among countries that share similar worldviews. New logistics routes are being established between these nations. Trade turnover is increasing, and cooperation is being strengthened in the scientific and cultural fields. For instance, trade turnover between China and Russia, according to China's Customs Administration, grew by 64% over the past 2 years, from $147 billion in 2021 to $240 billion in 2023. Global corporations are moving production from countries that are geopolitical competitors to friendlier ones. For example, Apple has moved part of its production from China to India. Another trend is the restructuring of supply chains and threats to intercontinental trade routes, prompting companies to place production closer to their target markets. For instance, European companies are increasingly shifting their production from Asia to nearby countries such as Turkey, Morocco and Romania. Support measures for local producers are on the rise in various countries. For example, the EU is developing a Made in Europe program to protect its market from external importers. Tariffs are increasing, restrictions on imports are being imposed, and subsidies for local producers are being actively provided. One well-known example is the temporary compensatory tariffs on the import of Chinese electric vehicles into the European market. In some countries, there is a growing intention to tighten regulations on foreign companies' access to public procurement. All these measures increase geopolitical fragmentation and the deglobalization of the world economy, yet they help businesses become more resilient to external shocks, such as military conflicts or pandemics. That being said, the WTO estimates that the fragmentation of the global economy into separate blocks could eventually reduce global GDP by 5% as global supply chains undergo changes. These changes were originally originally established due to reduced tariffs and lowered transportation and communication costs, transforming global production and allowing businesses to manufacture goods where it is most cost-effective. However, the current trend towards regionalization often increases production costs, which in turn raises prices for the consumer. Can we say that regionalization has replaced globalization in interstate relations? How does the strengthening of regional cooperation fit into the larger trends of global economic development? What centers are emerging in the Eurasian space? What might be of interest from the experience of the UAE and the states of the Arabian Gulf?
Buonasera, di nuovo diamo inizio alla sessione dedicata.
Good evening. We start now the session dedicated to regionalization and globalization, two topics that have already been dealt with during today, in particular by Professor Fallico at the very beginning of the day. But together with our speakers, we'll try and delve further into the topic, not so much to understand whether we are at a time when regionalization is prevailing over globalizing trends, but to understand how society is moving, pushed by the US, China, Russia, but also the Middle East, represented here by our hosts. I am Vito Petrocelli, president of the Italian Institute of BRICS. Let me now introduce the speakers. Alexander Pankin, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Tiberio Graziani, President of the Vision and Global Trends International Institute for Global Analysis. Edward Lozansky, President of the American University in Moscow. Fabio Massimo Parenti, Associate Professor of International Political Economy and Global Studies at the China Foreign Affairs University. Loretta Napoleoni, journalist, writer, political analyst. Fatima Al-Nouami, Executive Vice President, Downstream Business Management at NOC, and Karen Shakaranov, Director General of Mosfin Cinema Concern. We have many speakers, as you've heard. We are already running a bit late, so I will take no further time. But I hope we will be able to have a rich dialogue with our guests. I would now leave the floor to Vice Minister Pankin, asking whether in this dichotomy between regionalization and globalization, whether the Russian Federation sees action areas, for example, shared security. What is your opinion on this opposition, if it's an opposition?
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. I will say something that you do not expect, and maybe not in the key that you expect. Well, Mr. Fallico, Mr. Sechin, and other speakers have provided such comprehensive analysis of the status quo that affects the dynamics of the evaluation, and everything has been supported by statistics. Well, maybe matters of security have been touched upon less. So which of us has an idea of what is globalization? You'll be surprised how few definitions there are. So maybe you think it is a matter of 25, 30 years. But As a matter of fact, it appeared whenever humankind appeared, the next wave of globalization was industrial collaboration, transnational companies that actually deployed their production all over the world. Then new ways of communication appeared, telephone and others. And today we believe that it's three phenomena: information society, ICT, industrial revolution. Internet has actually given it a push. So now people, corporations, individuals can communicate, doing business, transferring knowledge, everything is possible. Translate good and not very good ideas. So this is what globalization is about in this last version of the definition. Some people believe that it is exited from the scene. Some people speak of deglobalization already. Someone used the term decentralized globalization. So maybe that answers your question about the relationship between regionalization and globalization. Well, before 2022, it became clear that globalization does not perform any social mission for the whole world. Then what is it needed for? So when globalization was at its peak, political scientists said that the epoch when states take decisions has passed. Now it's business supported by technological breakthroughs. Disruptive technologies can provide services and trade to the world, and it will be actually free of national barriers. But when this globalization, this kind of globalization developed, and people got cell phones, the statistics shows that there is a huge divide in every respect, in property, in access to education, in access to water, to energy resources, energy security. So globalization does not work for the whole world. So maybe it works for 1 billion people, well, maybe plus some people living in the south. Social parameters of globalization prove to be zero at best, and even negative. Well, during the first session, it was said that the world economy actually was turned upside down. Well, capitalization of all capitals is $115 trillion, and the total GDP is $105 trillion. Dollars, not my data, international. And the first 10 in capitalization, $3 to $4 trillion, only 2, Saudi Aramco and Tesla. They produce goods and create comfort environment for communication, but they do not fight poverty. So, whether globalization is going to be reset is a question. Business has actually lost confidence in it as well. People and politicians, countries, whole countries as well, too. Inequality, not only in income, but also politically. About 150 countries, as they understood after decolonization period, well, they became independent, but they cannot actually dispose of their resources, and they cannot create an environment for sustainable development, and they are very much in debt too. In Africa, for instance, well, so this situation, to reset globalization, and this is not an artificial process, although states and businesses can incentivize it, well, but the norms of international law need to be observed, equality, respect, and denunciation of neo-colonial practices that exist in culture, in the social sphere, economic as well. So most countries of the world will actually continue to be just a source of resources. Well, we need to renegotiate it all at all levels, at the level of the government and the business community. What are the rules to be used to continue life on Earth? Globalization version 8 or whatever, if these basic things are not addressed, the world will develop surrounded with conflicts. No one wants to invest in long-term commitments with a low return, and fast return very much is a bubble. Well, the 300 billion that was promised for preventing climate change is not being used for that in Africa. Well, if there are issues with neighbors, regionalization is a better help. Regionalization is gaining ground in Eurasia, in Africa, and Latin America. In Eurasia, we have got US, we have got the shores, the Shanghai Organization of Cooperation. We have got ASEAN with a long record of bringing countries together. So these are locomotives and centers of economic force, and let alone the giants of India and China, or the Gulf countries that have got also their associations, the Gulf Association of Cooperation. There's more trust there, there's more interaction and mutual understanding there. It doesn't mean, however, that they do not interact with the rest of the world or with one another. Well, there was this kind of cooperation probably can serve the basis for future globalization, but we need to go back to observing the agreed principles of international cooperation. And, it's not trying to just juxtapose them. Well, globalization has been put on hold for a while, and it would be good if partners on different sides of the oceans need to understand that creation of clubs and unions related to specific industries, for example, and that this way is faster development, for example. The whole set of tools related to sanctions, is there to destroy the global economy. The sanctions have been imposed on over 20 countries. It's on China, on Myanmar, and others. So they seem to be evil countries from the perspective of those who impose sanctions on them. So fragmentation will not lead to anything good. And lack of the appropriate governance, sometimes being denied a vote. This needs to be ensured. BRICS, it's not an integration, it's not an international organization, it is a platform, but this kind of platforms and integration kind of solutions, they can be instrumental to improving global economy and the investment decline that we see very often, disrespect of spiritual values, religious values, very often something that we're seeing among the G20. So equality needs to be not only in the distribution of income. So if if we can mark up this path and take this journey, maybe we will be able to see humanized globalization as for global security. Russia has always been in favor of indivisible and global security. And we stick to this cause. Conflicts need to be prevented. But you understand that conflicts, they do not arise of their own accord. So sometimes they arise among corporations, sometimes among governments. It's a philosophical and applied area at the same time. I'm sorry to be taking so much time of this conference. Maybe I didn't say what you expected me to say, but thank you anyway for your attention.
We appreciated your contribution. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to start from something you said and a concept you highlighted. Globalization took a pause because of a lack of trust. And I would start from here to ask to Mr. Tiberio Graziani if that is the case. Are we faced with a lack of trust? Are we really seeing a contraposition between globalization and regionalization? Or instead, can we think that they can still coexist in the next few years? Well, thank you very much. I would like to start from a methodological introduction, if I may. My presentation will focus on two aspects. One is a more economic topic related to the connection between regionalization and globalization. And then I will talk about geopolitics, and I will talk about the polarization between fragmentation and integration. We heard these words from the previous speakers as well. Now, in last decades, globalization and regionalization have become fundamental dynamics in shaping the economy, and also they influence the world geopolitics. Often, and this is my answer, they are presented as concepts that are one against the other. Instead, they coexist. And at least in present times, at least right now, at this very turbulent time, they coexist and are intertwined. However, they express the geopolitical tensions that are expressed through fragmentation and at the same time integration. When I talk about fragmentation, I also refer to the tensions that exist in the world, the so-called arches of crisis. Historically, globalization supported a unipolar model led by the United States, while regionalization today is a possible alternative which promotes complementarity and cooperation, thus outlining a world order that is more and more multicentric and balanced. Globalization, with its hyper-liberal and individualistic approach, contributed to creating a unipolar world order. In the economic field, the West prevailed under the guidance of the United States. Now, this model, as we know, is based on economic interdependence and on the dissemination of Western cultural values. This model, however, also fed inequality and geopolitical conflicts, which are inherent to any historical model based on liberalism. We can also say, from an historical perspective, that the success of globalization as we know it and as we have suffered it was always based on the generation of social inequalities and on the exacerbation of political tension at the world level. The so-called crisis arches theorized by Baczynski have become normal. Geopolitical fragmentation is a necessary element of the hegemony of the so-called West. However, the emergence of new regional powers and the weakening of the Western hegemony have led to a growing redefinition of the world order. Now we are seeing new geopolitical groups which are also expressed through models of regionalization. The Silk Road Initiative in China, but also the Eurasian Economic Union, led by Russia, are examples of how regional actors are redefining the power dynamics outside of the Western hegemony. The regional integration, therefore, seems to be an answer to the need to create new poles of influence that can counterbalance the unipolar prevalence. From this perspective, I think it is more and more pressing for analysts to change the paradigm based on the division between industrialized countries and developing countries. We should go beyond this division, this split. What we called developing countries in the past are no longer developing countries now. They are instead countries that are implemented in a unique way their own processes of social and economic progress. As for the economic order, we are seeing a growing dichotomy between globalization and regionalization. Globalization looks at economic integration in the world and it promotes technological spread, but at the same time it also exposes many economies to structural vulnerabilities and energy dependence. Regionalization, instead, is an alternative strategy. It is based on complementarity and on cooperation between states that are geographically close and share interests. This approach will create resilient economic groups that can face the challenges of a globalized economic system. We have significant examples, for instance, Asia, the African Union with its own bank, and the states of the Gulf. and ASEAN as well. Now, these examples show that regional cooperation can strengthen competitiveness at the global level without giving up political autonomy, instead supporting and strengthening it. The states around the Arabic Gulf are an example of how regionalization can go hand in hand with the interests of the global South. Through a combination of strategic investments and political cooperation, these countries are building a model that strikes a balance between regional resilience and the global dimension. In particular, the growing harmony between the Gulf countries and the BRICS Plus shows this convergence towards a multipolar world. This convergence not only promotes the economic and infrastructural development, but also it consolidates a geopolitical vision that goes beyond contrasts and the Western individualistic view. It promotes complementarity instead of competitiveness, and it becomes the guiding principle of this new global system. The current transition towards a multipolar world is characterized by a geopolitical reorganization which promotes large regional spaces. These spaces are built on economic, cultural, and political shared views. This becomes a sustainable alternative to globalization. They also mitigate inequalities and vulnerabilities created by the unipolar system. At the same time, we must also say that regional integration is a trend that at the moment coexists with globalization. In a way, it is a transformation of globalization. Let's take the case of China. Economies are gradually shifting their focus from global dependence to local resilience, promoting development that gives value to the peculiarities of each region without economic fragmentation. Now, this shows the deep transformation.
Then it seems inevitable, and people, scientists, scholars are trying to explain why it all happened. Just remember this story with the First World War, when no one believed that it would evolve, and when it did happen, tens of books and research appeared explaining the objective reasons and rationale why it all had happened. Same happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and I am the witness, because no one of us expected the event. It was impossible. But now, when it has happened, we all are reading lots of surveys proving that it had been inevitable, that it was necessary, and that it was, well, it was obvious to happen. So I think that this topic, well, in its scale, can be related to this kind of events, because we realize and feel that the world is changing and that the world cannot but change. But we, in my perspective, just don't understand which direction it is all moving to and what it will end up with. Well, it would be great for the world to be kept safe, because I think that's the most important, might be the most important thing, because in my perspective, the situation seems that anything can happen, but let's be optimistic. But what is the direction the whole thing is moving to? You know what? Strange as it might seem, I would answer by my intuition. Globalization is inevitable in my perspective. In my perspective, it's just objective process which inevitably leads us to globalization. First of all, it is related to all those revolutionary technical and technological changes we are witnessing. I mean, in information, transport, logistics, just everywhere, which puts the world into the positions to be more global. For me, it's obvious. But on the other hand, any big body or object or form internally it strives for collapse or diffusion. That's, it's, you know what, it's the unity and fight of the country. I think that we are going to deal with something like that. But we are used to live in the world where someone should rule. And that's in our minds, that feeling, at least our experience of our previous experience says that there might be some force that in the global world should rule or manage, but in the recent 500 years, to be quite candid, the West has been the force. The Western civilization, first of all, the Western Europe and the United States, well, actually, I think it's the same civilization, Western civilization. They were at the core of the world trying to rule it. But today it's become obvious that they are failing with the task and that the world is in the status when it doesn't want to be ruled by somebody. And here, I think that our internal feeling is that, okay, if not them, who's then? Who will be the one to rule? But you know what I think is, well, remembering Italy, your beautiful motherland. For thousands of years, Italy had consisted of smaller countries, Genoa, Rome, Popes, Florence. They felt themselves a unified people with different dialects, but still one single people, one nation. Somehow they survived together for thousands of years, and I think that the greatest achievements of the Italian culture were created during that period, thanks to a large extent, to that regionalization of Italy and that fragmented Italy as a country. Well, I would admit that the world is going in the same direction now, that it's going to be exactly like that, consisting of multiple different centers which will exist together. And by the way, I just don't see any issue, any problems for those centers by the end of the day to draw the conclusion that they can survive without wars and get aligned with each other without any conflicts. Today it seems impossible, but as I am a cultural activist, I will give you an example from my sphere. Just take culture as an example. People are competing in business, in martial laws, in politics. The only sphere where no one is competing with each other is culture. There's no objective of the people who creates culture. There's no objective for their culture to be better than somebody else's. Every people creates a culture which reflects its senses, its significance, understanding of the world, their ideas, and that's exactly the great role of culture, which is our well, for me as a Russian. Well, I'm interested in Italian culture because I'm fond of Verdi and Michelangelo, and to read Arabic fairy tales, 1001 Nights, and Leo Tolstoy. So there's no competition. That's the only sphere people are not competing in, but co-creating. So possibly, maybe I'm too idealistic to think, but I think that the world might be moving in this very direction. When there's no one single center to rule, and the world would consist, and that would be the global thing, by the way. It would be a global world, it's going to be global, but at the same time, it's going to be consisting of different centers and poles, as is the fashionable term now. But actually, essentially, I think that's the way. But the other question is that the forces that are still at the forefront, it's very difficult for them to agree with this very simple and clear-cut idea. It's not a question of somehow recognize the defeat, but just to realize that the world is moving into its new status, and whether you like or dislike, you have to cooperate and be respectful of any nation or people or any reflection of interests of the people all over the world. And it seems to me, in any case, my intuition says that that's the way the world is going to. But I think it's this process is very complicated. Will be accompanied, of course, to repeat. It's a huge process to be unfortunately accompanied by conflicts and fight, and nothing can be done about it, unfortunately. But the main thing is for us in the process of reformatting the world to keep the existing world safe, because that's the most important thing. Because unfortunately, clear enough that the situation now shows that we are on the brink of difficult things. And we as cultural activists and politologists and experts, politicians and the business, our joint objective is to do our best for the world to get through safe.
Thank you very much. Among the many topics we've talked about today, we dwelled on the elections of President Trump in the United States. We mentioned it several times, and we tried to think about what might change in the US politics and what might change on the international scenario after the election of Donald Trump. So, I would like to ask Loretta Napoleoni to make some comments on this aspect. Well, we don't know what is going to happen. We can make some forecasts. Of course, Trump is perceived as a protectionist. Maybe he will go back to neo-mercantile policies. If that happened, maybe we could coin a new word, neocom, instead of neocon, which was in fashion recently. So here's my question. Would you like to share some comments on what is going to happen after Trump's election? And how do you think this former unipolar empire, namely the United States, what are they going to do? How are they going to behave? Well, thank you very much, first of all. Before I begin, I would like to make a comment on the idea of globalization. I agree that it is not true that globalization is cultural, is over in cultural terms. We need to make a distinction between what is culture, and that will stay here forever. It is a desire of humanity to, to exchange, to get to know each other. So cultural globalization will always exist. What is disappearing is the so-called free trade, economic globalization. So this has been an exceptional time. Two countries in particular, China and the United States, benefited from this economic globalization. They were the ones who benefited the most. Between these two countries, strategic interdependencies were created in terms of trade, economy, but also currency. President Trump, when he was elected the first time, he started to erode these ties. So a process began, and I believe it will certainly create a new form of mercantilism, a modern mercantilism, which is very similar to the classic British mercantilism of the past. And I think that we should take an historical overview on what happened to economic globalization and to this flourishing of free trade. Let's start from the 1980s. Chinese politics in the 1980s offered capitalism in the world, and in particular to Western capitalism, the opportunity to find a solution to a deep crisis, which had led to a period of hyperinflation, negative growth even, and so the so-called stagflation. What happened? China offered a manpower at very low costs, and that could also become very skilled. Workers could learn quickly, and China also offered tax conditions which were very favorable. So, among the many societies that benefited from that context was certainly China, and we saw this growth of the high-tech sector with companies like Apple, thanks to China. In China, the conditions were created, which then the spinning jenny created in the Industrial Revolution. Now, China gave this push to the technological revolution. At the same time, a currency interdependence was created. What does that mean? Well, everything that was produced in Chinese factories led to capital movements, inflowing dollars that were coming to China, and those dollars then went back to the United States as subscriptions of the U.S. treasuries. In the 90s, the largest subscriber of public debt in the U.S. was China, really. In the 90s, we saw two main phenomena. First, the spectacular modernization of China, thanks to these interdependencies, and secondly, this flow of capitals to and from the United States, which led to an amazing growth. It was a sort of honeymoon period, which then started to get into a crisis with the dot-com crisis. The US response was genius. They reduced interest rates. So the capital was offered at very low prices. That was the beginning of the following crisis, namely the 2008 crisis. Now, that was a turning point in terms of how things changed in globalization. What happened in 2008? Well, the United States produced the so-called bailout, a support plan for banks in order to avoid the collapse of banks as it had already happened in 1929. These aids were given by banks to the financial system, and there this money produced very high profits, particularly in the Silicon Valley. If you look at the graphs and statistics, it's very, very interesting. That industry, the Silicon Valley industry, which emerged thanks to the Deng Xiaoping policies, then found an almost unlimited source of money through the crisis of 2008. So, thanks to these massive investments and thanks to the alliance between finance and high technology, oligopolies were created. These oligopolies were created thanks to two main factors. First, the acquisition by few companies, so Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, let's say the first ones of the Magnificent Seven. Well, that was they acquired any competitor with bids worth billions of dollars, bids that could not be rejected. At the same time, the legislation did not exist, really. There was a lack of rules, a lack of legislation. Not because the US didn't want to regulate the industry, but because technological change was so quick that the government couldn't follow its pace. Now, these mega powers were created, and that led to the creation of huge wealth. Think of Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. They are richer than the GDP of some countries even. Now, this is what happened. Then Trump comes, 2016. Trump is elected, and all of a sudden he realizes that the technological industry must be protected. He realized that the technological industry risked being crushed by Chinese competition and Asian competition in general, which participated in this development. Think of microchips and microprocessors. The first thing that Trump did against China was related to the sector of microchips. He forbids the export of American technology to China, and most importantly, he started a policy that Joe Biden continued. So basically, he relocated, he brought back the production of microchips to the United States. The miracle of NVIDIA, which I think many of you have NVIDIA in your investment portfolios because everybody invests in NVIDIA. Well, the miracle of NVIDIA is related to this policy. All of a sudden, we are faced with this giant which controls the market of microchips for AI and microprocessors, and this giant was created thanks to the Trump policies, which is a protectionist policy, nothing new. What is going to happen now already happened. We are now at the second chapter, let's say. So after this introduction, the question is, this new mercantilism, because this is what we're talking about, it is mercantilism. Just look at who was chosen in the administration of Donald Trump. It's very clear that the goal is to protect the technological industry, to strengthen it, and to use it as a lever, as a tool to consolidate the American economy, which must remain the most important, the strongest economy, the most dynamic economy in the world. That's what they want. Can this work? Well, I see many similarities with the English mercantilism. Even then, those who guided the policy of mercantilism was a class of oligarchs and merchants from England who only cared for the interests of England, the empire, to the detriment of other countries too. So they intentionally implemented policies based on tariffs on products, duties, etc. I think that the United States can make it for two reasons. They are a net exporter of energy, and the United States are also a net producer of food. And so the two main needs are covered by the United States. However, this is all irrelevant. It doesn't matter whether they can make it or not. We need to focus on something else. We need to focus on our own world, which is outside of the United States. And so I see the silver lining here. We have an opportunity. Maybe it is a unique opportunity because the world is different from what the world was at the times of English mercantilism. Countries like China will certainly be able to develop their own technology, and their technology will be competitive. It will compete with the United States. So the market of the United States won't survive forever. We live in a multipolar world. Think of the BRICS, but also think of the Gulf countries and even Europe. I mean, Europe, it's not doing it, but Europe could become one of the important, of the fundamental poles in a multipolar world. The third element, which I think is the most interesting one, is that finance is globalized and it will remain globalized. That's for sure. So, if we look at the investments of the United States, the exceptional growth is something that we already seen. It's behind us. We won't see a collapse, but the return of capital to the levels that we saw in the last 6 years won't be repeated. It will not come from the United States. However, the same amount of capital can come from other countries, such as the BRICS, and that's where the big opportunity lies. We can attract these large flows of capitals from these other countries. To conclude, on an optimistic note, I think that this new mercantilism, the election of Trump, should not be seen only as a danger, but it should also be seen as a great opportunity for the rest of the world.
Passo la parola al
And now leave the floor to Professor Lozansky. He has a very specific point of view, because we all know the American University in Moscow, and we know that the analysis carried out in that institution has very important repercussions. So would you like to share your point of view on this topic?
What American University in Moscow may sound like unrealistic. How would between the United States and Russia, and American University in Moscow can exist? But I want to start maybe as a little background to explain how it's all happened very quickly. And this is, I want to start with the first slide. And this is on the White House letterhead signed by Vice President of the United States, who on behalf of President Bush Sr. congratulates me personally with opening of the American University in Moscow. So this was, if you look at the date, it's September 1990. So Soviet Union still exists, and American University in Moscow, it was not just kind of an NGO out of the blue, it was just endorsed, first of all, by highest authority, President George Bush, who actually assigned to oversee this work by Vice President Dan Quayle. And then in Moscow, it was still President Gorbachev, and he liked this idea as well. And if you read, you don't have to read the whole thing, but last two sentences saying that this university will generate, educate new generation of youth in both countries who will live in peace and mutually beneficial cooperation. It's just looking forward to this exciting opportunity. So then, next slide. Yes, this is back to Soviet Union, Gorbachev and Vice President Quayle, and I'm in the middle just trying to, it became my kind of work, because what happened is that before all this, I was just teaching at American University, but not in Moscow, but in Washington. I taught math and physics. I also did some research in laser fusion. And I didn't expect this phone call. A phone call from Moscow came from Gorbachev science advisor. His name is Yuri Osipyan. Yuri Osipyan had a unique position. He was vice president of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, in the later Russian Academy of Sciences, and also member of the US National Academy of Engineering. So he also was kind of like a bridge between two nations. And at this meeting, Gorbachev said it's great, and Dan Quayle said the same. And Dan Quayle is, that he was at the time also not only vice president, but vice president also of the United States, chairman of the Senate. So then next question, of course, who is going to finance this? Because at that time, Soviet Union was in pretty bad shape, economic. So agreement was made that Russia will provide real estate, buildings, space, and the United States will provide funding. And the number which was pledged, more or less, was not directly from Dan Quayle, but people who were actually he assigned to work on this, $50 million. You're talking about 1990. At that time, it was a very substantial amount. So mayor of Moscow at the time was Gavril Popov, and he felt that this is something really exciting. Popov, he was mayor of Moscow, but he really, I don't think he liked his job, because before that, he was dean, professor of economics at Moscow State University. So when he heard about American University in Moscow, he said, well, it's a great idea, and I would probably go back to teaching and doing this work like I did at Moscow State, and he will find another man, and this was, of course, Mayor Lushkov, so he was very happy to finish his term as mayor. And the mayor of Moscow provided a lot of real estate, not only a huge mansion in downtown Moscow. It used to be a Communist Party school. In 1990, already Communist Party was kind of on the way out, and there were plenty of real estate available, some of the great mansions. So, but not only that, Gavril Popov also gave to this new American University in Moscow huge estate, I don't know, maybe close to 1,000 acres of prime land, which used to hold like dachas or country houses of members of Politburo, including Brezhnev. So suddenly we own all this real estate, and even Brezhnev's dacha, and everyone is waiting for the money from Washington simply to start the operation. Well, for some reason, not everyone liked this idea, and yes, by the way, this is something that not only mayor of Moscow, but also Russian Academy of Science. You see, is a meeting at headquarters of Academy of Science, because remember, Eurasian, I mentioned his name. He was the vice president, so he helped to arrange this meeting as vice president Dan Quayle here, and we talk about activity, just not only education, but scientific community which can get involved in this project. 2 flags, American, Russian flags, and this is very nice place. Those who have been in Moscow should know that. Yeah, this, by the way, I just want to mention Eurasian to show him. This is the opening ceremony in Washington at the National Academy of Science, which is in downtown, also beautiful place. And this is, we announce that American University in Moscow is working, and this is a tremendous opportunity. Then this is, by the way, mayor of Moscow gave another building downtown Moscow, so we can start working, planning, curriculum, all kind of different projects. 2 groups were created. One was a group in Moscow, and headed by Eurasian, who assembled very intellectuals and thinkers, what kind of a university was going to do. And then in Washington, also was another group. It was formed by Washington insider, his name is Paul Weyrich, and also Congressman Kurt Weldon. Kurt Weldon liked this idea, and he started moving this bill, $50 million. He wanted to build through Congress, and of course, House of Representatives, and then Senate. So work has begun. Okay, but in the meantime, before the whole thing operates and all that, we were housed temporarily at Moscow State University. This is a campus of Moscow State. They gave us space, although we already had space, but we couldn't operate it because there was no funding. So we temporarily were at Moscow State, and also Russian research. It's called National Research Nuclear University. Nuclear University, it's a major center for teaching and training a future Russian nuclear scientists. So this is, they housed us just in anticipation of this huge amount of funds coming from Washington. And at the same time, in Washington, we had sponsors who bought us this building, and this is the place where Americans and some Russian visitors would come and also plan all different projects, curriculum, university. Okay, this is very important thing because it shows how this work has begun. And this slide shows two interesting people. On the left, it's Professor Strekhanov, who was president of this new Russian Research Nuclear University. And next to him, Professor Zikri Hacker. He was at the time professor at Stanford, but before that, he was head of the Los Alamos National Lab. Well, those who don't know, this major lab to develop atomic weapons. And so Russian Nuclear University, and he was former, of course, but still he had a lot of contacts, at least. And then Stanford University, we were already working, early classes have began using space provided by those two major Russian universities, Moscow State and Nuclear University. Great thing. Yeah, this shows one of the classes. Actually, I think I made this picture, and this is a group who was visiting American professors. We had about, during this time, over 150 American professors would give lectures, and from all major American, everyone, what we call Ivy League, everyone, Harvard, Yale, Stanford, everyone would come and give lectures, and there were also exchange visits. This is a group of Russian students who would go to Stanford and meet them. They were talking also about like nuclear security, because the guy who was handling this was the same Zikri Hacker, so he, of course, was very well informed in nuclear security issues. But still, everyone was waiting for this 15 million, and then this bill was moving from one chamber to another committee, and somehow it was everyone at the last minute. There were some forces who said maybe we didn't really need it, and they, although Congressman Kurt Weldon assembled close to 150 members. 150 is a huge number, but still, as you know, its House has 435. So to move it through, you need a little more. Anyway, by the time this bill was moving, Bush lost elections, and Bill Clinton came, and Clinton, Soviet Union already was no more, and Clinton felt that we didn't really need it. And I was explained by one of his aides, the reason, because if you know what, we don't really have to spend money on this, because from now on, the world is unipolar, and we don't really care what those Russian youth think, because from now on, they will do whatever we tell them to do. So this is what Bill Clinton, and this is, everyone was very upset, especially Mayor of Moscow. He provided so much, this real estate and space and all that stuff. So he was so angry that he changed name from American to International University, but I kept this, and we still continue. We found some private funding, and it's a very sad story, but this is where we are. Now, what happened after February 2022, all those American professors who would come and speak, or maybe sometime online, probably not many of them said, we have to wait until this war is over, because, even Zikri Hacker also said to me, Ed, it's a great idea, but let's hold on. But how we can hold on? We have to continue. And what we decided to do is simply example of Tucker Carlson. You know, Tucker Carlson was on Fox News, had a huge auditorium, but then he was fired from Fox News, and he went into social networks, to Twitter and others, and his followers, number of his followers jumped maybe 10 times after he was fired. So what we did, we also moved into our cyberspace. The university still operates, and yeah, by the way, this is simply a couple of slides, shows that not only we talked about education, we talked about other areas. And this is Congressman Kurt Weldon was moving this project, linking, showing maybe around 20 different areas where America can cooperate for mutual benefit. And he also signed up, remember I told you about 150 members of Congress, they still were interested. But no movement on Capitol Hill. And this is a slide, the same thing, shows all different areas where Russia and the United States can work together for mutual benefit. But so it's only slide and booklets, but so far, not much progress. Now, this is a gentleman who explained to us back in '87, even before we started talking about American University in Moscow. This is George Kennan. George Kennan was a former American ambassador in the Soviet Union, and then he was a senior official in the State Department. And he told us, '87, 4 years before Soviet Union collapsed. And this is a short note. I just okay, maybe you can see it or not. So I don't know how to say it. So keep. This one? Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. He said. Yeah. Where's the Soviet Union to sink tomorrow? You talk about '87. Sink tomorrow under the waters of the ocean. The American military-industrial establishment would have to go on substantially unchanged until some other adversary could be invented. Anything else would be an acceptable shock to the American economy. George Kennan. So this is not Putin, this is George. Okay, well, I think those are the same people who prevented this bill to move through Congress and to many other things. But well, we are not giving up because we think that working, remember the first slide, Dan Quayle and George Bush were talking about how it's important to educate new generation of youth who will actually promote ideas not what we call the unipolar world, but mutually beneficial cooperation. He talked about 2 nations, but now we are talking about multipolar world, so we have to talk about many other nations, and it's good that we have events like this. We have representatives from many countries, groups like BRICS, plus, of course, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So idea was that we will move into, follow Tucker Carlson, we move into Zoom or some other technologies, but Zoom. And yeah, this is it's our first session. And what we see here, well, Washington, in the upper corner on the right is Professor Peter Kuznick, and he is professor at the same American University in Washington, which I used to work. Down, it's Hol Gardner. He is a professor at American University in Paris. And on the left, well, in left up, it's me, and down, it's Matt Harris. He's from Montreal, Canada. He represents, as you can see from his ways, younger generation. He's doing quite well, understand better than us in technology, how to organize those sessions, but not only that, he is really has his own network of experts who are also coming and teach for our new audience. In our new audience, this is how it looks. This is, well, you know, Zoom sessions, something like that. And now, you saw the first class, we had like maybe about 70, 80 kids in class. And now we have close to 300, and they are from many, many countries. You see, this flag represents each country which takes part. The only thing which is missing, and this is what I come now to the most important thing, is how we can get young generation, because people who you saw here, you don't see too many young faces. This mostly people like experts who have something to say. So my main message is that if we can, we know that Verona Forum, looking at this audience, has many, many good speakers who can take part in this our sessions, but also maybe have some ideas how we can attract young people. Because one thing is you have a captive audience. If you're a professor at university, you have a captive audience, and students, whether they like it or not, they have to attend. But when it's free for all, it's not so easy. But with expertise like Forum Verona has, maybe you can help. And this is what I already discussed this, with Professor Falikov, see if we maybe you can adopt us and have this, because in addition to those forums, we know that Verona Forum has an excellent website. Excellent. It has tremendous talent of experts, international experts, where I'm pleased Karen Shakhnazarov is part of this group, and they can provide their expertise, but question of attracting young people to hear all those ideas that express here, economic, and there are many, many other areas. Just quickly, maybe I have some of the, oh yeah, this is very important before I finish. This is a map, and the guy on the left is the president of Russian Academy of Sciences, Gennady Krasnikov. On the right, another Gennady Osipov, and he is the head of the highest school of social political science at Moscow State University. They are in front of the map, and I think someone already talked about transportation, logistics, all this. They have research, huge, like several volumes, to explain how all this can work, linking through Bering Strait. It's called highway from New York to London through Bering Strait Tunnel, and also, of course, linking this Chinese Silk Road, and also this road to the south through Iran, and make it like a global transportation network. And they work on this, and they asked me to mention this because maybe some people will be interested in talking to them. Actually, they prepared kind of a letter appeal to the American Academy of Sciences to see if American Academy of Sciences can also join. But no, we'll see. They created a specific program called Academy of International Cooperation, and mentioned, of course, Lincoln, who talked about this, and several projects. I just quickly gone through some sites which this group is trying to present to young generation. Well, it's just different areas.
Professore, dobbiamo concludere.
Yeah, I'm concluding. Sorry for delay and etc. Okay, anyway, to finally, I don't know, I don't want to, maybe I say something that people from United Arab Emirates probably, I don't know, just because it might be a cultural thing, but I mentioned Russian Academy of Science, RIS. And when I came here, name of this emirate is RAS. So I don't know, maybe there's some link between this emirate and Russian Academy of Sciences. Okay.
La ringrazio. Vediamo come posso coinvolgere il professor Parenti sul tema globalizzazione.
Let's see how I can involve Mr. Parenti now again on globalization. We've talked a lot about the BRICS today. We talked a lot about other multilateral groups. The Chinese Popular Republic is certainly a part of most of these groups. Now, isn't that maybe one of the reasons behind the success of the activity of China, which together with the Russian Federation are, let's say, the most important expression of the work of the BRICS? Maybe doesn't that success coming from the way in which the Chinese are able to combine their vocation for globalization with instead regional initiatives? So maybe their success comes from this ability to combine the two? Thank you very much and good evening, everyone. I will try and be quick because we are quite late. But I will just speak off the cuff and I will speak in Italian, if I may. Well, the first concept that we need to keep in mind, and it might sound obvious, but it's not as easy as it seems, I would like to say that globalization has always existed and is always accompanied by processes of regionalization. So it's about interconnection. You know, all spaces are interconnected. Regions, cities, macro regions. This has always happened and it will always happen. This gives a shape to the world. Coming then to the current dying globalization, but it's only one possible form of globalization, the neoliberal globalization. Loretta explained it very, very well. It also gave us an historical overview, which was very interesting. Now, there are other dynamics at play as well. So globalization and regionalization are not always in competition. They are complementary in essence. They have a relationship that the Chinese translate into a strategic principle, namely the so-called dual circulation. So, on the one hand, you have this interconnection at home, in the country, in China, and that is a driver and an essential condition to then reach a macro-regional and global integration. You start from the local to then move up to the regional and global. This happened through special zones, open cities, etc. And now this process has been fine-tuned. It's even more refined. We have, for instance, the Bohai macro region. It is an economic green region. Beijing, Hebei, Tianjin, 260 million people, all in a sort of macro region. Or we can, and this is a project that dates back to the beginning of the 2000s. If I'm not mistaken, it was launched in 2004. Or we have the Great Bay Area, Hong Kong, Macau, Guangdong. Or let me mention another region, about 90 million inhabitants. All these processes of planning multiply thanks to the Chinese strategy that is implemented. It is an almost perfect example of both global and local integration. The same is true for the countries here in the Gulf. These regions also follow the same virtuous dynamic process of integration between regional spaces at different scales and the global level. So China keeps on working following a logic that has turned it into the country that has now become the leader of world interconnection. China is the driver, with the Belt and Road Initiative, is the driver of this global integration. The Belt and Road Initiative is a global project But it's not an hegemony, it is a global project, but it starts from the domestic experience, the local experience of China. It gives benefits to 1.4 billion people in China first, and so politically, in a sort of neutral way, this project can also be shared with the rest of the world, so that we won't talk about a third world war, we won't talk about clash and Cold War and conflict between blocs, and instead we can move on towards a peaceful coexistence. We can build a human community that shares the same destiny. It is very important and rewarding to use these words today. And China, of course, China cannot solve the problems of the whole of mankind, but China can combine these two things, starting from its own empirical experience. China is able to combine this high ambition with its local reality. It feeds the hearts and the feelings of all human beings who suffer because of wars that they don't want and that they are forced to experience because of the failure of liberalistic globalization. People suffer the war. They are forced to see fragmentation instead of integration. Now, and because it's late, I will stop here. Thank you.
E per questo io...
And thank you very much for being short and effective. Last but not least, we now have Fatima Al-Nuami. I would like to ask her to tell us something about the lessons that we can learn from the experience of the Emirates, in particular in the field you work in. You work in the field of energy, so what can we learn from the Emirates?
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I'm impressed that we still have an audience, but we have, I've never been in such a diverse panel. I'll keep it short as well. So Fabio, I will get a higher clap than yours. So I come from ADNOC, the national energy company of the country, a company that is deeply rooted in the UAE, yet reaching global markets. So when we talk about globalization and regionalization, this is not really one or the other. It's not this or that. It's interlinked, and especially in the energy industry. Geopolitical shifts and market dynamics continuously reshape the global markets, influencing trade patterns and fostering closer regional collaboration. Now, in the energy sector, regional collaboration is often driven by convenience and economics. Proximity between an energy-rich country and a demand center usually triggers this relationship if people are able to reach an agreement. It's as simple as this, and this is the way it has been historically. Logistical costs are lower, and this also creates an organic and mutual beneficial relationships. But globalization in energy is also driven by the need to diversify energy supply sources. Security of supply is becoming more and more dominant. I'm more familiar with the LNG industry, with the liquefied natural gas. And this is an industry that is mainly dominant by 3 producers, Australia, Qatar, and US. Yet you see now even those who are tapping into this market, trying to diversify and bring from other, maybe relatively smaller producers. So this enhances reliability and security of supply and meet global demand. Now, in ADNOC, we operate on these forces, balancing the benefits of regional partnerships with the resilience provided by global connection. We are well positioned geographically to be able to serve different markets. So we've expanded our global footprints while maintaining this strong regional ties. Again, a key example is, and it's a recent one as well, we've just had the celebration of some of our mega projects in an area on the other end of the UAE, in a Ruwais area. These are projects that are worth 175 billion dirham. Just few of our projects. This is a growth that brings movement to the regional market, to the suppliers in the market, especially that we in ADNOC are putting a big focus on the in-country value. At the same time, it serves international market. One of these projects, Ruwais LNG, expanding our LNG production, is tapping into markets as close as India, serving Japan, China, as well as Germany. So this is how diverse our market reach is. And in fact, we've just announced few hours ago. I was hoping to time it on the same time of the panel, but we caught that. And that is a deal with Malaysia, to supply Malaysia with 1 million ton for 15 years. This is a new deal that was just announced today. ADNOC is also leveraging on the synergies across its value chain in the supply of feedstock to maximize integration and efficiency. I believe that we will continue to serve these international markets because of many historical qualities and advantages. So it's not either or. It's energy market is inherently global in its nature. I'll keep it short, I promised. Thank you.
Io ringrazio tutti.
I would like to thank all the speakers for their contribution. Thank you so much. Thank you for those who listened carefully to their words. Thank you to the audience. And let's continue with the rest of the sessions. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you.
The experience of recent decades clearly suggests that without reliable transport routes backed by advanced and high-quality infrastructure, the modern economy cannot thrive. Against the backdrop of a complex geopolitical situation, some established Eurasian routes have required changes and development in recent years. The importance of new international transport corridors is rapidly increasing. The Russian-Azerbaijani-Iranian International North-South Transport Corridor is actively developing towards the Arab states of the Arabian Gulf. This October, the first container shipment from the UAE arrived in Russia via the eastern branch of the ITC. Meanwhile, Iran aims to develop another route, the Iran-Black Sea Corridor, to deliver goods via Azerbaijan and Georgia to the Black Sea, eventually reaching EU countries. Major railway companies in the Arabian Gulf are actively enhancing railway communications within the region. Etihad Rail, Oman Rail, and Mubadala Investment are collaborating to establish the Hafit Rail Company, a joint venture to construct and operate a railway network between Oman and the UAE. Phase 1 plans to link the UAE with the Sohar port in Oman via a railway network. Undoubtedly, this project will boost the competitiveness of both countries and the region as a pivotal commercial and investment hub, connecting them to global markets via ports and airports. Over the past year, the prospects of the project to create the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, IMEC, with the relevant agreements signed at the G20 summit in 2023 have remained unclear. The key signatories to the agreement are India, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Germany, France, Italy, and the USA. The current geopolitical situation has significantly influenced both transport and the development of transport infrastructure within the EAEU. At a meeting of the Eurasian Intergovernmental Council, EICS, in Almaty this February, Kazakhstan presented projects to enhance the eastern branch of the International North-South Transport Corridor by upgrading the current railway infrastructure of the Russia-Central Asia Corridor and commissioning new railway routes. BRICS nations are actively investing in the development of railways and transport corridors. Following outcomes from the 16th BRICS summit in October, consideration was given to creating a unified transport platform to enable multimodal freight transport between member countries. China continues advancing the Belt and Road Initiative, involving the construction of railways and maritime ports connecting Asia, Africa, and Europe. Which new trade routes are emerging across Greater Eurasia? What are the future prospects for railway development in the states of the Arabian Gulf? What impact do emerging trade links have, especially between Europe and Asia, Russia, and the states of the Arabian Gulf?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for waiting for our session. So our session will be starting soon. If everybody should take seats, please. So allow me first to introduce myself. My name is Hamid Al-Mazmi. I'm the moderator for this session for tonight. And with me on my left-hand side is Mr. Antonio Morano, Chairman of Trieste Airport. Joining as well with us, Mr. Omar Al-Sibiei, Executive Director of Commercial of Etihad Rail, and as well Mr. Vandom Mikhailov, FERTBT Managing Director, Strategic Planning and Development, GSC Russian Railways, and as well Mrs. Muna Khalil, Executive Director of Russian Egyptian, here with us tonight on the session. So I promise you I'll try to keep it very short and sweet. And I think there will be a video which they would share it with us today from Mr. Antonio. Sure. Could you please play the video? Thank you so much for your attention. I would like to start the session with Mr. Antonio. Mr. Antonio, the chairman of Trieste Airport. I would love that you can share with the audience here and with our colleagues on the same session about the impact and the way of the infrastructure and the logistics that is work in your field in Italy, and especially in Trieste Airport. If you don't mind, please sharing this with us.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having us here as Trieste Airport at this very important forum. And I'd like also to thank Professor Fallico for inviting us and his organization. Well, maybe some few words about Friuli Venezia Giulia. Not everyone knows where we are. Basically, we are at the top of the Adriatic Sea. It's a small region with 1.2 million inhabitants, but it is part of a larger catchment area that comprises 4 nations: Austria, Slovenia, Italy, and Slovenia. And it is a crossroad between East and West. It has a strategic importance for both goods and passengers. And we are in a pivotal position for trade, tourism, and economic connectivity. But let me also spend a few words about the port of Trieste, which is, few people know, it's the major oil port in the Mediterranean. And this has a strategic importance also because it delivers 40% of the oil of Germany and some 30% for Austria and the Czech Republic. And it is, of course, a hub also for other goods and services. And as Trieste Airport, it is, of course, a regional airport that has undergone a substantial transformation in the past years. It has been privatized 4 years ago. And since the beginning of this path, we have basically done substantial works on our infrastructure. And the connectivity has dramatically improved. So when we started our mission, we had about 700,000 passengers. This year we will be around 1.3, 1.4 million. So it means a growth rate, which is the fastest growth rate in the Italian airport landscape. What we also, as you could see from the video, we also did build, which is something not unusual for you, but very quick in Italy, we did also build an intermodal facility. And we are one of the few Italian airports that is connected to the railway directly in the high-speed connectivity that leads them to the rest of Italy. Another important element, and we are connect now the interconnectivity with, and I think that this is interesting, how important the train is in connection with the airport. We are the second airport in terms of connectivity with public means. 40% of our passengers come with the train or with local buses. In terms of the sustainability, and I think it's also important, we will be the first Italian airport reaching net zero by 2027. And we just completed a 3.5 megawatt photovoltaic plant and also electric vehicles for the whole airport.
Very interesting, actually, and thank you so much, Mr. Antonio, for an amazing brief. And you know, is it very interesting as well when we want to speak about how is today the UAE have established and adopt the mentality of the rail as it's something new today to the UAE. And I would really want to understand from Umar here, how is it, how impactful and how important and strategic the Etihad rail for the UAE and for the region?
Thank you, Hamid. Today, Etihad Rail as a railway project is a it transferred the region, it transferred the mode of transport. People were using trucks for the past 33 years. Today, railway comes in, moving everything with a big bulk. Doesn't mean we work together hand in hand for the first and last mile as well. Taking you back to Etihad Rail, we started the commercial operation back in 2016. I'm not sure if the map can be presented behind me. So we started with our partners ADNOC. We moved sulfur. We moved over more than 54 million tons of granulated sulfur up to date. That was in 2016 up to date. Then we moved in to connect the whole UAE. We've connected the UAE from the border of Saudi all the way to Fujairah as well. We connect to the main four ports. We have another dry port as well, which is in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Ras Al Khaimah, and the main port coming from all the way from Fujairah, Dubai port, Abu Dhabi, and Ruwais port as well. So it's a very transformative project where even the economic benefits for the country itself. We assume a saving of 200 billion dirhams over the next 50 years. Part of it is saving on road transfer, saving on maintenance of the road, and many other stuff. Today we worked with our clients as well to make them. Some clients used to move their products, and trucks would take 100 tons, 80 to 100 tons. Today with rail they can move 7,000 tons in one shot. They're able to cater for a bigger projects as well.
And also, it's very interesting as well to understand, since we are today in Ras Al Khaimah, and how fast this will help, or how attractive is Etihad Rail Hub in each city in the United Arab Emirates will basically raise the probability of adopting FDI in terms of the industrial sector.
Today the rail is connected all over the Emirates, coming all the way from Huwaifat, I said, all the way to Fujairah and going to the western region. The connectivity would help the customers to move around the network, where any area in the UAE is connected to a port. Two main big ports, which is Abu Dhabi port and Jebel Ali port as well. We're working in a bonded solution as well for the customers to come and manufacture or work in warehousing in our terminals while he's linked to the port itself directly. So it's a hassle-free solution. We offer customers a door-to-door solution as well, where we will do all that. For the sake of time, I'll jump directly to the international projects as well. We're not national right now. We move to international projects. We have the first regional connectivity with Oman. We're connecting all the way to Suhar port, as well as now we're working on a project in Jordan, which has been already announced of $2.3 billion investment, with moving the aggregates of sulfur and potash of 16 million tons of aggregate per year. So we're moving internally and externally as well. Our main goal is to operate and move the railway and connectivity for the goods, and to have an easier solution for our clients and whoever wants to ride the train.
Thank you so much, Amar. And I would really want to understand as well from Mr. Vadim about the strategy of the rails in Russia, and how things have changed and developed there, and what is the connectivity and the efficiency of using the rails in Russia, and through the movement, through the timing, and how important this basically in Russia and for the region, please.
Thank you very much for invitation for this conference, and shares our view about the Russian railways and the role the Russian railways play on the Eurasian market. I will shift in my natural language.
Would like to say that Russian railways now occupy quite serious positions in the global transport services. Russian network is #1 in safety and #2 in turnover, and number 3 in length. Every ton of cargo is either export, import, or transit, and the total volume of international transportation, 551 million tons. And currently, the geopolitical reality and the Russian coming to the forefront in the Middle East, Africa, Latin America require diversification of supply chain from us to provide transportation of Russian-made goods and support the import. Logistical transport corridors play a role, quite a significant role, and you can see them on the slides. Main logistical routes. It's corridor north-south and east-west. It's the Black Sea ports. It's northwestern region ports. A very important area of our work is the adaptation of infrastructure for the economics of big Eurasia, its boundaries and frontiers transitions. So we have a lot in Kazakhstan and Mongolia, China. And very important is the area recently is the corridor north-south, which is the corridor which covers respectively the Gulf countries, the Central and Asia and Northern Africa, and providing infrastructure in the territory of a country with the throughput capacity increased up to 20 million tons by 2027, which is according to the outlook of cargo flow. We are actively working with our partners to make this route attractive in all ways. Also, would like to draw your attention to the importance of container shipments and container shipments in 2024 were up to 1 million DFM, which is more than 2023, and we are with colleagues developing the transport logistical company, which is 10 years old, which is called Butilka. And working with BRICS countries is very important. I'm happy to say that as of this year, the United Arab Emirates became the member of BRICS, and under the auspices of BRICS, we managed to substantially develop a number of initiatives in transport track, and in the framework of the group of business BRICS Council, which comprises now 100 companies, we started to make up documents describing the routes of BRICS and different mechanisms to eliminate barriers and upgrade the efficiency. Also, we started working the BRICS Academy of Transport. According to the initiatives of Mr. Sultan Ahmed bin Salayem, we made up the global transport logistical concept, and the ideas were supported by all BRICS member countries and presented at the Kazan summit this year. Using this opportunity, I would like to say that the interaction with OEU, Arab Emirates logistically is very important, because Emirates are number one among our economic trade and economic partners in the Middle East, and recently our trade turnover was tripled, and using Russian railways, Russia to Emirates increased from 21 million up to 50 million, and in 10 months of this year, it's more than 50 million tons transported, and I'm sure we are going to, at the end of this year, we will exceed it. And we're very happy to work with companies, Etihad Rail, and invite you to participate in our different joint projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vadim. I think we would be as well happy to let your team meet as well with the Etihad Rail team. And for the last, they always say keep the best for the last. So now we have Mrs. Muna Khalil. And please, we want to understand as well, since for just briefly what we have spoke about, how with the infrastructure and the connectivity of the world in terms of it was either by the rail, by the airport, how would that reflect, you know, on the aspects, on the cultural aspects from your side?
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Thank you for your patience. I'm finalizing today's working day. I promise to be brief. Today I want to talk about a critical skill that is important for all businesses, and in particular for logistics and transportation business, which is cross-cultural competence. When we talk about logistics, we imply that it makes regions, peoples, and cultures interconnected. And what we need to focus on is the national culture of each and every participant of the logistic chain. By national culture, we normally mean values, norms, worldviews, motivation triggers, behavior patterns, and specifics of negotiations, for example, which are characteristic for each and every nation. Since ancient times, only those who were well acquainted with the peoples, different peoples, their traditions, their norms and customs, and mentality and psychology of others could make it through safe and sound. So to succeed in establishing strong partnership ties, especially in logistics business, we need cross-cultural competence. It's a combination of, on the one hand, we have theoretical knowledge, and on the other hand, we have practical skills that enable us to carry out efficient and successful interaction with peoples of various cultural backgrounds and religious traditions. The lack of cross-cultural communication too often lead to missed strategic business opportunities, wasted money, wasted time, and what's especially dangerous in Oriental and Eastern context, damaged reputation. As they say, you won't have a second chance to make a first impression. So special training programs for professionals involved in logistics and cross-cultural communication are not just beneficial, but essential. So this message I bring you from Egypt, a crossroads of roots since pharaonic times, and also the land of Suez Canal. I wish all of us proficiency in cross-cultural communication and best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our speakers. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Here now we conclude our session. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much.
Dear guests of the 17th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, the first working day of the forum is over. We invite you to dinner on the hospitality veranda.
ضيوفنا الكرام، انتهت فعاليات اليوم الأول من المنتدى. ندعوكم لتناول العشاء على التراس.
Уважаемые гости 17-го Веронского Евразийского экономического форума. Первый рабочий день форума окончен. Приглашаем вас на